last dance.
Phenomenal touch.
What a great reaction.
You simply cannot give more. It's in. Look who's back in the Wimbledon finals.
Let's just relentless tennis.
The waiting is over.
A great, powerful hitting.
That is way too good. The queen of centre court. Oh, no! Champion of Wimbledon again.
Just for a minute, the silver fork sky lit you up like a star that I will follow.
Hello and welcome into our coverage here on Live at Wimbledon on what is day 6 of the Wimbledon Championships. And well, what dramatic championships they have been so far. We've had several rain-interrupted days. No rain so far. You can see the live pictures out there. Blue skies, a few clouds around. We'll keep you posted on the weather, of course. But hello and welcome into our studio. Cara Robinson alongside a former finalist here at the Wimbledon Championships, Mark Philippoussis. We have an awful lot to get into today because 25 singles matches are scheduled to be completed on this Saturday, and we will have a People's Sunday for the first time in 12 years at the Wimbledon Championships. We will get into all the details of all of that in a little bit, but first things first, let's react to the shock result, well not result, score so far I should say, from number 1 court, where Sam Querrey took a shock,
gentlemen,
2
third
sets
set,
to love
Novak to
lead
serve.
against the defending
Using
champion
warm-up balls and then
and world
match
number 1
balls in
Novak
afterwards.
Djokovic
Any
before the
questions?
rain came last night and play was halted for the day on the outside court. So one of the many changes we're seeing across this year's Wimbledon Championships is the start of play today on number 1 court has been brought forward an hour earlier. They are beginning their warm-up now. You can see at high noon. Play was scheduled to start at 12 p.m. rather than 1 p.m. because without a roof on this second main show court, they've really got behind on play on this court today. Novak Djokovic, Mark, didn't come on court until 7 o'clock last night. Perhaps part of the reason that he was a little bit out of sorts, incredibly out of sorts. Lost the second set 6-1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really quite know what to say. This is, I mean, Sam is a great player. He's got some big shots. You know, huge serve in the forehand. I didn't watch too much of that. I heard that Sam was playing some amazing tennis, but I'm just still just shocked to see the scoreline. Today's a new day, but let's see how Novak is doing. I mean, he didn't look into it there towards the end of the second. He was just very happy to get off the court, and I don't know what to say. Was it, you know, French Open, did it take a lot out of him mentally, more than physically? I mean, who knows? We know how much that meant to him. But like I said, it's a new day, and anything can happen.
Well, it was sending shockwaves around the All England club last night while an awful lot of people were on centre court under the roof watching Roger Federer make fairly quick work of his second consecutive Brit in this draw, Dan Evans, where Roger did get through in straight sets. Meanwhile, there were gasps around the ground as Novak lost the first set to the big serving American in a tie-break 7-6. Sam Querrey, then buoyed by that confidence, went on to win that second set 6-1. Perhaps, Mark, the rain and the delay and the overnight sleep is only going to be a benefit to Novak to regroup, and perhaps a slight disadvantage to Sam Querrey, who definitely had the momentum last night.
100%. He definitely did not want to stop. He had some amazing momentum last night, and Novak was truly saved by the rain. There's been a night, you know, it hasn't been quite 24 hours, but there's been a night's sleep, and I could imagine that Sam would have been the one having less sleep last night, being very anxious to get out and try and take off, you know, where he left off last night.
Well, remarkably, I think the bookmakers still have Novak Djokovic as the favourite to come through this match because he has been in this position before, Mark, and just last year was he 2 sets to love down against Kevin Anderson in the 4th round of the 2015 Wimbledon Championships, also on number 1 court. Play got suspended there. He came back and won in 5. So he knows how to get the job done. It just, I guess, depends on how fast he comes out of the gates today.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think what I'm a little drawn back with is the fact how he looked physically out there. Not that anything was wrong, but just it didn't. His mind didn't look like he was kind of in the match, and it looked very withdrawn. But look, we'll have to see. He's a champion, like you said. He's been in this position many times before, and as early as last year to Anderson, and they've got a very similar game as well. So. Definitely looking forward to see what happens. But you're right. He needs a quick start, and
2 minutes.
that'll make a huge difference.
You spoke about his reaction in a funny way, or his motivation, or I suppose fitness, or whichever way you want to look at it. Since the French Open, he put so much into
Yes.
winning that French Open title, Mark, because it was the one that had eluded him. Of course, he did it. He's done the Novak Slam after that victory in Paris, and perhaps actually just not as fresh as he normally is coming into Wimbledon Championships.
Well, I don't think it would have anything to do with his physical side, because we know how strong he is physically. If anything, I think that he spent a lot of that on the mental side, to focus and to get through winning those 7 matches and finally win the French Open after that was the only thing left that literally he hasn't done. I think took more out of him on the mental side than the physical side. That being said, he is a champion, and gosh, it's just I'm just really freaked out by the score, to be
Shocked.
honest. Yeah, just in shock. I just did not see that coming. But well, let's see. Let's see. Well, this tennis. The beautiful thing about tennis is anything can happen, and it's never over. So there's a lot of tennis to play, and Sam knows that too.
Someone who probably isn't freaked out is Andy Murray. He'll be watching this match very closely if the top seed does get knocked out. Let's speak a little bit about Sam Querrey, because, first of all, kudos to him to not only be 2 sets to love up, but take that second set 6-1. There was a feeling that perhaps Novak didn't want to be there. I don't know if there was some frustration about playing up on court number 1 as the defending champion on what was an incredibly stop and starting day. He was the second match scheduled and didn't get out until 7 o'clock at night. But we had Sam up in our studio here a couple of days ago, Mark, after his victory in straight sets over Bellucci in the second round, and he really lovely guy, of course, and seemed very relaxed at the prospect of playing Novak Djokovic. We might revisit that in a little bit, but when you look at Sam's progress at Wimbledon in the past, he has made it to the 4th round on one occasion in 2010. That his best performance so far. Otherwise, it's really been a early round exit for the tall American. What do you think it is in his game that was shocking Novak yesterday? Or do you think it was merely that perhaps Novak's mind wasn't in the right place?
I think it might be the combination of both. Firstly, let's not take anything away from Sam. He came out and he was motivated, he was pumped, he had that look in his eye and he was ready to go. Physically, he looked strong. First set, anything could have happened. You're playing against a huge server like that, you get to a tiebreaker, all it needs is one little mistake and then the first set's gone. So, I'm not really worried so much after the first set score, but it was what happened the second set where he went up a break and just tore him apart and just kept that momentum going and took it to another level. Apparently he was hitting forehand winners from everywhere, hitting aces, just hitting huge from the back. And of course, at the same time with Novak not being his normal self, not playing the tennis we're so used to seeing him play.
It is interesting speaking about Sam Querrey and his serving, as we always have when we speak about this American, because he only lost 4 points on his serve in the first set. It was an incredibly dominant display, and I have to say everyone will be watching to see how both of them come out of the gates today as we join them for the first game of this 3rd set. Sam Querrey will be hoping for it to be the final set. Novak will be hoping to take it to 5.
Love 15.
I don't know, this practice session that he had this morning wasn't good. How is his attitude now?
$15 all. 30-15.
More of the same from Querrey. Now, if he could take a break here, that would take the wind out of Djokovic's sails.
30-all.
It's certainly not easy just to come out and continue the way he played last night. He was so aggressive, made so few unforced errors. Trying to find that same rhythm early on in part two.
Forty-30. Game Djokovic.
Good hold in the end. At least something went right for him. A hold from 30-all.
First game, third set.
Yes, so Novak Djokovic does hold on to his serve in the opening game of this, the third set. What is going to be a fascinating completion of this match, which sees the defending champion and world number one in trouble, having lost the first two sets to the 28th seed from America, Sam Querrey, as was the dominant force last night. We'll see if he can continue to do so today. This is the current scene at the All England Club. The roof is open on centre court, the only court not yet to have any play, because the first round match there is scheduled for 1 p.m. as is traditional in this opening week. It will be Simona Halep against Kiki Bertens. We'll go through the order of play in a little bit more detail shortly, but let's welcome you back into our studio with myself, Carl Robinson, Mark Philippoussis, and our tennis insider, Catherine Whitaker, who has got a very busy day because it's Super Saturday. We've got so many excitements coming up today, 25 singles matches to be completed. We're going to have various celebrities appearing in the Royal Box, Olympians, incredible sportsmen from here in Great Britain. So we'll get on to all of it. But what is the biggest news right now?
Well, frankly, all of those things you mentioned, big and interesting as they are, won't get a look in if Novak Djokovic does end up going out here to Sam Querrey. I mean, just the mere possibility of him going out the second round stage is causing massive, massive shockwaves. There are a couple of polls been done by David Law. Will Sam Querrey finish the job against Novak Djokovic? Only 33% of people think yes, 67% say no. However, had Sam Querrey and Novak Djokovic played to a conclusion last night, would Djokovic bow out of Wimbledon? 83% say yes, 17% say no. So lots of people thinking that the fact that the match was called off last night for rain and then, of course, bad light, preventing them going back on after the rain has stopped, most people thinking that probably will prove the decisive factor. However, there have been quite a lot of developments in this story today. Lots of people reporting that Novak Djokovic wasn't looking very happy out there on the practice court. We've got Stuart Fraser saying Djokovic apparently not looking good in practice this morning. He has to win 3 sets today to avoid earliest slam exit since Roland Garros in 2009. And I know, Mark, you've heard some bits and bobs about him not being too happy on the practice court as well.
Yeah, just hearing that he was a little irritated on the court this morning, and his camp was trying to get him motivated, and like I said, he just was kind of, I don't want to say didn't want to look like he wanted to be there, but he definitely seemed out of it.
Got plenty of people making comparisons to what happened last year with Kevin Anderson. It was on this court, and I do think actually the court is quite significant. Djokovic won't have been happy to have been scheduled on court 1 on a day when there was rain. I mean, it's entirely fair. The All England Club do say that they will put all of the top players out on court 1 once. at some stage during the championships, and this was his turn. It just happened to be, you know, that circumstances conspired against him, and actually he did get a slice of luck with it being called off for rain, you could say. But lots of people making that comparison with what happened with Kevin Anderson last year, and in fact Kevin Anderson himself has tweeted rather mischievously. Tom Perotta tweeting, remember when Kevin Anderson won the first 2 sets against Djokovic last year? Djokovic came back, and Kevin Anderson says, yes, that vaguely rings a bell to me. Plenty of other things. Chris Clary has spoken to Querrey's buddy John Isner about how Querrey might handle the situation in the wait overnight to finish the match. And he says it's a tough situation, but Sam is fine with it. He's just a goofy, happy-go-lucky guy. He's not the sort of guy that's going to stress over it. He said he'd just spoken to him. It's a little unfortunate for him that the match was stopped, but he was laughing in the locker room. He's about as carefree in a good way as a guy can be, which is a very different kind of character to Kevin Anderson, who's quite an intense guy, thinks about things quite intensely, whereas Sam Querrey, if he is able to stay relaxed out there, that will be massively to his benefit, you would think.
Well, that's fantastic, and that's the Sam that we met in the studio here a few days ago. That's the best news that you can hear from someone like John Isner, who knows him well, that he's fairly relaxed, whereas perhaps reports are that Novak isn't quite, obviously, 2 sets to love down, as relaxed overnight. But I just wanted to pick up on your point about the court, Catherine. I thought was really interesting. But it's exactly the same for Sam Querrey. It's not like he has an advantage by playing #1 court and Novak has a disadvantage. Of course, if they play on centre, maybe that's a slight advantage to Novak because of his memories of winning the trophies there, but it's not as if, you know, it's the same playing field for both of them.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, and that's the rational way to see things, but he's the world #1, and there are egos at play here. You know, he won't have enjoyed seeing Roger Federer knowing that he would be able to get his match played yesterday against Dan Evans. He won't have enjoyed it. He will have accepted it and realised that it was entirely fair, but nonetheless, I don't think he will have enjoyed it.
And meanwhile, for Roger Federer, it's been a bit of a different story because he's had Brits both second and third round matches, and it's hard not to put those matches between some home hopes and the 7-time champion out on centre court. And speaking of Roger Federer, he's the only man in the men's singles draw to already be through to the 4th round. So a nice quiet weekend for him, and perhaps a slight advantage if anyone's going to get one. Just have to update you on that Djokovic match that is currently on court #1. He's already broken Sam Querrey in the opening stage of the 3rd set, so it's 2-love Novak right now.
Very interesting stuff. Well, plenty of support for Novak Djokovic, it has to be said, but also, of course, plenty of support for Sam Querrey. A lot of it coming from American quarters. Jack Sock, his compatriot, tweeting his support in a rather succinct manner there. Of course, John Isner will be supporting him. Both of them are in action themselves today, so perhaps might not be able to watch, but I imagine there's a fair few tennis players gathered around the TV screens in the locker room right about now, and lots of people drawing attention to how significant a role the coaches will have played in the conclusion of this match, because that's when they really earn their money, the coaches, isn't it? During a rain delay, during an overnight delay like that. I mean, Boris Becker will have been going into overdrive, I'm sure, and he didn't tweet anything himself, but he did retweet something overnight, and it was this. It was an inspirational quote from Rudyard Kipling. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they're gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. So that's something which Boris Becker's endorsing there. Read into that what you will.
Who retweeted that, Boris?
Boris Becker retweeted that last night, yeah.
All right, well, it's going to be fascinating. We'll keep our eyes peeled because it could be a dramatic turn of events. We'll wait and see. Have you ever had to come back out the next day, Mark, and complete a match?
Yes, definitely. It's taken 3 days to complete a match. I think the biggest thing as the coach and the team is getting Djokovic, telling him it's okay, you can come back, you can still do this, you can still do this. That's their job, you know, getting him there more mentally. It's not about the physical. Of course, it is physically. We know how strong he is physically and mentally. It's just saying it's okay. You know, it's a new day. You can get back. We can sit here and analyze what he could have been for an hour, whether it was he was upset because he finally got on at 7 o'clock, or he was caught one, or he's exhausted physically or mentally from the French Open and he needs a rest. I mean, we know how many tournaments and matches he's won this year. At the end of the day, we'll never know exactly what's going on. There's only one guy that knows and feels what's going on, that's him. But he's a champion. He's already up a brace, up 3-love now coming back. I'm telling you, things are going to get tight very quickly. Sam's going to be thinking, who cares if he's, you know, if he's up 2 sets to love? He's playing the #1 guy in the world, and he knows that things can change very quickly, and especially in tennis. And all of a sudden, Djokovic gets momentum. Sam starts getting nervous. He realizes that you know, the lead he has is getting shorter. So this is far from over.
Yeah, and there's 5 sets for a reason. You know, the job is not over. The match is not yet won. So we'll wait and see what happens there. Just to let you know that Novak Djokovic has got an incredible 5-set record, should it go that far, winning 27 times and losing just 8. He's also come back from 2 sets to love down on 4 previous occasions, the most recent of which, as Catherine mentioned, was last year against Kevin Anderson here at Wimbledon. But let's take you out to a court and watch some live tennis, court number 18, and we're halfway through a 2nd set tiebreak between Grigor Dimitrov and Steve Johnson. A highly anticipated matchup this one was, and Dimitrov won the 1st set in a tiebreak, and we'll join this one with Johnson, a breakup in the 2nd set tiebreak.
Good reference, good knowledge.
Good song. So, a little glimmer of light now for Steve Johnson. Work to be done for Dimitrov. Mini breakdown at 2-4 in the tiebreak.
Wow! Spectacular!
5-2.
Just when I
Johnson.
said he needs to find something else, digging down, he has hit 3 massive shots, 3 points in a row.
Would have been an easy backhand, but it wouldn't have had any of the power running around it, smashing the forehand. He's a very different player when he's on the offensive. 5-2 up. And a bucketful now of set points for Steve Johnson.
Well, the other thing that happens
Johnson.
is if you're Dimitrov, when you see a guy who hits those kind of shots under pressure, it makes you come out of your comfort zone and you try to do things you're not really adept at doing. He missed that backhand by a mile. He typically wouldn't go up the line there. Steve Johnson has taken it to a different level, and he is being rewarded right now. Oh,
6-3.
It actually started way wide, clipped the net,
Johnson.
came back in, but didn't come back in enough. A quick 2nd set compared to the 1st, the tiebreak. We're only 45 minutes in. First one taking 59 minutes. Johnson still with 3 set points.
Mr. Johnson is challenging call.
Looked long.
Mr. Johnson
Line
is challenging
judge.
call, right service line. Ball was called in.
Said it was good. No overrule from the chair. Let's find out. It was long, yeah.
2nd serve.
that's why Hawkeye is so invaluable. Yep, too good.
There's the set, just as the wind got up during that point. Steve Johnson levels things up at 1 set all. We've got a best of 3 set shootout to come in a good one on court 18.
So they might be on court 18 for a while. They're now 1 set apiece. Dimitrov took the 1st set in a tiebreak. Steve Johnson the 2nd. Let's head over now, though, to court number 12. This is a fascinating match between the lady that knocked the number 2 seed out of the tournament. Yes, Yana Chepelova, the qualifier, is 3 games all in the opening set against the 28 seed from the Czech Republic, Lucy Safarova. Let's see how this one progresses halfway through the 1st set. We'll join it now with some commentary.
Now there's the change-up. A slice from Chepalova. Such an advantage to be able to play a shot like that, particularly on a grass court. The ball stays very low. It's difficult for a two-hander to get down that low and still make a good play on the ball. Once again, Chepalova doing a great job of just throwing the ball up high. There's a lot of movement. Safarova not being able to get it into a winning position.
Love 40.
A big chance for Chepalova.
Chepalova's coaching team just confirming that that ball was in fact out. Players do that often. They don't want to waste a challenge if they don't have to.
Two points saved.
Run a 4.
Two people putting on coats.
15 lads. Ladies and gentlemen, play is suspended.
Just what you
understand that
needed.
player's been suspended on court 1. The applause is for the catch.
Ladies, we're going to stop now.
Ladies and gentlemen, play suspended.
Obviously, the feeling is that rain is coming this way. It's not actually falling at the moment, but it's a sensible move. And they're going to cover the court pretty quickly.
Well, unfortunately, the rain is going to have a say again on this day 6 of the Wimbledon Championships, and that game will stay at deuce between Lucy Safarova and Jana Chepalova, the lady that knocked Garbina Muguruza out of this year's championships. It's going to be a frustrating one, but unfortunately it has been really the story of these championships so far. We've had several rain-interrupted days, meaning that there will be play on Middle Sunday at Wimbledon for the first time since 2004. It's on account of the poor weather we've experienced so far that there will be play tomorrow for only the 4th occasion in Wimbledon's history. Full details of ticket sales will be announced in just about 30 minutes' time at 1 p.m. today. And for anyone that would like to come, they will only be available online on a first-come, first-served basis with a limit of 2 per household. None will be available to purchase on the day, so please, please do not come to the All England Club to queue because it will be a waste of time. We had rain disrupting the action on Tuesday and Wednesday in this opening week of the Wimbledon Championships. And although there was a full day's play on Thursday, persistent showers yesterday meant that there was hardly any play on any court other than centre before 3 p.m. So the decision to play on what is traditionally a day off at this Grand Slam was confirmed late last night in order to reduce the backlog of matches and allow the championships to finish as scheduled, because before the start of play today, which was at 11 o'clock on the outside courts, there were several second round matches still to be completed. One in the men's singles that's yet to take to court between Alexander Zverev and Mikhail Yuzhny, and 3 on the ladies' side, 2 of which have already been completed with Sloane Stephens and Timea Bushkinsky since coming through. So this is the 4th time in the 139-year history of the Wimbledon Championships that we will be playing on Middle Sunday. It's affectionately known as People's Sunday, and it's previously happened in 1991, 97 and 2004. And Britain's Tim Henman was in action the last time we had play here on Sunday. In fact, the last two occasions in both 97 and 2004, both of which he won his matches. So it's going to be a fantastic atmosphere here tomorrow if the weather plays along as well, because I can't imagine that the weather forecast is 100% dry for tomorrow with the way that this week has been going so far. And as your current pictures show you, that's the story of the day right now as well. Play is currently suspended on all courts, including that match between Novak Djokovic and Sam Querrey, where Djokovic has come back from being 2-0 down to have a couple of breaks in the third set, and he is 4-love up in the third. You've got to think that's a good thing for Sam Querrey to have a little moment's break after what is looking like a steam train running through from the world number one. We'll get back to all that action in a minute, but let's look ahead to what we are looking forward to today on the big courts and say hello again to Catherine Ritzker.
Yeah, we're going to be very hopeful about the order of play today. We're going to assume that the rain is only very temporary and that we are going to see all of these matches because, once again, it is a corking set of matches. Centre court, of course, the only court yet to get underway. They will get underway at 1 o'clock. All those stars of sport in the Royal Box today, and this is what they have to look forward to. Simona Halep, the 5th seed, up against Kiki Bertens, the semi-finalist at the French Open just a few weeks ago. Then we have Andy Murray up against John Millman, the Australian player, and then we have Jack Sock up against Milos Raonic. That one really interesting. And also interesting is that John McEnroe is scheduled to be in the Royal Box today, so whether he will come out of that Royal Box to sit in the players' box to watch his charge Milos Raonic remains to be seen, so do keep an eye on that one. So, court number one, of course, we have already had play start over there. They had a midday start. They've been called off because of the rain. We've discussed it at length. Novak Djokovic trailing Sam Querrey by 2-0, but he does have that 4-love lead in the third set at the point that they were called off for rain. Hopefully they will get back on very shortly. Following them onto court, Madison Keys up against French player Elise Cornet. Cornet actually leads the head-to-head between those two, 2-love, but Keys in some fantastic form, having won the warm-up event in Birmingham just a few weeks ago. And then blockbuster stuff, Nick Kyrgios up against Feliciano Lopez. That one could go long, so do keep an eye on that one too. Over onto court two. More fantastic matches. Again, they had a midday start, so we're already underway with Angelique Kerber against Katarina Vitoft. Kerber taking the first set on a tie-break and then already has a break in that second set, 2-love, she leads. Then we have this ladies' second-round match to be resumed. Petra Kvitova against Ekaterina Makarova. Makarova actually took the first set there last night against the two-time champion Kvitova, so she's got some regrouping to do overnight to come back in that one. Then we've got Dominika Cibulkova against Jeannie Bouchard. That one for me, very fascinating. Cibulkova, the champion in Eastbourne. Bouchard, the finalist here a couple of years ago. She, of course, beat Jo Konta in the last round. And then, for me, a really intriguing matchup. Jo-Wilfried Tsonga against John Isner. Now, you might expect Jo-Wilfried Tsonga, the higher seed there, to lead their head-to-head. But, in fact, he doesn't. I'm just going to take you into a slightly closer look at this match because it is very intriguing. So, Jo-Wilfried Tsonga has been the higher seed, the higher ranked player for the majority of this pair's career. However, it is John Isner that leads their head-to-head. They have never met on grass, though. You'll see he leads their head-to-head 3-1, 3 of those matches having been played on hard courts and 1 of them on clay. But then I draw your attention to their grass court record. John Isner's grass court record, 32 wins, 18 losses, significantly less good than Tsonga's at 42 wins, 17 losses. With John Isner's game, and Mark, this might be something that you might want to comment on, with John Isner's game, that enormous serve, why hasn't he got a better record on the grass?
He's incredibly dangerous on the grass. Like I said, got the biggest serve on the tour. Serves from a tree. I mean, the angles he gets is truly incredible. He aces guys in the second serve. They're literally bouncing over their shoulders. And it's more than that. You know, like I said, the grass, we're still playing on grass, but it's not the same grass it was 20 years ago, 15 years ago, where the ball's really sliding through, really staying down low. It's grass, but it's playing a lot harder than it used to. It's a lot slower than it used to. So guys are having a little bit longer to have looks for when he comes in the net. He's a huge guy, but you know, serve is not good enough to take it all the way in a Grand Slam. You need other weapons to back it up. But I believe he's making a mistake where he's comfortable on the baseline, and because of that, he stays too much on the baseline. If you're the height he is, especially on a court like grass, you've got to come to the net a lot more and putting the pressure on, because I don't care who you're playing. If it gets to 4-all or 5-all, and I know that someone's 6'10 or 6'11, they're going to chip and charge or come in off me, and I'm going to have to pass. My passing shot will have to be perfect to pass him, because his wingspan is so long. And then if you're thinking, if he gets in tight, lob him. Your lob has to be perfect to lob someone who's 6'11" as well. So I believe he stays back way too much, and that's one of the reasons why he hasn't gone on deep into this tournament.
Yeah, very interesting stuff. Well, if we've learned to expect one thing from John Isner matches, it's that we'll probably get 1 or 2 tie breaks. So I would expect that one to be a really good one.
Yeah, we've got so many good matches to look forward to today. It's what you said as soon as we walked into the studio. 25 singles matches, some second round, mainly third round, men's and ladies to be completed today, as well as doubles, juniors. It's an absolutely packed Super Saturday, and we can't wait for it all to kick off once this rain goes away, because currently play is suspended. But it's time to say good morning to 2 of our very best. Rob Walker and Craig O'Shannessy have reunited to look ahead to what we're expecting today.
Well, it's time for our daily dose of statistics and previews with Craig O'Shannessy. We thought we'd come down to Orangi. It's absolutely bustling with life here as we approach the halfway stage of the championship. Craig, first of all, the match that everyone is talking about, Novak Djokovic and Sam Querrey. Who on earth would have predicted that? A 2-set advantage. We've seen Djokovic turn those round again, like last year against Kevin Anderson. But you've been on the tour for 20 years. You've coached other players against Querrey. What do you reckon? What is Becker saying to Novak this morning?
Yes, it was actually Kevin Anderson back in 2010 in Toronto. Kevin got the win there. And, Sam Querrey, I think, has underachieved a little bit. He's had a career high of 17. And I think it's just more about game style. I mean, he's a very, very good player. Traditionally, he's 6'6", and guys that are that big should be imposing themselves on the front of the court a little bit more. And he stayed back. He's got a ton of spin, probably too much spin on his forehand, but not yesterday. He was cracking serves. There was a lot of short rallies. And when you're that big, that's the ideal way to play the sport. So in all of the rallies that were over 5 shots, Novak, even though he lost the second set 6-1, had a winning percentage on every rally over 5 shots. Under 5 shots, Sam was 58 and lost 36. So he's just crushing Novak in the 0 through 4. And that's how big men should play. So I really like what he's doing. I watched a lot of those points on replay actually this morning, and the game style's amazing. Big shots early, not letting Novak get into the point, and just working it in defense. So I really like a lot of that. First serves, the tournament average so far is 63%. Querrey in the first 2 sets is making 69%. First serve's humming. Tournament average winning is 73%. He's winning 83%. So the serve is a really big part of it. And it's not like Novak is self-destructing back there in the unforced errors column. Novak's got 13 unforced errors, Querrey's got 17. So really, you've got to give all the credit to Sam so far. Tim Hemmond said Djokovic looked shell-shocked, and he looked disinterested. Now, disinterested is a kind of a weird term there, and I think it goes more to Novak back there saying, what do I do? I've got no control of these points. And I saw that a little bit yesterday in the Kyrgios-Brown match. The Kyrgios very early on said, I'm not doing anything. The entire match is on his racket. So I think Sam can close this one out. Kevin almost did last year. The rain was perfect for Novak last year, but I really think Sam can get this done if he sticks to the game plan of go big and go early.
And I guess the fascinating thing about this from a neutral's perspective, everything, just about everything, going back to losing the final against Wawrinka last year at the French, has gone brilliantly for Djokovic in the last 12 months. This is pushing him out of his familiar zone where he gets on court, players play out of their skin for a couple of games, and he still whitewashes them in 3 sets. He's not used to this.
Yes. Excuse me. In coming here this morning, I caught up with a coach and he was watching Novak practice this morning. He's like, looks a little angry out there, a little perturbed. So, that may be a good thing for Novak. He's really engaged. But, yeah, he's had it all his own way. He's been dominating the tour like nobody has dominated the tour. So this is going to be very interesting to see how he responds to adversity, because we've seen very little adversity in his life the last few years.
Right, let's move it on to the man who many people from a British perspective hope plays Djokovic, or maybe someone else in the final. Andy Murray against John Millman. You've coached other players against Millman. Would we and should we be expecting a fairly routine victory for Murray, who after all is still yet to drop a set in this year's Wimbledon?
John Millman's a very good player. A lot of respect for him. I coached against him in 2010 at the US Open, last round of qualies. I was assisting Tennis Canada at the time, as with Peter Polanski. And the game plan back then, as it is now, is you power to the forehand. Take his time away, rush the backswing. The technique is not as solid as the backhand side. He competes so well. He does a good job in the longer rallies. He'll hang with Andy from the back of the court, but I think Andy gets this one. And on paper coming in, Millman's had 44 hand winners, only 22 on the backhand side. He's had 61 forced errors off the forehand, and Andy's only had 25. So it just goes to show you can bring heat to that forehand side and do very well. And I think that's what's going to play out in their match today.
And I guess the other thing from Andy Murray's perspective, the fact that his matches so far have been relatively straightforward, he's storing up his energy, in his mind hopefully, for a big second week, because he had to get to the French Open final the hard way with a couple of monster big matches early on, and that definitely affected his legs towards the end of the championship. You would have thought taking on Djokovic there in that final just a month or 6 or 8 weeks ago, whatever it was. But so far it's been pretty steady for him. It's been nice and easy.
Yeah, you don't want long matches in the first week to take away that energy. A few years ago at the Australian Open, I looked at some stats, and I believe no one has ever won the Australian Open playing 3 5-set matches to the final. It just knocks you around. The lactic acid in the legs builds up, and it's tough to get out of. I think Andy's in the ice bath for extended periods after every match. He's looking after himself. We talked about it yesterday. He is cherry ripe right now for the championships. John Millman is going to be a tough competitor. He's going to give him everything that he possibly can give him, but I think Andy gets through this one. I'll be surprised if he drops a set. After watching him in the previous round, he's on song.
Right, let's talk about one of the women's matches. Simona Halep, who did well here a couple of years ago, made the semi-finals, up against Kiki Bertens. Now, Kiki had a fantastic run at the French, so that isn't as one-sided as it might appear on paper.
Yeah, I think backhand to backhand in this match is definitely going to favour Halep. Forehand to forehand is where Bertens has got to try and manufacture the points a little bit more. And when you go through the numbers, Simona is tied for third in baseline points won at 60%. Extremely high, very good. That's her comfort zone back there. Bertens is tied for 48th at 48%. So not great back there. Kiki's won 14 of 18 at the net, and that's what she's got to do a little bit against Halep here. Staying back and going back in a backhand is not going to get the job done. Halep's going to move her out wide through the ad court with a backhand. She can go down the line with it. So, we're on grass. You've got a winning percentage. If you got 14 of 18, in this match, try it again, try it more. Hang around the baseline, drive it deep down the middle of the court, give Halep no angle to come back with, and then just look to constantly improve your position.
Right, just talking overall about the Women's Championship. Muguruza gone after that fantastic victory at the French. Serena and Venus both winning yesterday, but both had moments where they looked a little bit vulnerable. Is this the kind of championship, and is this the kind of moment for someone like a Simona Halep to put her hand up along with the Radvanskas and the Kerbers and say, hey, listen, I can be a force for the future. I could be one of the women that takes female tennis onto the next level when Venus and Serena are finally finished.
I completely agree. If I'm coaching one of those other ladies that are kind of on that second tier, you've got the top 5, and certainly Serena sits at the top on her own, but if you sit down at the end of the evening and you're having dinner with your player, you just start planting the seed. You're like, you see Serena had a tough match. You see Venus had a tough match. They're not quite at the pinnacle of the game. And you just start planting the seeds in your player's mind that this could be your year. The top players aren't humming like they normally do. And it's just little conversations. You know, on the practice court, they do something well, you bring them to the net, you compliment on something, and all of a sudden that momentum builds and you find yourself in a final.
Right, I've got to ask you about the enigma that is Nick Kyrgios. You were in the corner for Dustin Brown. Your man didn't get over the line this time, but last night on court number 2, it was just the most extraordinary match, played at a blistering pace. Is he, talking about Kyrgios, is he the most unpredictable natural genius that you've seen on the court? I mean, you can't take your eye off him for a second. He's playing Lopez, and Lopez did really well because he turned around a 2-set deficit against Fognini. So Lopez will fancy his chances against Kyrgios, but he's just so unpredictable, Nick Kyrgios. He's insane to watch.
Yes, so let's separate this conversation into two. Nick Kyrgios, the tennis player, we'll start with, and then Nick Kyrgios between the points and managing the mental and emotional side. As a player, he's got everything. And what really impressed me yesterday is his ability to, in the bigger moments, to make a first serve. He absolutely loves the first serve down the tee in the deuce court. Time and time again, when his mind was clear, that's exactly where he went. When his mind was not clear, he was spraying it all over the place. He loves the big serve down the tee in the deuce. He loves the big serve out wide in the ad. The toss was nice and high. He's got a really good second serve. His forehand's ridiculous. And what impressed me the most was the backhand return. And he's going to need that against Lopez. Lopez, being the lefty, is going to slide a lot of balls to his backhand return. And Kyrgios' backhand return is about that long. He leans on it and blocks it so well, and he makes an incredible amount of returns and gets into it. When Dustin Brown was serving and volleying a lot, almost always Dustin had to make contact with the ball below the height of the net, which is just perfect for Nick. So, you know, just separate everything. You know, I've done some analysis of Marcelo Rios in the past. I am such a huge fan of his game. Now, there's some people say, well, Marcelo wasn't the best on the court. You know, I can cut that and go, as a tennis player, as a strategic mind, Marcelo is one of the best ever. Nick Kyrgios has got everything. Nick Kyrgios could quite easily be standing here on Sunday afternoon saying, look at this wonderful gold trophy in my hands. He's that good. Now let's talk about the other half of it. He had an ongoing running dialogue with his box where he chastised them, he ripped them, he sat down in his chair on the other side of the umpire's chair and just kept this dialogue of negativity and ripping these guys, and it's like, what are you doing?
It was sorry to interrupt. It was almost embarrassing to watch that from a neutral's perspective at the top of court too. It was nuts.
Yeah, it really was. And, you know, Nick's got to eliminate that from his game. I like the idea that, you know, he may be getting himself a little bit mad and geeing himself up, but it was way too long and it was very pointed and it was a little nasty at times. And it's like, come on, you know, you don't need to do that. And hopefully he grows out of that. We've been saying that for a while. I mean, he just needs to cut that out, because ultimately you look at it and say, is this going to help me win the Wimbledon title? No, it's not. Absolutely no, it's not. So over time, we hope that Nick can organize his mind better and get rid of those distractions. And, you know, he kept saying time and time again, I just can't get it out of my mind. And the crowd started laughing at it. You know, one time he made a comment, is like, yeah, book me a flight home to Australia tonight, I'm ready to go. But, you know, when push came to shove at the end of the match, he did get focused, he did turn it around, and I thought his mind was in a really good spot to end. But in the middle of the match, you know, he was definitely somewhere else.
Great analysis, as always. Thanks very much, Craig. So Kyrgios against Lopez, just one of a whole host of matches to keep your eye on. But the first question, and the biggest question here on the middle Saturday, Novak Djokovic, Sam Querrey. Can the American do it? We're not going to have to wait long to find out.
Well, we didn't have to wait long, Rob, did we, for that match to get started? But now it's currently in a suspension because of a rain delay. But when you look at this live picture, actually, it's a very good view. The sun is coming out. We've got blue skies. It looks as if those covers are being deflated on the outside courts. This is the current stage on court number 1. So it'll still take some time to get them back out on court. Novak Djokovic, though, is 2 breaks up in the 3rd set. So it'll be interesting to see how they both come back. But it's turning into a beautiful Saturday here, a super Saturday at the All England Club as we look over the City of London on what is set to be a fabulous weekend now that there will be a People's Sunday for the first time in 12 years, as we'll be returning to play here again tomorrow. So we're all looking forward to it. And as if by magic, Craig O'Shaughnessy has hot-footed it up from his moment with Rob Walker to come and talk to us about the match that everyone is talking about, Novak Djokovic and Sam Querrey. It was a bit of a shock to everyone last night as the world #1 lost those first 2 sets. Craig, what did you notice watching the 2 of them in action?
Yes, sometimes when you're watching matches here at SW19, you don't really know why one player is beating another. You've got to go to the stat sheets or, try and figure out baseline patterns or serve patterns. This match between Sam Querrey and Novak Djokovic is super simple to figure out why Sam won the first 2 sets and why Novak is getting ahead in the 3rd set. In the first 2 sets, there were 62% of all points were played in the 0 through 4 rally length. Now, 0 through 4, 0 represents a double fault. 1 is a serve in, 2 is the return back in. And it was a tremendous amount of points there. 74% of all points were played there, and Sam's advantage was 62%. Outside of that, even with Novak losing both of those sets, he had a winning record when the rally length went to at least 5 shots or longer. Now we go to today, and Novak is up 4-love. The rally length is almost 50-50 between the 0 through 4 rally lengths and everything past that. In 0 through 4, Novak has won 8, Sam has won 8. In 5 through 8, Novak has won 8, Sam has won 1. In 9+, Novak's won 3, Sam's won 2. So outside of the 0 through 4, today, Novak has won 11 points and Sam has only won 3 points. So the shorter the point, the better for Sam. The longer the point, the better for Novak. So that's what you need to be looking for as this match progresses. We're going to watch a few points from the first 2 sets to understand exactly what Sam Querrey did so well. These are from yesterday. We've got Sam serving. Love the serve out wide. It opens holes immediately. Looking for forehands. Now, Novak gets a dose of his own medicine here. I've watched a lot of Novak this year. He's hit a tremendous amount of drop shots, and he's won a lot of them as well. So Sam coming back at him there. Serving a forehand, there it is. That is exactly why Sam Querrey is shocking the world #1. He's attacking early, he's attacking often, and this is all about court position. See him step up here. He'll be looking for forehands generally there, but if you can get up to the baseline, and look where Novak is back on the other side. He's a little bit further back, so that's advantage Querrey in this situation, and that opens up angles. Good return. That step forward really was the key contributor to him winning that point. Like this one again, short ball, stepping in, keeping it short. Must feel like an avalanche for Novak out there in those first 2 sets, with Sam just winning so many short points. Going behind. And this is a rally length that it's extended. Yesterday, Novak had a 17-16 advantage in these kind of points. Sam's being patient, Novak's being patient. They play 100 of these, Novak's going to win the most, but a really good ball there from Sam. His grip's under. He uses his wrist well. Good balance, nice flick. Really nice flick there down the line. Big reason why he's doing so well. Serving a forehand here, and I want to throw this back to Mark. Sam Querrey's 6'6". Mark, I think you're 6'5". Big guys, serving a forehand. He's now got options. He can go down the line, he can go cross court. Was that a pattern that you relied upon back in your playing days here at SW19?
Yeah, I think for me, I never stayed back. I serve and volley first, second serve, but when I was returning, when I had a chance, I would be aggressive and definitely look, especially in that first forehand, to be aggressive and look to come in. Playing, kind of working the point around using that forehand of mine. I mean, like you said, you do not want to get in a rally with Djokovic and give that guy any rhythm.
Terrific. Let's continue here and see where Sam goes with this one. That's the primary pattern, back to the backhand side. Good body language. Attack early, attack often. That's a nice deep ball. And again, court position, steps up to the baseline. That's a really nice ball that delivers the shorter ball, and Sam is all over it. So I think over the years, Sam's got as high as 17 in the world, and over the years, he's stayed back a little bit too much. He's rallied a bit too much. He's put too much spin on the forehand, but he looks to have got it right. Certainly yesterday in those first 2 sets, this rain delay down love four will help him. He'll go in, he'll chat with his coach, and it's got to be a full frontal attack when he comes back out this afternoon.
Yeah, just wonder when exactly that will be. That's the frustrating thing, is not knowing when they're going to come back out on court. But taking a look, really at the weather behind us, it looks as if some blue skies are coming through and the darker skies are moving past. So hopefully that won't be the view for not much longer, although we are hearing from the club that there will be no play on the outside courts before 1:30 p.m. So most people, you can see, have taken to the hill. That's in just over 30 minutes' time. And you may have seen from that wide shot that the roof is currently closed on centre court. They're due to get off at about 1 p.m. local time with Simona Halep and Kiki Bertens. But it is Super Saturday, and there are a whole list of celebrities and sporting legends in the Royal Box today that we will hope to introduce you to at some point as well. Andy Murray, he's second up on centre court today. He should have no problem getting his match underway, and Rob Walker has been out at Orangi to watch him practice.
Well, Andy Murray is second on centre court against John Millman, and he's down here at one of his 2 favourite knock-up courts at Orangi. These are the 2 most private, 16 and 15, and he's just behind us here on 16, knocking up with Kyle Edmund, who lost in the first round to Adrian Manarino. Now, they've just swapped ends because 2 or 3 minutes ago, Edmund was down the far end, and they were both working from the baseline, right and left. And Murray, as you can see, is at the net working on his volleys. Interesting matchup against Millman. They've only played once before. Murray beat him in 3 in Brisbane in 2013 and commented at the time that he thought Millman was a player who would reach the top 50 if he kept going. Millman's into the 3rd round for the first time at Wimbledon after beating Benoit Paire, and he had some time away from tennis and has come back and really found his mojo, as it were, and found his desire for the sport again. So Millman, of course, the Australian, will be the rank outsider for this one. Murray bidding to make it into the 4th round of a Grand Slam for the 22nd consecutive time, and he hasn't dropped a set yet against Liam Brodie in the first round and Lou in the 2nd round, the man who beat him at the Beijing Olympics back in 2008. Second out on centre court. And it is interesting watching Murray knock up. We know how good he is. We know he's the world number 2, and he's won Wimbledon before in the US Open. He takes his sessions very, very seriously. A consummate professional. Lendl, just at the back there behind Andy Murray. Doesn't say very much, but I suspect when he does speak, it's well worth listening to. He's been all the way to the final a couple of times at Wimbledon, a multiple Grand Slam champion, of course, and they're seeming to be really enjoying being back together again. The great success in Murray's career did come under the tutelage and the expert eye of Ivan Lendl, and Lendl was back in the camp for a record 5th Queen's title. So Murray just seems as though he's in pretty relaxed mood, fine form. And I'm sure he'll be keeping half an eye, or somebody in his team will be keeping half an eye on the score between Djokovic and Querrey. A couple of spots of rain descending now here at Orangi. Of course, we've already had the news that we'll be playing tomorrow. Well, we won't be, but we'll be here enjoying the action. But Murray now going for the overheads, making sure he has the full workout ahead of that match against the Australian. But it's been so far so good for Andy Murray. Hasn't dropped a set, hasn't had to work too hard as he prepares to think about the 2nd week, gearing up for what he hopes will be a 2nd Wimbledon title after victory in 2013. So he'll be the overwhelming favourite, of course, against John Millman, and he looks as though he's having a pretty good workout here at one of his favourite knock-up courts. It's very private. He's been around at Wimbledon now such a long time. Murray looking pretty cool, calm and ready as he just steps into the netting.
Well, he looks pretty happy and relaxed, as we just heard from Rob. Andy Murray. Nice to see Kyle Edmund knocking up with him Obviously, he is no longer in the men's singles draw here, but Kyle Edmund and Andy Murray have spent quite a bit of time together. Kyle joined him in Miami a few years ago for his winter training camp. He did the same thing in Dubai at the end of last year. We know that Andy Murray has been incredibly supportive of the other young British players coming up, and nice to see Kyle repaying the favour, hitting against him in practice today, Mark.
Absolutely. This is just gold for him. And I mean, to be able to spend as much time as possible with Murray is huge for him. To see how Murray, trains on how he's on the court, how he's off the court, how professional he is with his eating and everything like that, is just amazing. And he's got to realise how lucky he is just to experience that. And it's no surprising why it's definitely taken effect in his tennis ranking, where he's playing some great tennis at the moment.
Yeah, Kyle Edmund is at a career high ranking right now, that's for sure. Let's speak a little bit about the man that Andy Murray's playing today, Mark, a fellow Aussie, John Millman, who's got quite a story, actually. He faced Andy at the Australian Open 3 years ago, took a set off Andy back then, and Andy's reaction to that was that John could be a top 50 player for sure if he keeps going. Well, since then, he suffered a serious shoulder injury that could really have ended his career. So as a result, John went to work for his friend's finance company in Brisbane, so he swapped the tracksuit for a suit to wear to the city every day, but he's had an incredible fight back, and here he is from around 1,000th in the world, Mark, to through the Futures Tour, and now ranked at number 67. It's a lovely story, and maybe knows what it takes to at least win a set off Andy today, but he'll be embracing this challenge because no doubt just happy to be back and playing on Wimbledon's centre court.
Oh, absolutely. What an incredible story. From 1,000 to top 100. I mean, 67, that's incredible. Sometimes you need to kind of lose something in order to realize how much you love it and how much you miss it, and going to the realization of that tennis might be over, and going to the real world, as we like to say, back to reality, and putting on the suit and realize how much harder it is than getting on the court and playing tennis. So for him, that it happens where it was a blessing. It was a blessing in disguise. It was the best thing that could have happened to him, for him to kind of look at things differently, look at life differently, realizing things he could do better or could have done differently, and he's definitely done that, and has taken his game to another level. It's a great story.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite a day, on centre court, because it's not only centre court, but it's what's affectionately known as Super Saturday, a day that we have some incredible sporting heroes in the Royal Box. And actually, much like Marcus Willis did, he took the advantage of popping out onto centre court a little bit earlier on. There he is in the yellow shorts on the right-hand side to soak up the atmosphere. This I love, Mark. This is just pure naivety and embracing the moment, very aware of the fact that he has not been on this stage before, well, not nearly on as many occasions as Andy Murray has, and it's going to be quite a scene today, playing against Andy at his home slam, potentially under the roof if the weather doesn't cooperate, and in front of some icons like David Beckham, John McEnroe, plenty of other people, Stuart Broad, Brian O'Driscoll, so many sporting legends that we'll get into in a minute. But this is lovely to see that he's taking the time, so perhaps when he doesn't first step out, he's not overawed by the environment.
100%. This is very smart. Just he's standing on the side of the centre court. They're taking in the atmosphere, soaking it in right now, because you do not want to be soaking it in while you're out there, because if he takes 10, 15 minutes to do that, we might be into the second set. So it's great that he's out there. He's just checking everything. I mean, this court, every tennis player dreams of playing on this court. I know I did. I know he did. I would imagine for sure. And this guy's a fighter. He's going out there believing he can win. He's a fighter, and obviously, fighting from 1,000 to 67 in the world is amazing, but he's here for a reason, and he's going to try and win, that's for sure.
I love that, the pictures of him alongside his coach on centre court, just really touching moments, because it's just often a story of a story of two tales is the phrase I'm looking for, between two opponents in this match. He is an Aussie. Do you know him at all, John Millman?
I don't know him too much, to be honest. I got to watch a couple of his matches during the Australian summer in January, and he's a fighter. It's similar to Leighton Hewitt, where every single point, he leaves his heart and soul out there. A great mover, and he won a couple of matches by just pure just hard out, against players he wasn't supposed to, and he just hung in there and hung in there and hung in there, and ended up just outgrinding him in the end. So he's done an incredible job, and it's exciting to see a name where no one's kind of looked forward to, playing on the middle Saturday of Wimbledon. It's a huge thing.
Yeah, just looking at the draw, he took 5 sets to get through the first round. He then knocked out the seeded Benoit Paire in the second round in 4 sets. So he's had quite a Wimbledon so far, and it's only going to get better today, alongside Andy Murray on centre court. What a day it will be for John Millman. Well, Rachel Stringer's always a busy bee. She's out and about on the grounds, telling us about things that we can find, or any of you, on a day here at Wimbledon. So let's say hello again to Rachel Stringer.
It's super busy down here in the queue today because it's the middle Saturday of the championships and everyone's come out to watch a great day of tennis. Somewhere else which is going to be really, really busy because they are printing your face on a coffee is here, Lavazza Coffee Tent. I actually didn't believe it when I heard it, but it's true. I had my face printed on my coffee earlier in the week. And Matilda, you're working here this week. Do people actually believe it when you say, come and have your face printed on your coffee?
No, they can't quite believe it, but when they actually see it, they're really amazed. They're so happy with it. It's been so busy. It's been non-stop here.
And it's super popular. I think I've heard it was trending on Twitter. Judy Murray tweeted a picture. She'd been down here as well. So the reaction, positive?
Really, really positive. Yeah, we had Judy Murray. She was doing faces on her coffee and everything. Everyone really loved it.
Perfect. Well, as I mentioned, I had my face printed earlier in the week and I promised Cara I would get a coffee for you. So Cara, I'm going to go with my promise. I'm going to get you one printed and we're going to race it up to the studio. And if you don't believe me, have a little look here. Here are 2 we have made earlier. We've got Cara looking lovely and Mark as well there. These are 2 we made earlier, like I mentioned. And our lovely runner Paul, he's already en route to you with 2 coffees. I think he's about to walk through the door and deliver them. So enjoy your personalised face Lavazza coffees, guys.
Rachel, thank you. Paul has just been and handed over, I think, what we're about to receive to our lovely floor manager, Donna, who has got these coffees. That is amazing.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, I promise you, I don't know if you can see on camera without me spilling coffee, that's exactly the one. See, they are there.
There you go,
Oh my
yes.
God, what big coffee there. Can you see, kind of?
Yes.
There you go.
Look at that. It's
Mark's got a bit of a double
unbelievable.
chin
I've got
on
a
his.
double chin. I've lost the chin, but
We are super happy customers. Cheers.
Yes, cheers.
Seems a bit weird to ruin the picture, but I think you've got to do it. All right, well, while we drink our coffee, let me tell you what else is going on. We're going to tell you a bit more about one of the matches
Tastes
coming
good.
up today. Is it tasty?
It tastes good.
You taste good.
Yes.
Gosh, OK, we're going to talk about a match that's number 3 on number 2 court today, and it's between the born-again Jeannie Bouchard, who knocked Jo Konta out of this year's championships, and the lady that won Eastbourne, one of the grass court warm-up events, Sybil Cover. So Annabelle Croft and Pat Cash will tell you a bit more about their encounter with IBM's Tennis Insights.
Hello and welcome to IBM Tennis Insights with myself, Annabelle Croft, and the former Wimbledon champion, Pat Cash. Well, today we're going to preview a third-round matchup between Dominika Cibulkova, who's just won her first grass court title at Eastbourne, and she's taking on Eugenie Bouchard, the former finalist here from 2014. It's actually the third meeting between these two. Bouchard's won both their previous encounters, but this is their first meeting on grass, Pat. How do you see this one going?
Well, they're both former Grand Slam finalists, so and they're coming back into form, so I think it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. It's going to be tight.
Well, if we look at the stats for the tournament so far, Cibulkova has the baseline edge. She's actually winning 60% of her baseline points, tied 6th best for the tournament, whereas Bouchard's down at 49%, just a fraction above the tournament average of 48. Is that the confidence that she's taking from that Eastbourne win?
Well, there's nothing like having a tournament win, and she's certainly full of confidence. She's not a big girl, she's really powerful, but she's also returning really well. So she's getting the first hit in after the return, and then she's trying to dominate the game. But of course, Bouchard can hit the ball very hard as well.
Well, these two are total opposites in terms of how they're winning their baseline points. If we look again at the stats for the tournament so far, Cibulkova's winning baseline points are off the forehand side much more than the backhand. 20 for the forehand, 12 for the backhand side, whereas Bouchard's baseline winners are 16 for the backhand and 13 for the forehand. So is that the tactic, do you think, to go into that weaker side?
Well, I think it's also the way that they play. Cibulkova has a big forehand. She likes to run around and hit that forehand. So she's looking to hit the ball inside or down the line and winners. And that's where she dominates the point. Sometimes she comes into the net. But Bouchard, she's quite comfortable on the backhand side. So she doesn't need to run around and hit forehand winners. She's quite happy to hit either way. But that's why we see Cibulkova hitting almost double the forehand winners.
Neither of these two are reluctant to get to the net, but Bouchard is much more likely. Let's take a look at the stats once again for the tournament. Bouchard's been to the net 42 times, winning 64%, whereas Cibulkova's only been to the net 15 times, but a much higher ratio of points won, 80% of them. So how much are we going to see these two at the net today then?
Well, I think they'll come in sparingly. Cibulkova's got a high success rate when she comes in, but it's usually off a great ground stroke or an approach shot, and typically she's just putting the ball away. Where Bouchard, she'll come in, she'll use it as a tactic to really come in and attack. She likes to hit a lot of swing volleys, drive volleys from mid-court. So that is really part of her game as opposed to Cibulkova just finishing the point off.
Well, it looks to be a fascinating matchup, and we'll be back with more IBM Tennis Insights tomorrow.
Okay. Well, Arangi is currently a hive of activity. The spectators have been let in and they're crowding around practice court number 1 and 2. Really is the place where they can get the best view of the players getting ready for their matches. And we're watching over there on court number 2, Eugenie Bouchard, one of the players of the tournament so far, really in the ladies singles. An upset for her in the last round over Johanna Konta, the seeded player from Britain. We know how good she can be on a grass court. Bouchard, a former finalist here. She made the final back in 2014, a couple of years ago, losing to Petra Kvitova there on centre court. And those powerful ground strokes, we've been watching her going from the baseline, forehands and backhands. She can generate so much power with her legs, and that's what makes her so successful really on a grass court. You can see in the background there, just behind her, Nick Saviano, her coach, in the blue jacket and sunglasses. He was working with her when she made that final back in 2014. They then spent some time apart and then have reunited, and that's coincided with another good run here at Wimbledon. She's got back to the more confident style of play that she exhibited when she had her best run here at Wimbledon. She's practicing with a former British player, Matt James, in the red shirt down the other end. He's been practicing with some of the other ladies players throughout the week here. He's one of the practice partners that are offered to the players if they can't find another player to practice with. So we've seen him knocking up with Venus Williams, Serena Williams, for example, and today he's hitting with Eugenie Bouchard. Her match is third up on court number 2. She's up against the 19th seed Dominika Cibulkova of Slovakia. Bouchard has a really good head-to-head against Cibulkova. She'll have plenty of confidence going into this match. They've played twice before, Bouchard winning both occasions in 3 sets, most recently earlier on this year in Hobart in the semi-finals there. So Bouchard looking full of confidence. You can see some of her fearsome ground strokes again ahead of her match against Dominika Cibulkova on court number 2 later.
So Eugenie Bouchard, as I was saying earlier, seems almost born again since that win over Jo Konta on centre court actually late into the evening on Thursday. She's of course had an incredible record here before, as Adam was just filling us in, and it should be quite a match today on court number 2, Mark, between the lady that won at Eastbourne. Cibulkova is also the seeded of the pair. She's the 19th seed at this year's Wimbledon Championships, and having already lifted a trophy on grass before earlier on just this season a few weeks ago, will no doubt give her some confidence. But Eugenie Bouchard has got the advantage when you speak about Wimbledon. Of course, a former finalist, reunited with her coach, Nick. Are you impressed by what you've seen from Jeannie so far at this year's championships?
Absolutely, but I would have to say, first of all, the best thing I've heard is her getting back with Nick, her longtime coach. When she got to the final here years ago, Nick was with her, and I remember hearing that they'd gone their separate ways. And for me, I didn't quite get that. When you're with someone and the team is such a success, I never understand when people part their ways. But it's great to hear that they're back. I really think that's playing a part with her success and with her confidence. And, you know, yeah, it was great to see her match the other day. It was the Eugene we've seen her play in years ago, and she looked strong, she looked confident, and, you know, let's see what she can do from there, if she can take that to the next level.
Okay, we're going to take you out now to centre court. You can see the roof is on. It will be interesting to see if they begin the match with it on, which they might do. But let's just take you out to a really special moment, Mark. This just happened on centre court. It's part of Super Saturday, but Leon Smith leading the winning GB Davis Cup team out onto centre court. Obviously, Andy Murray not with them because he's preparing for his match on centre court today. But the rest of the team are there. James Ward, Kyle Edmund, Dan Evans and Jamie Murray, all of whom have been competing in this year's Wimbledon Championships. Jamie, of course, just a doubles specialist. All three gents were playing in the men's singles. We've seen them here at Wimbledon. Kyle lost out first round. Dan Evans did as well to Novak Djokovic, and James Ward to Novak Djokovic. Dan Evans, of course, lost out to Roger Federer last night. But a huge applause because this was historic, as you see some of those faces in the royal box that include the likes of David Beckham. It was an incredible moment for England to win last year against Belgium. It was the nation's first success in the tournament, Mark, for 79 years, and they went on to win the BBC Sports Personality Team of the Year award last year. Bex looks suitably impressed.
Absolutely. What an incredible, proud moment. It was inspiring the way they did it. I mean, playing some amazing tennis, beating some amazing countries, and I mean, it's a beautiful day to do it on right now. Like you said, that box, the royal box, is just packed with some amazing celebrities and athletes.
You can see some of the names in there. John McEnroe, one of them actually. He's there today, the three-time Wimbledon champion with his wife Patti Smythe. You also saw Billie Jean King in the box. She's a
legend.
Yes, six-time Wimbledon champion. There's some incredible faces in there. I'm sure these guys would all like to be playing on centre court. Dan Evans was last night, and James Ward was on Monday in the opening match of this year's championships against Novak Djokovic. But a really special moment for them to be honoured in that way, for us to really embrace and support our successful athletes, and particularly winning Davis Cup team here at Wimbledon. So it does look like that first match is going to begin with the roof on. And indeed, they're ready to start play. It's Simona Halep against Kiki Bertens, who made it all the way to the semi-finals at the French Open. So she's had a pretty good run at Grand Slam so far this year. Simona Halep had a surprising crash out in the first round here last year, Mark. She's actually a bit of a dark horse, perhaps, in this year's championships. Would you agree?
Yes, and at the same time, kind of weird to call her a dark horse because
she is the fifth seed.
She is the fifth seed. She was #2 in the world. She hasn't won a Grand Slam, but she is a great athlete and a great. She's got a beautiful game. I love her game. You know, she has an Australian in her corner. Darren Cahill, as we've known, was Andre Agassi's coach for many years, and he brings a lot to the table. And I really believe that he really has helped her. I spoke to Darren. Darren says she's just a really, really cool girl, great person to work with.
Well, Simona Halep has made it all the way to semi-finals here at Wimbledon before 2 years ago in 2014, which is why it was surprising that she lost out in the first round last year to, would you believe, Yana Chepelkova, which is the lady, Chepelova, excuse me, who knocked out Garbina Muguruza at this year's championships. She's actually currently in a clash of her own out on court number 12 against Lucy Safarova in the third round, but that match is currently suspended, as is all of the play on the outdoor courts, with the All England Club indicating that there will be no play on those courts before 1:30 p.m. The roof has been an absolute saviour at this year's Wimbledon, to be quite honest, and if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have had much play yesterday or indeed Wednesday, and it's meaning that we can get this first match of the day on Super Saturday underway on time. So let's sit back and enjoy as these ladies prepare and play their opening game of their third round encounter.
Do you have any questions? Simonetta. Heads? Tails. Good match.
Bertens wins the spin of the coin and I think chose to receive. Winner of this match will play either Alizé Cornet of France or the number 9 seed Madison Keys from the United States, who will hopefully get underway at some stage this afternoon on court number 1. Simona Halep, winner this year in Madrid and semi-finalist in Sydney, quarter-finalist at Indian Wells. Has been a Grand Slam finalist at Roland Garros in Paris in 2014. A modest Wimbledon record, though, because apart from reaching the semi-finals 2 years ago, had never won consecutive matches at Wimbledon until this year. But you can see she has reached the quarterfinals or better of all 4 majors. And pretty comfortable, her route through Annalena Schmiedlova and the former French Open champion Francesca Schiavone, both beaten in straight sets. This is a wonderful story. Kiki Bertens, she started the year ranked outside the top 100. Won the title in Nuremberg as a qualifier. Also won the doubles that week. Came into the French Open. Played Angelique Kerber, the new Australian Open champion, in the first round. Beat her. And went all the way to the semi-finals before losing in 2 tight sets. First time in the 3rd round here. She won't have happy memories, I'm afraid, of her last match on the centre court, because she played Petra Kvitova last year and won 1 game. She'll be hoping to do a lot better today, and of course she's a much better player. Roared up the rankings and now in the top 30. Straight sets win 2 over Yelena Ostapenko and Mona Bartel. Confirmation of our umpire. A Frenchman named after a country. Darren Cahill, very fine player himself, an Australian, very good commentator, but now devoting his time to coaching Simona Halep.
Two minutes.
Kiki Bertens, also coached by a former player, the gentleman in the New York cap. That's Raymond Sleuter. Head-to-head record between the two. Kiki Bertens won their only previous match in the semi-finals of Fez, that's in Morocco. That's on a clay court. They have actually met once on the Challenger Tour in Belgium on a hard court, and Halep won that back in 2010, 7-6, 6-2. Of course, a whole host of great sportsmen. You can see David Beckham away on the left is Sir Bobby Charlton and Sir Jeff Hurst. Sir Chris Hoy, the great cyclist, is there. Some great cricketers, Carl Froch, the former middleweight champion. John McEnroe next to Billie Jean King.
Miss Kiki Bertens to the right of the chair, won the toss and elected to receive.
Lovely athlete, Simona Halep, but her form over the last 18 months has been a bit in and out. On her day, she's superb, can beat anyone. And there are other days where you just don't get the same sort of form.
Time.
Always a very special day now, the middle Saturday of the championships, with a host of great sporting champions from around the world in the Royal Box, including, of course, arguably one of the most famous sportsmen in the world, David Beckham, Sir Bobby Charlton, Sir Geoff Hurst, memories of 1966.
First set is Simona Aleptusen.
Won the spin of the
Ready, play.
coin and chose to receive.
Low 15. Low 30.
What a difference a year makes for Kiki Bertens. Just that one game against Petra Kvitova last year. Now, chance to start with a break. Simona Halep, a semi-finalist here 2 years ago, lost to Eugenie Bouchard.
Nicely done. A lot of topspin on that approach. Didn't have much court to work with there. Firm volley.
So plays underway on centre court, and if you want to continue watching this opening match between Simona Halep and Kiki Bertens, Kiki taking that opening game, you can do so on BBC or ESPN. But we've got some breaking news for you that's come from the All England Club here regarding tickets to People's Sunday tomorrow. Players scheduled to start at 11:30 a.m. on all courts, including centre and number one courts. That does break with the tradition here of play not beginning on at least centre until 1 o'clock as per today. There will be 22,000 tickets for sale from 3 p.m. today online and only available via Ticketmaster on a first-come, first-served basis. As I said earlier, it'll be a maximum of 2 tickets per household. There will be no on-the-day sales, so do not travel expecting to queue up tomorrow, because the queue will not be in place on Middle Sunday. There are 10,000 unreserved tickets for sale for centre court, valued at £70 each, 8,000 for number one court at £40 each, and 4,000 tickets available as ground passes, allowing access to courts 2 to 19 on sale at £20 each. So if it's anything to go by past historic People's Sundays, it should be a fantastic atmosphere right here at the All England Club as we play on Middle Sunday for just the 4th time in Wimbledon history. But now it's time to say hello again to Catherine Whitaker and check out what's been going on online and if the seats and guests of the Royal Box are all full.
They are full and they're causing quite the stir, as always, as we have here on Super Saturday. Some fantastic names in the house, and obviously being picked up on social media, there is David Beckham. Who doesn't love a bit of David Beckham? You can see John McEnroe and Billie Jean King sitting just in front of him there, applauding him as he's announced to the centre court crowd. He looks pretty chuffed to be there. He's actually a very big tennis fan. His son Romeo is a very good player. He's a member of the Queen's Club. At Queen's at the tournament a couple of weeks ago, Romeo came down and had a hit with Andy Murray, and David Beckham was standing on the sidelines watching on like any proud dad would be. It was very sweet stuff.
Chris Hoy there as well, yeah.
Yeah, Chris Hoy sitting there. He's there with his wife, I believe. Jimmy Anderson, plenty more. I mean, here we have, well, yeah, John McEnroe and David Beckham caught on camera together there. John looking a little bit pensive, perhaps nervous about Milos Raonic's match later on today against Jack Sock. He's sat next to Billie Jean King. What conversations they will have. Oh, to be a fly on the wall. Here we have Denise Lewis. Boxers up there, top right, Nicola Adams and Carl Froch, and we've got Brian O'Driscoll there, bottom right. Who else have we got? Jimmy Anderson, quite a lot of cricketers in the house. I believe Stuart Broad is there as well. He's not been caught on camera, but he's certainly on the list down to be there today.
Anton Dubek at the back there. He's
Anton
guest of
Dubek
Judy Murray.
having a lovely time.
He looks very happy, doesn't he? Actually, I saw Judy the other night. I was talking to her about the boys, and someone asked her if she's keeping up with her dancing, and she said, "Do you know, I'm not really keeping up with my dancing, and I wasn't any good at it. But when she was doing Strictly Come Dancing, she said she was teaching Anton to play tennis at the same time, and she said Anton was awful, which made her really happy because it made her feel better about the dancing. And she did say she was really looking forward to bringing him to the Royal Box today.
A reciprocal agreement. I like it. So yeah, we've got Jimmy Anderson there. Who else have we got? Here we have, now the Armed Forces always get a mighty cheer when they're announced to the centre court box. They have lots of members of the Armed Forces present, and this lady got a particularly loud cheer. This is Joy Lofthouse, and she was a female Spitfire pilot during the Second World War. She's now 92 years old. She is in the Royal Box today, and I can tell you she got quite the ovation when she was announced to the crowd, and
That's
rightly
incredible.
so.
Well, it's a stellar day of all sorts of people on the list. It's incredible sporting achievements when you look down at the gold medals, the caps, the titles, the trophies, everything that has been won. Who's the most famous person that's watched you play tennis, Mark?
I mean, playing matches here in the Royal Box, it would have to be here. I wasn't quite sure, you know.
Are you aware of who's up? Like,
no. I mean, you're on the court there. You glance up there, but you're not exactly checking out the seats, trying to figure out who's who. But I would imagine it would be actually probably at the US Open as well. And there's a lot of celebrities at the US Open, a lot of actors. They love their tennis in New York, maybe even New York as well, US Open.
There have been incidences where players have noticed people. I always remember French Open, the year that Andre Agassi won it in 1999. Bill Clinton arrived halfway through that match. Agassi was leading, I think, by a set and a break. Bill Clinton arrived, and you could see Agassi clock him there in the crowd, and it went all to pieces after that. He did come through the match, but he went to pieces for a while there, Bill Clinton in the crowd. And I remember as well when Roger Federer was in the final, where he went on to break Pete Sampras's record and win the 7th title here. Pete Sampras was always scheduled to be in the crowd, but he arrived a little bit late. Just, I don't know whether it was deliberate, but just to make a bit of an entrance. So of course everybody noticed him walking in, and a ripple went around, and I'm quite sure Roger would have clocked that happening at the time. But again, he still went on to win.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I wonder what Andy Murray will make of it today. It's quite probably normal procedure for Andy Murray. By now, here at Wimbledon, we saw the winning Davis Cup team parade around centre court with the trophy led by captain Leon Smith, the first title for Great Britain in that event for something like 97 years. It was unbelievable achievement for them. Andy Murray wasn't with them because he was preparing for his match on centre court, second up today. Well, now we're going to say hello again to Rob Walker.
I've had some matches get to a finish, and what drama in the first round of the women's doubles. The number 6 seeds from the Czech Republic are safely through to the second round, but it took 9-7 in the third, over 2 hours and 40 minutes. Let's start off with you, Andrea. You must be relieved to come through such a huge clash.
I have to say that long time I haven't been so happy to win a first round match. It was really stressful to wait for it, wait for the finish, because we were suspended at 6-all in the third, and wait for the finish basically 2 days because of the rain. So we are really happy we got it today.
Psychologically, Lucy, what's it like when you have to wait so long to finish such a tough match?
Yeah, it was tough. Yesterday morning I wake up and I was so nervy. I was like, yeah, so let's go there, just play 2 games and go back to the locker room. And then was the rain. Then the guys go on a court, play the 5 set. Was like, okay, so now maybe we go. Oh no, rain again. So go back to the hotel and see you tomorrow morning. And I think we were so happy that we played the first at 11, and we finished the match not in 2 games but in 4, and we were so happy.
You are the number 6 seeds, and you've got great accolades between you here in the Olympic Games. You got the silver 4 years ago. You've won major titles together. Were you expecting the Chinese pair to be so tough to beat?
Well, we approach every tournament, obviously every Grand Slam, with attitude. We have to go step by step. You know, there's nothing granted. If you have had great results here, doesn't mean that you cannot lose first round. So we knew that how they play, but we complicated it a little bit, you know, before the suspension. So we are very happy we got this hard win, and I hope it will be a bit better in the next round.
Well, you've got Alice Cornet and Xenia Knoll in the second round, and then, of course, you're taking one match at a time.
We don't want to know.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
we don't want to know.
Right. Well, we'll change tack. We'll keep that one a secret as to who they might face in the third round. We'll move on.
Don't even tell us.
Okay. So it must give you so much confidence coming here to Wimbledon, where you almost climbed to the top of the mountain. You got on the Olympic podium 4 years ago, and that was a very, very special tennis tournament here, wasn't it? It was so exciting to be here and be part of that.
Yeah, the Olympic was something special, and I think what we have in our minds, so the great memories, when we step on the center court and pick up the silver medals, court number 1 when we play the semis, and then after the match point that we know that we have the medal. So yeah, it's a lot of memories, and every year is very nice to come back here and remember the memory.
And of course, Rio's not too far away, is it? So this is a great way for you to, you know, continue advancing and continue your preparation for mounting an attack on the Olympic title and having 2 medals in the collection.
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, we had to qualify, which was really, really hard this year, and we fought till the last day of the qualification, and we are really happy to go to Rio after the London Olympic Games. You know, we just wanted to be part of it so much, and it's happening. So we're going, okay, and then step by step again. You're going too much ahead.
Okay, I'm just trying to be optimistic, of course, because you know you've won a couple of slams. You know, what is the secret? This is what a lot of neutrals would like to know. Not the secrets that's going to give someone else a chance of beating you, but what's the key to a good partnership on court? Is it first and foremost that you've got to get on as people?
Yeah, because our game is set each other, and we play for already 5, maybe 5-6 years. When we didn't play each other, but you know, we know each other very well on the court. So I think this one is the big advantage for us.
I mean, did you grow up knowing of each other and playing against each other in junior tournaments back home?
Yeah, we know each other since I think 10 years old, around 10, 12, and we played against each other. Then we played sometimes with each other, like in the women's tour already. And you know, as Lucy said, it's very hard to find a partner who will complement your game, and I think we found that in each other, and that's how we get through good and bad days, you know.
Do you get to a stage, as you are, where you've enjoyed great success as a partnership, do you get to a point where you can read each other simply by body language rather than words?
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, I could feel this morning, for example, that Lucy is a little bit more relaxed than me. So I was like, okay, I think it's going to be fine. I have to, you know, get the stress away. But she looks fine. And then 2 days ago, I could feel that she's a bit more nervous than me. So I was like, you know, we do read each other on the court. Obviously, we just know very well what's going to happen.
Well, I won't give away who you might face in the third round. You've obviously got your routine. Thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck in the second round.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
To get a real taste of Wimbledon, and today it's all about strawberries and cream. You're ticking the 2 things to do at Wimbledon. Tennis, tick. Strawberries and cream. Okay, you're about to be ticked. Would you mind tasting them for us, please? And just telling them how they are.
Really good, yeah.
Brilliant.
Very good.
Best strawberries ever.
Summer is Wimbledon, summer's tennis, summer strawberries, and champagne as well, of course.
The strawberries go really good with the cream.
I'm getting the thick, nice, succulent cream. Sensationally sweet, melts in the mouth.
The fans here at Wimbledon have spoken. They say the strawberries and cream are the best. So I'm going to taste them for myself.
Every morning we arrive at 8. We go pick up the fruit from the delivery bay. It is then delivered up to the tent on the top of the hill. Once that's done, it's taken down to the Pimm's tent here, where it's refrigerated. From there, we put ice up 3/4 of the way, and then fill it with Pimm's. Pimm's is a gin-based cocktail, so it's lemonade and gin mixed together. It's about 5% by volume, and to give you a scale of how much we get through across the 2 weeks, we pour about 300,000 cups across the site. It's a Wimbledon tradition that you come here, buy a couple of Pimm's, sit on Hemmen Hill, and watch the tennis all day whilst the sun's out. So if anyone wants Pimm's, come find us on the right-hand side of Hemmen Hill, and we'll be happy to serve you. Anyone for Pimm's?
So this is our first time at Wimbledon.
Oh, I'm so lucky to be back.
I love it.
It's the best place ever.
Every single day.
I told you to wear a white shirt.
I wanted to match.
You're matching the sofa.
We've seen some lovely pictures of you two beforehand. And you didn't have your jacket on. I touched you.
Well, it's a pleasure, ladies, to be here with you. See, this is Kyrgios and Dustin Brown. They are flamboyant.
Yeah.
Giving it all the shimmies with his hair and everything, flinging it around.
I'm a massive fan of the dreadlocks.
Why is he... Would you like some?
Yeah, I think I could maybe pull it
You
off.
look really good in dreadlocks.
Yeah. Go, 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 yes!
Oh!
Right, here we go. Match point.
Williams sisters doubles.
Yes.
It's
completely mixed up. Should I go? Should I not? Should I go? Should I not?
That's what it would be like if we were playing. What's that called? What's that kind of wave called? Is it a Russian wave?
It's a Mexican wave.
Well done.
Okay, so Venus versus Kasakina. Apparently she's only 19.
Look at her, she's written down some notes.
What, how to play tennis?
I think it's tactics. Look at her leg shape.
She's
nervous.
Of course she is.
Oh.
Was it out?
No, it was in.
That was he not out?
I think it was out.
Whatever Hawkeye says, that was it.
That was out!
Told you it was out! You're wrong! I should be an umpire. This is Daisy and Ashley, the ex-Pussycat doll. They're pretty hot stuff, aren't they?
Oh! Ashley Roberts, she smashed her.
What is a Pussycat doll?
Come on, I'm going to take you on now on the table tennis.
Come
Let's
on,
go.
I'm going to smash you up.
Right, Jordan, are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
list is something that begins during the championships. A list of all the things we can do better. It goes right to the heart of not accepting second best. We don't really mind where we get the feedback from. If it's something that can't be dealt with immediately, then it goes on the list. Every single line has to have a comment by next year's championships. The moment you are satisfied and think that you can't improve on it, that's the moment you've got a problem. We just want it to be better every day and every year.
Welcome back to Live at Wimbledon. Day 6 of the championships. The news, of course, we're going to have a day 7 middle Sunday tomorrow. But at the moment, the sun is back out. The courts are being uncovered. As you can see there, no nets up on those courts down towards the south end of the grounds. But the good news is the covers are coming off. That's court number 11. The court coverers working very hard to pull those covers off. And it's beautiful sunshine that's bathing court number 1, as you can see there. They're slightly ahead of proceedings. The net is already up there. You can see Jerry Armstrong, the Grand Slam supervisor, just checking the courts beneath him. That's the scene on Henman Hill. No sign of any umbrellas or rain jackets or coats or anything like that. And much, much brighter sky overhead. Some grey clouds still around, and they will continue as we're looking at the forecast throughout the afternoon. Unfortunately, there will be the threat of rain showers, but for the moment it looks like we're going to get some play very, very soon. That's court number 18 just behind us. Top right of your screen, you can see our studio. It's Anne Keothavong and I back with you. Cara Mark enjoying a well-earned break. We're hearing the cheers around behind. I think court 18, the Mexican waves, they've been keeping themselves occupied in a slightly longer, really, weather delay than we were expecting. We were expecting plenty of play in the early part of this afternoon, and I think we've said this for the last 3 or 4 days in a row, frustration for the fans.
There is frustration, but there's joy by what I can, judging by the sounds I can hear behind us. Yeah, like you said, the sun is out now. The groundsmen are getting the court ready, and we should be getting some play soon.
Now, you have some experience of People Sunday, Middle Sunday, whatever you want to call it, playing. When you were a player, you played on Middle Sunday. What was that like? What was it received like in the dressing room? What do you think the players are saying to themselves at the moment?
Well, it was a surprise because you don't expect to play on the Sunday. You expect to just have a practice. But I do remember we had so much rain that week. I played a mixed doubles match on Sunday. I believe we were first match on, and I can't say there were too many people in the grounds at that stage just yet. And yeah, I do remember the match didn't go our way. So not the best memories from playing on the Middle Sunday, but certainly different type of atmosphere.
And I suppose, what have you made of the first week so far? I mean, we've been saying for the last few days the way the courts are bouncing lower, perhaps suiting certainly some different players. Some players have surprised us. Bouchard springs to mind. Never really knows what to expect with her, but Craig, I know, was analysing her game over the last couple of days and saying how these conditions, the changeable conditions, are suiting different players.
Yeah, it's unpredictable, hence the reason why we've seen some surprise results. There is not one player is guaranteed to walk their way through this draw. The depth, particularly in the women's game, is so much stronger than ever. And, you know, there are so many different factors. It's not all just about hitting big serves, big forehands and backhands. It's what goes on up here, how you manage the situation, how you recover. There are a lot of things that affect the outcome of a match.
Let's just talk about some of the matches that are on court. We know that centre court, they've got the roof there, so they've been continuing. Simona Halep leading against Kiki Bertens. Simona Halep, do you think she can win a Wimbledon title? Do you think she's got it in her to win here?
I think she can go deep. She's been a semi-finalist here. I mean, she's a player who's capable of playing well on all surfaces because she moves so beautifully. She always looks balanced. You know, for me, she's one of my favourite female players to watch because of the way she's able to glide, seemingly glide around the court. And you know, she's not a tall, powerful player, but she makes up for it in so many other ways by using her speed and her timing to really put her opponent in uncomfortable situations.
An absolutely fabulous match, I'm sure you'd agree, out in court number 1 last night and continuing, of course, today. Sam Querrey surprising everybody. We all knew that he was a talented player. He's got that power, aggressive game, but a lot of people weren't thinking that he could trouble Novak Djokovic, given the form that Djokovic has been recently. This is the scene inside court number 1, so the players will be back out there very, very quickly. Djokovic having a much better time of it so far today. He leads with 2 breaks in the third set. Needed that comeback, and he's done so. 4-love up in the third set. But what did you make of Querrey's performance yesterday? Amazing.
Amazing. The first set was incredible. Some of the best tennis I've ever seen Sam Querrey play. His serve was booming. You know, he managed to hold it together. The second set, though, I mean, once Djokovic was broken at the start there, he just seemed to fall apart. It was quite disappointing and shocking to see Novak Djokovic seemingly look a little disinterested. But no surprise today that after a night's rest, Djokovic has got his game face back on, and he's got off to a cracking start in the third set.
What was it about Querrey's game that you think was hurting Djokovic? Because we know he's got the power, we've seen his big serves in the past, but it really was from, it looked to me like from the ground, he was able to go toe-to-toe with Djokovic, which we've seen so many players struggle to do. They just can't keep up with his consistency.
Well, he took his chances whenever he could, and that's what you've got to do against Djokovic. You can't hang back. You can't allow him to dictate play, and you certainly can't out-rally him from the back of the court. Definitely not on a grass court. That's not Querrey's game. But he took his chances. It paid off. He's still 2 sets to love up, although the third set's not looking great for him. And you know, he's got to trust himself and really believe if he thinks he can beat Djokovic today.
Yeah, should be intriguing continuation of that match. We will keep you up to date with it. Djokovic leading 4-love in the third set when they resume. Now, Rachel String has been busy despite the rain that we've had around the grounds earlier on today. She's been catching up with one of the many wonderful charitable foundations we've got here at Wimbledon.
So I'm joined by Age UK Wandsworth, and they are today's charity supported by the Wimbledon Foundation. Rachel, Heidi, thanks for joining me. Rachel, firstly, can you just tell us a little bit about Age UK Wandsworth?
Age UK Wandsworth is a local charity. We provide a range of services for people over the age of 60 living in the borough. We aim to improve the well-being of people, to reduce feelings of isolation and enable people to keep living independently in their own homes. So we provide a range of different services, from information and advice to practical support services.
And there's one product in particular that obviously the Wimbledon Foundation are supporting. Heidi, can you tell me a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, the project that the Wimbledon Foundation fund is the Out and About service. The Out and About service has volunteers that take isolated and housebound elderly people over the age of 60 out, and it's amazing what the service does, because these people can't get out on their own. So without the service, they simply are just alone in the home. So it really helps them to get out. They can use like shops, they can just take walks in the park, all these things that they couldn't do without this service. So it's fantastic that the Wimbledon Foundation has meant that we can help so many more people in this service.
And on an individual level, have you got maybe a success story from one of the people that it helps that you can just tell us about?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lady called Martha, and she for a whole year has stayed in her home. For a whole year she didn't go out of her house. And although she has carers that come in every day, it doesn't mean that they take her out. So when we got the funding from the foundation, we were able to take on more volunteers, and one in particular who lives quite close to her now regularly takes her out. She's in a wheelchair, so she just gets pushed around the local community. Because she's out, she sees other people, she sees older people that for a whole year she didn't get to see. So that really is amazing that that's been able to do that.
And Rachel, how did the relationship with the Wimbledon Foundation come about with Age UK Wandsworth?
So the Wimbledon Foundation had a grant application programme, so we applied and were delighted to be shortlisted and to receive the money. So we specifically applied for this particular project. So yeah, we're just absolutely delighted to receive this funding.
And how has it been working with them? What have been the benefits?
The Wimbledon Foundation are a really supportive funder. And because they fund local charities, they're really involved and supportive of what we do as a charity. So their aims are the same as our aims. We both want to improve the well-being of local older people. So it's been great working with them, and absolutely fabulous to have the opportunity to be here today. So we've brought some of our service users and volunteers with us today. So this is an opportunity opportunity that we just wouldn't have had. So we're absolutely excited, yeah.
Well, out and about, I guess, at its best. If you're bringing two of the people benefiting from that down here today, I mean, they're going to have an absolutely special day out. And we're currently on centre court watching Hawkeye be prepared. If they get to witness anything like you are at the moment, I'm sure they'll have a fabulous day. Thank you very much, ladies, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lovely interview there from Rachel. That's the scene above SW19. Sun shining, sunglasses on. That's inside court number 2. They're looking forward to watching some tennis very soon. The spectators back taking their seats. They've had a little bit of a break. And they're looking forward to watching some good matches down there. On court number 2, Angelique Kerber, the 4th seed from Germany, up against another Germany, Karina Wittoft, in the second set. That one, Kerber having taken the first set 7-6. She leads 2-love with a break in the second set. But now it's time for some more analysis. And Craig O'Shannessy has rejoined us in the studio. He's wearing a very similar shirt that I've got on today. Good work, Craig. You got the memo. What's your analysis?
Adam, you're very well dressed. Congratulations over there.
So are you.
Serena Williams barely squeaked through the second round yesterday against Christina McHale. She dropped the first set. She was down 2-love in the deciding third set. She was within 5 points of defeat. At 4-0 in the third, McHale served. It was a long game. Christina had an ad there, didn't get it done. Serena held to love, serving 3 aces all out wide to finish the match. So we're going to go through some of the points, understand what she's doing so well for her third round match, which we will see very, very soon. We've got McHale serving to start here. Serena just pounces on those wide balls, coming forward. Really good job at the net. She came forward 34 times, 124. That's 71%. The tournament average 63%. And I like this. Most players in the middle of the court are going to be looking for a forehand, and quite often Serena does. But here with a backhand, she's as good as anyone on the men's tour and the women's tour in thumping a big backhand from the middle of the court. Look at her court position. It's kind of neutral, just a step away from the baseline. Let's look at Christina back here. She's 2 steps from behind the baseline. So right now, at every level of the game, at all the clubs around the world this weekend, the player that's closer to the baseline will probably win the point. Pretty big backhand. And look at Serena move up and tags that backhand cross-court for a winner. Prowling inside the baseline, a second serve return, good deep middle. Really nice cross-court, just a nice little roll cross-court, high percentage play, cross-court again. Cross-court is the preferable play in tennis. You go down the line when things are a little bit easier, like that backhand winner. She had 10 backhand winners for the match, 18 forehand winners. Once again, so insanely powerful from the middle of the court with her backhand. Serena doesn't want to play points. Ultimately, she's trying to hit an ace, she's trying to hit a return winner. And again, there's 2 off the forehand wing. And quite often you want to serve to Serena's forehand wing because the backhand return is so good, but there she is again, middle of the court, going deep, pushing Christina back. This is not a good drop shot. It almost lands on the service line, but it's 4-all in the third set. It's 15-all. This is one of the points that helps her get the vital break in the deciding third set. Nice volley out in front. The racket wobbles a little bit, and that's what happens quite often. You get it around the edge of the racket, but she stayed up. And, some players are progressing through the tournament fairly easily early on. Andy Murray's doing that. Not so Serena. She's had the early scare, and, that may serve her well for the later rounds when things get a little bit tougher.
When you're up against Serena Williams, I mean, it's quite an intimidating situation, but once you're out there on the court, what is the best way to neutralise her?
It's so incredibly difficult. I think I talked about this earlier in the week. I've coached against Novak Djokovic on centre court at the Australian Open. I've coached against Rafael Nadal in Toronto. I've coached against Serena here on centre court at Wimbledon. She was the toughest matchup for all of the players that I've worked with because she does everything so well and she wants to annihilate the point and destruct the point before it even begins. So if I'm coaching against her and the player I'm working with, she stands in on the return so well. So you want to jam her. You want to jam into the forehand, particularly. The forehand wing can break down a little bit more than the backhand wing off the return of serve. I remember when Venus beat her in Canada a few years ago. Venus went almost exclusively to the forehand return. And it's maybe not the first time you go there or even the second, but over time, you know, 4 or 5 or 10 of those, it can spray a little bit more than the backhand wing. And then you want to extend the rally. I think Vinci did it so well at the US Open. When you hit a bunch of slices, you take the power out of the point, you extend the point, you get her moving, and you get her frustrated. And we know the body language can go south at times, and she can, you know, labor with her breathing, and looks like things are going tough. But she's one of the toughest matchups, if not the toughest matchup in our sport at the moment.
Christina Mikhail, though, particularly in that first set, which she won, and for parts of the second and third set, she was able to get it right, stop Serena playing her best tennis. What could some of the other players who perhaps playing Serena in latter rounds, in the next round it'll be Annika Beck, and then perhaps further into the tournament, take from what Mikhail did right?
Yeah, I think what happens there is you use video, you use Dartfish or any of the other software programs, and you tape the match and you extract out all of the good points that Christina played. You extract out all of the points that Serena lost, and you put them in a playlist. Here's all the baseline points Christina won. Here's all the serve points, and you analyze it again and again and again, and you'll see patterns of play that are repeatable so that you can do it next time. And certainly if I'm coaching another player, I would be doing that with that match, expecting to play Serena in the future. So video is a great way to figure out an opponent.
OK, thanks, Craig. The sun is out, as you can see behind us. We're expecting some live action, some tennis on the courts very, very soon, other than centre court. But Rachel String has been busy. We can catch up with her again.
It's the weekend. It's super busy down here at the end of the queue. And if you just look behind me, that green flag there, that signifies the end of today's queue. It's still actually building. At the moment, we're on about 10,500 people trying to get in today. And the guy down there, he said to me that about 9-ish thousand, they're guaranteed to get in. Anyone over that may have to wait till after 5 p.m. today. That's quite a long while to wait in this queue. But people are having fun. If we come over here, these guys, they look like they're having fun. They've got some word game going on in their head. Anything to keep yourself occupied for a few hours in this queue. Let's go over here. I'll get in and see how these guys are. Hello, looks like you're having fun here.
Yeah, I'm getting absolutely ruined at this game called, what's it called again?
Heads Up?
Heads Up, that's
Heads
the
Up,
one.
I've seen it before.
Yeah.
So, what number are you guys? We've heard that 9,000 guaranteed to get in. What number are you? Hoping you're under that.
Yes, 8,495.
Okay, you're in, guys. I'm not sure what time, but you're in at some time.
Happy.
Obviously, it's quite a long queue. You know, you're playing Heads Up. What else have you got to keep yourself occupied?
Well, we've got the fantastic queuing guide, but we've also got a deck of cards, which we've been playing quite a few games with, one of which I probably can't say on camera, and I won't say it on camera.
Did you expect the queue to be this long?
No, so normally I come, but I get here a bit earlier, so I think I'd be in by now, but...
You had a lay-in.
Yeah, I had a bit of a lie-in. I mean, it's fine, I had a good night last night, so it's okay.
When you get in, who are you really looking forward to seeing?
I am actually quite looking forward to seeing Juan Martín del Potro.
Lovely, I love the accent as well.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
And I know the love of my life, Heather Watson's playing doubles today. So I will also definitely be on, I think she's on court 13, so I'll be there to see her.
Okay, court 13 is where it's at for this gentleman. Thank you very much. Enjoy your card games, guys. And then moving over here, in the queue, you also make friends, because these guys didn't actually come together, but they've already learned a little bit about each other from America as well.
Yeah, I'm from Portland, Oregon.
And have you come over just for the championships? Do you live here?
No, I've lived here since September to study abroad for my university, so...
Your first Wimbledon, though?
Yeah, it's my first Wimbledon.
And you obviously about 8,000 as well, so you're going to go in. How excited are you to get through those famous gates and actually watch some tennis?
Oh, I'm super excited. Like, my dad's been like talking about this for years, and he's like, I can't wait to see you go to Wimbledon when he found out that I would be studying abroad here, so yeah.
It's amazing in there. You're going to get in today, and then coming around here as well, we have a Canadian, and you've got some Canadians in action when you get in. So you've got Bouchard and you've got Raonic. How excited are you to go and support your actual countrywomen and men?
Well, I mean, it is pretty exciting considering Canada Day was just yesterday. So it's, you know, we're rooting for her for sure, and she's about my age, so it is pretty cool. For sure.
And are you bored yet of queuing, or are you feeling good about this?
Feeling good about it. I mean, I think, yeah, feeling good about it for sure.
Okay, well, everyone's pretty happy down the queue, even though they're about 8,000. I just don't really want to go and speak to those guys who might not get in till after 5 p.m. But everyone else here, guys, enjoyed it at Wimbledon.
Well, they're a hardy bunch in the queue. It always surprises me every year just how long it is, stretching out into the distance, but they're rewarded. They do get inside the grounds here to enjoy some brilliant tennis, and hopefully the weather stays fine so they can enjoy some matches on the outside courts if they do get a ground pass. But those with a centre court ticket are watching the lady you saw just there, Simona Halep. She's taken the first set against Kiki Bertens of the Netherlands. 6-4, the number 5 seed Halep. And let's break down her statistics, Anne.
Good first serve percentage in for Halep. It's not usually that high behind her first serve, and she's doing a good job converting points behind it because second serve isn't going great. And very few unforced errors. Actually, Bertens hasn't hit an awful lot, 10. Halep just coming up with 2 more winners than her opponent, but capitalising on her break point opportunities. So just small margins, not much in it.
Halep, of course, works with Darren Cahill. What have you noticed he's done to improve her game?
I think he's helped her a lot mentally more than anything. I mean, she's always been a great match player. But whenever I've seen him come on for on-court coaching at the WTA events, which are allowed to not here at the Slam, so he seems to be a very calming influence on her.
And as we've said, I suppose for the last few days, for the players being on centre court on days like this where there are rain in the forecast, it's a real help. It's the lucky ticket. You know you're going to get your match done.
Yes, and the roof's closed on centre court. It'll stay closed despite no rain outside. And a fantastic atmosphere for both women, really, to compete out there on centre court.
OK, we had Kiki in the studio, actually, yesterday. She was saying how she was looking forward to this match. Let's join commentary in this first game of the second set.
Won 8 of the last 9 points.
Went a little bigger on the second serve there, 90 miles per hour.
First game, second set.
Simona Halep continues her good form. Having taken that first set 6-4, she leads 1-love at the start of the second set. And unfortunately, that's the scene. It appears that the sun is still out, but the covers are going back on. Those are the courts down towards the south end of the grounds. That's 18 just behind our studio here. The court coverers putting the covers back on, so I'm sure the forecast must be that there must be some rain in the area, and that is due to come down. It actually has just started raining, so classic summer weather here in Wimbledon. The rain falling. It's getting slightly heavier now, so this course will be covered, and unfortunately we're going to have to wait for a play on the outside course. But we've got plenty to get through here live at Wimbledon, plenty to keep you entertained, including Marin Cilic, who's joined us in the studio. Now, you were, I suppose, one of the lucky ones. You got 2 sets done yesterday, and you managed to get out before the rain, finish your match, straight sets against Lucas Lacko, through to the next round. You must be a happy man.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it was a long day yesterday. Obviously, I was scheduled to be third, and then they, smooth around the schedule so that we start actually to play. And luckily, we finished 2 sets, and today was pretty quick to finish the third set. And luckily, I won it in 3.
Absolutely. We can have a look at some of the points from your match today. Just talk about this matchup. People who don't know too much about Lacko, he's a powerful player. He can hurt the top players, can't he?
Yeah, absolutely. It was, he was playing the second round against Ivo Karlovic, and there was a little bit of a surprise that he goes through, and as we were expecting the Croatian derby in the third round. But I guess for me it was better to play Lacko as he is solid hitter from the back, and he's got really good forehand, and he likes the ball staying low on his backhand as well. And I think was very solid match. I had a lot of breakpoint opportunities, but he seemed that he was pretty calm in those situations. He managed to put I think 80-85% of first serves on all of those breakpoints. So that was a little bit more tricky, but I played really well. I played smart and aggressive, and I had to. And today third set was great tennis for me.
What area of your game are you most happy about right now?
I would say that I'm playing pretty good close to the baseline and trying to obviously be aggressive as much as I can. In the last year I wasn't feeling as good as this year on the court, and my serve when it's working, it's definitely a huge weapon. But I'm feeling from both of the shots, forehand and backhand, that I'm playing pretty good.
And you have a super coach as part of your team, Goran Ivanisevic, a former champion here. How good is it working with him, and what has he been able to help you with?
Well, it's been great. We had a long relationship already over 2.5 years, and Goran has brought me a lot of things for my game, and especially for grass court tennis. He's one of the best specialists to have, and to have him around here is definitely a very special feeling. And we were working really good in the week before Wimbledon, and we had a lot of practices with the top guys, so that was helpful. And I'm transforming that good tennis to the court, and just enjoying my time.
I was about to say that if you look through your record here at Wimbledon as your career's gone on, you can't help but notice in the last 2 years when you've had Goran in your team, your results have been your best, 2 quarter-finals. I'm sure you've had loads of coaches throughout your career. Is it nice when you bring a coach on board and it works?
Well, I had only one coach before that, which was Bob Brett, and actually, just when I started to work with Goran, we didn't change too many things. We just changed a couple things. He brought some refreshment to my game. Obviously, he was not teaching me how to hit any shots. We worked a lot on my serve. Definitely, that was the biggest change that we made. And just mind-wise and playing-wise, it became different. I had to adapt to some things, and obviously to learn a little bit as I was playing, and that helps me definitely in big matches.
Does he still get out and strike some balls with you?
Yeah, absolutely. We are
can
hitting.
Keep up?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've seen him in the practice course. He can still hit it.
Yeah, he's in great shape. He's going to play the Legends again here, and he's keeping himself really in a good form. And he's hitting with me almost every day, and that's a great thing as well.
He's also, he captured the crowd's imagination and hearts really when he played here, when he won here, even before he won the title here. A fun-loving character. Sometimes do coaches have an impact on you that's not just your tennis, the way you are as well, the way you carry yourself? Do you find that? What's he like to be around?
Great, obviously great. Goran is very nice guy and really easygoing. It's everything is easy when we are together, and we have really nice team. We've been around already for a few years together, and we know each other a lot. We are most of us Croatians in the team, so it's easier also to communicate and to understand the jokes and all these things. But and it's just pleasure to be around, and that when things are going really well, it's obviously great. But when they are not, my team is giving me always good support that we go through those tougher times.
Now, you've recently just founded your foundation, the Marin Cilic Foundation.
Yep.
What can you tell us about that?
Yes, that just started a couple of days before the championship started, and that was one of my big desires and wishes to launch the foundation and to be able to to give back a little bit to some kids that are underprivileged or that need some more help to pursue their dreams and try to have an opportunity in their life to do something big. I still remember when I was a kid. And also when I was going through, these tough challenges with tennis, and I wasn't also the one that parents had a lot of money to support. I also had to go through a little bit tougher stages, and I still remember that, and I treasure it, and I'm not gonna forget that, and so I just want to do some good as much as I can, and I think through tennis, and we have beautiful opportunities, also organize some different events, as we are we are having a lot of friends on the tour that can help and can be around. So that's a great thing.
It really is a brilliant cause. Good luck with that, and thank you for coming in. Good luck in your next round. You play the winner of Andrei Kuznetsov or Kei Nishikori, who are on court right now. So good luck in that one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. Just to update you, a couple of scores, of course, on centre court, play continuing. Simona Halep, one-way traffic really for her, 6-4. She leads 3-love with a break in the second set. And it's been on, off, on, off, on, off for the covers all day, and most of them are off, apart from that one court. The fans keeping smiles on their faces. Those Pimm's glasses keeping them happy as well. The court coverers, they've been earning their money today, haven't they, Anne? I mean, they've been on and off, on and off.
Yeah, it's
no
like
rest
a
for them.
training session for all the court coverers.
I wonder if they compete, who can do the quickest uncovering or covering of a court. I'm sure they do.
Yeah, well, yesterday I saw a few fall over, actually, and slip, get a caught underneath the covers. But, yeah, they do a fantastic job throughout the fortnight.
Well, the crowd on court number 1 have had to watch the covers go off and on, off and on. They're off at the moment, and the players are waiting in the bowels of the famous arena down there. Sam Querrey and Novak Djokovic. Much better for Djokovic today. Bit of a nightmare for him late yesterday, having lost the first set 7-6. He was then trounced in the second set by the American 6-1. Really facing defeat, but then he was able to strike back in the early stages today. Hasn't dropped a game yet in the proceedings. He leads 4-love, and they've played 1 point of that 5th game. I think they're just waiting for the match referee to signal for them to come out on court, and they will do so. And delight, I suppose, just for the fans to see some tennis.
Yes. Yeah, not easy for all the fans who have been looking up. I mean, when we just had that light shower, it was a blue sky.
I know.
That's a British summer for you. But the world number 1 is back, and he seems to be on the right track, at least in this 3rd set.
A lot of people were saying yesterday, I was speaking to Craig yesterday as well, that the rain came at a good time, really, for Djokovic last night. He was really struggling. Querrey was in good form on a good run, and the rain came and pulled the players off court, and that was good to interrupt his momentum. But I suppose the reverse has happened this morning to Djokovic. He'll have wanted to stay out there. He started brilliantly. He was sticking to the game plan, taking a 4-love lead in that 3rd set, but then he had to come off of the rain. So both players at different parts of this match having to deal with that issue.
Yeah, and, you know, they're not the only ones today who have had to deal with all these rain delays. It's part and parcel of competing here at Wimbledon. You've got to adapt, and you're both in the same boat. And that's my brother, who's the umpire. I didn't realise he was doing this. Yeah, I mean, for Sam Querrey, it would have been an opportunity during that delay to have a chat to his team and hopefully get back on the right track for his sake. I mean, he's just a set away from causing what could possibly be the biggest upset.
Certainly would be. We know that Novak Djokovic has come back from 2 sets down 4 times in his career to win. I suppose most memorably here at Wimbledon last year on that very same court. Kevin Anderson, another big hitting, this time South African, who produced a brilliant first 2 sets. Slightly different, the flow of that match, because there weren't any rain delays in that one, I don't think. So they were able to play the full 5 sets in one go. But Querrey is hoping to do something that other people haven't been able to do. Go 2 sets up and then win.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's just got to remember how he played in that first set and really draw on that. And, you know, he's a huge guy, Sam Querrey, with a big serve, and his style of play is very similar to Kevin Anderson. You know, he took his chances yesterday and they paid off, and he's got to go out and try and do the same today, but he's got to expect Novak to come back stronger at him. I'm sure Becker and Marian Vida would have had a good talking to with Djokovic last night before he went to sleep, and you know, he seems to have come out here, before the rain delay, anyway, first rain delay, refreshed and regrouped.
Well, he's played 32 5-set matches in his career, won 27 and only lost 5. So clearly we know how good Djokovic can be on his day, and a lot of the time he does win in straight sets here at the Grand Slams. When he does have to go to 5 sets, we see how much his endurance, the strength of his body is able to be better than others? Because that's the thing with the other players, is once they get to that 5 sets and they're tired, it's when Djokovic really shows himself.
Yeah, and I think that's been one of the biggest differences in Djokovic over the last couple of years, where he's made huge improvements. I mean, he has just gone out of his way to really look into every little detail that can help him, and his fitness has improved drastically. His movement around the court's always been superb, but I think it's even better. I mean, now his flexibility as well. We see the way he's pulled out wide and how he's able to recover. I mean, that takes incredible flexibility and leg strength, and you know, he's #1 in the world for a reason.
I suppose Querrey, he's been around the block quite some time now. We know what he can do. He's produced some great results in his career. He's got some good performances against some of the top players. But I suppose since Andy Roddick retired, having won a Grand Slam, it's been Querrey, John Isner as well, that group that filled the gap when Roddick decided to retire. Has he got enough in his game? Have you seen enough in his game that he may have a Grand Slam final potentially in him if he pushes forward, or is it just a case of he's not good enough really to consistently hurt the top 4 or 5?
I mean, Grand Slam final is a big ask. You know, he's got to think quarters and semis first before he looks that far ahead, because, you know, he's yet to achieve that in his career. And looking at his ranking, 41 in the world, he should be ranked higher. I know he's had a number of injuries to deal with over the years, but a lot has been expected of him. He hasn't really delivered. John Isner, the American #1, really doing the better of the two, surprisingly so. I still think he can improve on his ranking, and, you know, take each match as it comes.
We see Djokovic's unbelievable record there. Just to give you Sam Querrey's 5-set record as by way of comparison, we mentioned Djokovic's just a moment ago. Querrey's played 14 5-set matches over the course of his career. He's only won 4 of them and lost 10. So Djokovic, he may not have looked at that stat, but I'm sure his team will know that if he can push Querrey to 5 sets, he's got a good chance of winning
well,
this.
He'd definitely have the edge when it comes to fitness over Querrey. But I guess, I know if it does go to a 5th set, I mean, they have had a night's rest in between. So hopefully he's still got a fair bit left in the tank.
And just looking at their section of the draw, right at the top, because Djokovic is the top seed, whoever comes through this one will play the winner of 2 unseeded players who are through to the 3rd round, Pierre-Hugues Herbert and Nicolas Mahut, the 2 French doubles partners. So that part of the draw, the top section with the seeds losing, David Ferrer, the number 13 seed, crashing out, Kohlschreiber losing in the 1st round, really through until the 4th round, the quarterfinals, that mouth-watering encounter perhaps with Milos Raonic has really opened up that part of the draw.
Yeah, it has, but Nicolas Mahut and Herbert, I mean, I expect that one to be a tough battle between the doubles partners, and both men can play on grass. They've got a great game that can trouble a lot of players and the top guys on a grass court. Yeah, I'm sure Djokovic has had a look at the draw, but right now he is in still a fair bit of trouble, and he's got to get through this one really to have any hope of playing Raonic in the quarters potentially.
Yeah, he will resume at 4-love, as we said, in the 3rd set. Just to give you a sense of what's going on around the rest of the grounds here at the All England Club, the nets are going up behind us. We can see court number 18 and 19 just behind our studio, and the umpires are just measuring the net, so we are readying ourselves for play very, very soon. The crowds are starting to fill back into their seats. There's Anne's brother, James, who is looking after proceedings on court number 1, one of the top umpires in the world, and a brilliant job he does too. Just to remind you about proceedings for tomorrow, there will be play on Middle Sunday. There will be 22,000 tickets on sale from 3 o'clock local time here today. So that's in just under an hour's time, about 40 minutes time. They will be available online only via Ticketmaster on a first-come, first-served basis. From past experience, the club anticipates that these tickets will sell out very quickly. So if you do want a ticket, then you need to get online very quickly to Ticketmaster. There's a maximum of 2 tickets per household. There won't be any on-day ticket sales. We've been seeing Rachel speaking to people in the queue, but there won't be a queue tomorrow, so don't travel if you don't have a ticket. You won't be able to purchase tickets when you do come to the club if you don't already have one. Just to give you a sense of the numbers that are going to be available, 10,000 unreserved tickets on sale at £70 each on centre court. As for number 1 court, 8,000 tickets on there unreserved at £40 each, and 4,000 grounds passes, which of course allow you access to courts number 2 to 19 on sale at £20 each. So that's the situation for Middle Sunday, People's Sunday tomorrow. And we mentioned Rachel Stringer there, and we can catch up with her now.
Earlier on in the week, we found a fan who said he'd been to Wimbledon 18 times over the last 22 years. Then we got someone emailing and said that was nothing. Today would be their 108th time at the Championship, so we thought we had to come and track them down. And they are over here in the resale queue. It's Paul and his daughter Lucia. I mean, Paul, 108 times to Wimbledon. Have you not seen enough tennis already?
No, never see too much tennis. Never. No, it's great.
And what is it about Wimbledon that brings you back 108 times every single year for 31 years now?
Yeah, 31 years. It's a bug, really. It is a bug, and every year it seems to become a bit easier. To be honest, I think it's a bit like doing a long journey. The more times you do it, the shorter it seems after a while. So, yeah, it is queuing for hours and hours, but it just doesn't seem like that after a while.
You said it becomes easier. Easier in terms of what?
You just become used to it, really.
The queuing?
Yeah, you do. I mean, to start off, you know, you're out there in the field and you're reading the paper and you think, oh, Christ, another 4 hours to go. And then now, you don't get time to read the paper. You just end up talking to people and things, and the time just flies by.
We've been up since 3 a.m. this morning. Lucia, isn't that a really early time to come and see some tennis?
Yeah, I think so, but it's like the queuing up at the beginning. It takes a long time, and you have to get here early just to be here and queue up to see all the tennis.
Did you want to come today, or did your dad here? Did he drag you out of bed this morning and say, you've got to come with me?
I really wanted to come today because last year I didn't get to go because my mum wouldn't let me.
Poor mum. Why is she today? Was she not coming? Is she not joining you?
She's at my mum's house because my mum and dad they've split up. But so yeah.
And is it just Wimbledon, or is it other sporting events you always have to go to every year?
Well, we do the American football now. Now they're doing that at Wembley, but yeah, really, it's just Wimbledon. Yeah.
Absolutely. And obviously, you must be a pro. Have you got any top tips for getting inside Wimbledon, getting the court tickets?
I'm not going to give them all away, but I'll give one piece of advice though. Car park 10 never fills up in the morning, and it's always handy to have that for dumping, you know, your flasks and your chairs and things. So bring whatever you want, just stick it in the car when you're finished.
Obviously, you're here today in the resale queue. Who are you looking to see later on?
Oh, Murray, and I'm hoping for a 4th match on centre as well.
And Lucia, it's not just you. You have got another sibling, haven't you, here?
Yes.
Yeah. Where is he?
He's there.
He's there. I think the 3 a.m. call time was a little bit much for this fella, but it'll be all worth it if he gets to see Murray later on centre court. Guys, have a brilliant day. Thank you very much. Super fans at their best right here.
Thanks, Rachel. Well, players back out on court around the grounds. This is court number 2. Live pictures of this 3rd round ladies singles match. They're in their warm-up there. Of course, because of the length of the delay, the players are entitled to a warm-up. Angelique Kerber, the German number 4 seed, up against her countrywoman, Karina Witthöft. Kerber taking the first set 7-6. They'll resume at 2-love in the second set. Kerber with the break. Angelique Kerber, and we were saying, almost gone under the radar this year. We haven't really talked about her at all.
Yeah, surprisingly so. I mean, in her first round match, she was up against Britain's Laura Robson. Laura, if anyone remembers, did beat Kerber a number of years ago in the first round, but that was before Kerber was a top 10 player and a Grand Slam winner. And she's achieved a lot in the last couple of years. And Kerber, she can play on grass. The ball stays low. She has been a semi-finalist here. Never easy, though, for her to play someone from the same country, particularly someone younger. Witthöft, just 21 years of age. Although they did play here last year, and I'm just looking at the head-to-head. Kerber beat Witthöft 6-love, 6-love. So you could say Witthöft is doing a much better job this year.
She's ticked that box at least, done better, got a game. Angelique Kerber, brilliant year for her, winning the Australian Open to start off the year down in Melbourne, but then she lost in the first round to Roland Garros. Be interested to get your view on players backing up a Grand Slam win, because we saw Muguruza winning the French Open, then losing early here. Kerber did exactly the same thing, winning in Melbourne and losing the first round in Roland Garros. What is it that's so difficult about that next Grand Slam when you come in as a Grand Slam champion?
Well, I think for some of these players, for Kerber, it was a huge surprise to see her win in Australia, not just for her, but I think for everyone else. And then when she came back to Germany, it was a surreal experience for her. Everyone wanted to speak to her. There were so many media commitments and interviews for her. And that's not something she's used to. She's quite a low-key player in comparison to the other top players, and knowing what she's like away from the courts, very shy, very unassuming, and doesn't seek the limelight. And all of a sudden, you know, Australian Open champion, everyone wants a piece of you, and then I guess your tennis suffers off the back of that, because you don't then have the time to invest as much on court or off court, and life was, I guess, a bit of a blur for Kerber post-Australian Open win.
Well, she's blitzed her way through the tournament so far. She won that first round, as you said, against Laura Robson comfortably 6-2, 6-2. Then she beat Varvara Lepchenko in the second round, 6-1, 6-4. She hasn't dropped a set so far, having taken the first set in this match. And her little part of the draw really opening up. No seeds left in that small section, and she's on course to face Simona Halep or Madison Keys. So things are opening up for Kerber.
Yes, they are. I mean, she could face another German in the next round, Annalena Friedsam. And again, you know, although Friedsam ranked a lot lower, never easy playing someone from your own country. And Vitov can still be dangerous in this match after a rain delay. You know, she's not to be underestimated. She's one of the WTA's rising stars. Huge serve, huge game, and definitely a player to watch out for in the years to come.
Well, who needs rain delays, eh? The sun's shining, fans back in their seats, looking forward to watching this one. Can Vitov work her way back into this match? She's down 7-6, 2-love to Angelique Kerber. They're about to resume this match in the second set, and we can join commentary on court number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you leave your seats, please make sure you take all your belongings with you. If you have a mobile phone with you, please make sure it is switched off. Miss Angelique Kerber to the right of the chair, leads by 2-0 second set and by 1 set to love. And is serving, and the score is 15-love. Time. Change the balls, please.
What an unusual day, though, Jonathan. It's been really warm outside this morning, and then the rain came. And it's rather chilly. As soon as the sun goes away under those clouds, it just changes the temperature so much. So it's also a little bit difficult for the players just to understand what they're having to combat, whether they're going to be off to warm up pretty quickly here or not. But certainly Withoft here has to get off to a good, quick start.
Well, it is Kerber serving at 2-love, and she did win the first point of this service game before the rain came. So we're going to resume at 15-love.
15-love.
2-love, second set, having won the first on a tie.
That's sneaky good from Kerber, and I think that's what we're going to see a lot more of as well. I'm sure Torben said you've got to have a little bit of variation in your game, use that backhand slice, and I think there's going to be a lot of traffic directed into the backhand side of Withoft. That is certainly the weaker side of hers. Smart play going through the middle, just jamming
40-love.
Withoft there. Looks pretty cool, calm and collected though, Kerber.
Game. Miss Kerber. New balls, please. Miss Kerber leads by 3 games to love, second set, and by 1 set to love.
Alrighty, now with Angelique Kerber. Angelique, if you could play one player in Wimbledon history.
Steffi Graf.
Good choice.
Yeah.
If you could have one superpower.
Yeah, invisible. That's maybe good. Good to have this power.
If you could meet one other sports star. No one? We're good. We're going to move on. If you could pick one city.
New York.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
Wimbledon final.
We'll move on. If you could pick one emoji.
This one.
I like it, the winky face. If you could watch one movie.
I love The Notebook. It's an old movie, but I love it.
Me too. If you could choose one actor to play you in a movie.
Julia Roberts, I think. Yeah.
Love that. If you could lift any sporting trophy not in tennis.
Football trophy, of course.
World Cup, maybe.
Yes.
If you could erase one fashion error from your history. You always dress well. I like that.
Yeah,
if you could,
try.
if you could see one band or singer perform live.
Taylor Swift.
If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life.
I think I love crepes. Yeah, so it's sweet, but I love it.
Crepes.
Crepes.
Delicious. And lastly, if you could play one joke on any player on tour.
Next.
No, you're friends with them all. I like it. Okay, fair enough. Angelique, thank you.
Thank you.
Who doesn't love crepes? So this is match point on centre court. The first match is now complete. Simona Halep has made her way through. A very good performance from her. 6-4, 6-3 in the end from Kiki Bertens. As we were saying earlier, Kiki was here in the studio telling us how much she was looking forward to this match, but she did admit it was going to be a tough one against Simona Halep. Simona Halep always such a difficult player to play. She's so consistent from the baseline, and she's able to move through to the next round, where she will face the winner of Elise Cornet or Madison Keys. And I think a lot of people will be picking that one as a potential match of the round for the next couple of days. Madison Keys, if she can win, up against Simona Halep, some fearsome hitting.
Yes, that would be a fantastic match to watch should Madison Keys get past Elise Cornet. But Simona Halep, considering she didn't play any of the grass court lead-up tournaments, looks to be comfortable, and another straight sets victory for her. So pleased she could get the match done dusted when everyone else has had to deal with the rain. She's had the roof.
Lucky her. You mentioned the warm-up tournaments there. How much do you read into that as a gauge of form? Halep didn't play one. A lot of players don't. Djokovic, for example, he didn't play one coming in. Can you read too much into the matches they've played? We know Murray likes to play at Queen's, and that's helped him in the past.
I always think for most players it's better that they play at least one of the lead-up tournaments, because grass can be such a tricky surface to feel comfortable moving on. Madison Keys, we know she played one of the lead-up tournaments, winner in Birmingham a few weeks ago.
Well, the comeback is on for Novak Djokovic. From one player who didn't play a lead-up tournament on grass, Halep, to another. But it hasn't hurt Djokovic so far in this third set, although he was 2 sets to love down, of course, from last night. Lost the first set 7-6 on that tie-break, 6-1 in the second set, but he has continued his good form today. He resumed at 4-love, and he's taken the third set 6-3. So you would say, Anne, just in terms of momentum, these next couple of games, particularly the first service game in the fourth set for Querrey, crucial, because he can't afford to go break down.
Absolutely. Definitely momentum all with Djokovic right now, but for Querrey it's important that he does what he can on serve and stay with Djokovic in this fourth set. The last thing the American wants to happen is to get broken and for Djokovic to roll on ahead and gain momentum.
In your career, when you had matches that were delayed, perhaps carried over for quite some time, be it during the same day or overnight as this one was, what did you do? Did you look at video and what you've done right and wrong? Did you tend to overanalyze what you've been doing, or was it just a case of more of a feeling? I felt like I was playing well, so I'm just going to stick with that. How did you manage it?
It was more of a feeling, and obviously there would have been a discussion with my coach as to where I was going wrong or right, and what I could be doing better out on the match court. But you've got to be able to really, you know, if things haven't been going well, just calm yourself down well, get sleep, because that's never an easy thing to do after a match, particularly when things aren't going your way. You can find yourself stressing about it all evening, which is the worst thing really to happen. But in terms of video analysis, I think that's something I'm sure these top guys would designate to somebody else to deal with, to look through and then just feed the information through to them. I don't think they'd necessarily sit and watch point by point action. They'd probably just, if anything, a few highlights, a few clips here and there that have been edited, and analyse that, if anything, when it comes to video analysis.
I suppose we're still assuming, but at some point, perhaps last night or this morning, where the players are staying, we know Djokovic stays locally in a house, Querrey probably too. There will have been a discussion between the coaching team. OK, we've looked at some of the video, we've looked at the stats. This is what we think you didn't do right. This is what we think you need to focus on in your opponent's game and try to go out that and implement that. And clearly for Djokovic, whatever that was, it's worked.
Yeah, and you know, it's personal preference whether you prefer having that conversation with your team the night before a match or the morning of a match. But I'm pretty sure with Djokovic, I'm pretty sure Boris Becker would have had a few strong words to say, as well as Marianne Weider. You know, he seems to have a grip on things out there at the moment, and you'd expect him to still come through a match like this, despite having been 2 sets to love down.
And how much do you think it will have helped that Djokovic has done this before? He knows that he's gone 2 sets down. He knows that he's gone 2 sets down at Wimbledon on this court. Similar situation against Kevin Anderson. How much mentally does that give you strength and fortitude that you can think that I can do this?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to draw on all the experience that you have, and let's face it, Djokovic, when it comes down to it, has more than Sam Querrey, but you know, all these top players can be vulnerable on any given day, but you know, you've still got to back the world #1.
Absolutely. We saw Querrey facing a break point there. He managed to save it with a good serve and approach to the net. But we mentioned the word momentum. It's such an important thing in tennis. And this is just a case in point of the momentum is all with the world #1. And Querrey's just having to work very, very hard to stay level with him.
Yeah, and he can't afford to make errors like that, that's for sure. Mid-court forehand and just snatches at it and gives Djokovic another break point here. Those are the types of mistakes you can't afford to make against the world #1.
Let's see how Querrey is able to deal with this, the second break point of this game so far. He was able to stand up to the task of the last one, a big first serve down the middle, but this time onto a second serve, and they're going backhand to backhand, these two, but another fairly uncharacteristic mistake from Djokovic. He's normally so solid on break points, isn't he? Makes the opponent make a mistake.
Yeah, well, there's a fair bit of wind around, and he's got the wind behind him. I've seen a few shots in this game drift longer from Djokovic. But yeah, the backhand cross court is usually his bread and butter shot.
That's a good serve there from Querrey. I suppose it will calm the nerves as well. We mentioned momentum. Querrey is fighting against the momentum that's in Djokovic's favour, but it's always nice, isn't it, when you're serving first in a set, just to get that first game out of the way. We saw it with Dan Evans last night. He worked so hard to try and get that first game, and when it didn't go his way, you can see the momentum flying away.
Yeah, I do think the start of any set is crucial. Just to feel like you're getting back onto the right track. That one bang on the line from Djokovic.
This match on court #1, Djokovic, clearly with his status in the game, plays a lot of his matches on centre court, but does have to go down to court number 1 occasionally. We saw him struggle on court number 1 last year. Any reason for that, you thinking, to do with the court, or no connection there?
I'm sure if every player could play their match on centre court, they'd love to. But court number 1 isn't too shabby. It does feel bigger than centre court.
It's quite a different arena from the outside when you're in there as a spectator, and I'm sure you've experienced as a player too.
Yeah, I've played on both, and court 1 definitely feels more open. You feel like you've got more space around the court. Centre court definitely more intimate.
Well, that's about as animated as Sam Querrey gets. Big serve. He faced a couple of break points against him, but was able to stand firm and take the first game of that 4th set. And a crucial moment for Sam Querrey. He leads 1-love in the 4th set. Now let's go out to court number 12. We were speaking to Marin Cilic earlier. That was the court that he was on. He won his 3rd round match in straight sets. This one is lady singles. Lucy Safarova up against Jana Sepelova. What a performance from her so far this weekend.
Yeah,
the qualifier,
Sepelova.
she's produced some great tennis, beating Muguruza.
Yep, she likes to take down the big names. She's had wins over the likes of Serena Williams, beat Simona Halep in the first round here last year. So she's not afraid, and she is doing a good job out here against Safarova. Full of confidence, the young Slovak.
Yeah.
But that's not a good start to the game when you're serving for the set.
So Sepelova serving for that first set. Confidence high, having beaten Muguruza, and we can join commentary on court number 12.
Oh, unlucky.
Whereas when she serves into the wind, she can give it a little bit more of a ride, and it has still got the opportunity of going in.
Sepelova up towards the pass. What a good rally. Good quality, good length.
Actually thought that ball there was going to cause Safarova some problems, but just did a great job to get out there and in behind the ball, and there's the applause from Sepelova. Too good.
Sepelova having to work very hard for her prize, again taking the pace off the serve. She was running around from that moment onwards. Her opponent's mistake brings up set point for Sepelova.
Excuse me.
6 games to 4.
So, the signs that were there over a couple of hours ago that Sepelova was getting on top, she's proved her point.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The question
places
is whether she can continue this way. Good crowd to watch an interesting match. Oh no, here we go again. I don't believe it.
Well, unfortunately, as Barry Davies said in commentary there, here we go again, and those covers are coming back on the court, some slightly ahead of others. Looks like the players are going to stay out on some of the courts. That's Novak Djokovic, he's on court number 1. Querrey there alongside him. Depending on whether the shower clears up quickly, they may decide to get the players back on court quickly. Really frustration for the fans. That's inside centre court, where the roof was taken off. Presumably it will now go back on. Again, it's a case of, we're looking behind us at the studio here, behind the studio, and to one side is blue sky, to one side is clouds. And
they're not too dark. It doesn't look too dark. It looks a lot brighter than yesterday.
The other thing that, I mean, it's difficult because you look at the forecast and it's so hard to predict. It's so localised, these showers, because not far away you can see some grey skies behind us there, but then on the other side, blue skies, and I'm sure it's not raining there. So very frustrating for the spectators. The cover's on centre court there. I imagine the roof will be closed again so they can get back to those matches. The first match finished on centre court, of course, Simona Halep winning her match. But then coming up next, Andy Murray up against John Millman. But let's reflect on Simona Halep's win, 6-4, 6-3 over Kiki Bertens. And Craig O'Shaughnessy's rejoined us in the studio for some analysis.
Yeah, Simona is through to the 4th round of the championships, a straight sets winner today. She'll play the winner of Madison Keys and Elise Cornet. And there's really only one stat that we need to focus on, and it's baseline points won. She is now leading the tournament. She is the best from the back of the court. She has won 60% of her baseline points. It's an extremely high number. Most tournaments, a player will top out around 57%. Again, Andy Murray won the US Open a few years ago at 50% points won. Novak Djokovic at the Australian Open is about 54%. 60% is an extremely high number. So it just shows you how comfortable she is from the back of the court. Not so much from the front. She's only winning 52% from the front of the court so far in the tournament. So expect her to stay back. It's the powerful backhand, the big forehand that's doing the damage. Let's go through a few points from the Bertens match and see exactly what she's doing so well. Got good defense out wide. I like the floating ball. This is an extremely tough shot. You're running as fast as you can go. Both arms are pumping. At the last second, you bring the hands together, put them both on the racket for a little bit of control, and the winner, it's a really, really impressive winner there. The other thing about Halep, too, she wears her emotions on her sleeve a lot, and her body language has been fantastic. See a little fist pump there? I'm expecting really good things from Halep for this tournament. These early rounds are extremely impressive, running around and crushing a forehand, stepping up on another forehand. Loves her backhand. Backhand traditionally is a better shot, and we've got the forehand down the line. Now, a lot of times she settles for a cross-court ball. Most of those balls will go there, but you notice she's on the front foot, which opens up down the line, stepping in, waits on the shot. Really nice winner. And what I like, have a look right after she hits it, climbs the ladder inside the baseline, just a step or two, hits it, and then those little steps up to the baseline just for insurance in case that ball comes back. Good ball middle. Talked a lot this week, and again, just charging inside that baseline. We've talked a lot this week about go for depth first and then open the court up with direction. Great little steps and moving forward. A lot of players don't do that. They'll hit the good shot and stay and wait. Great defense cross court. And right here, you've got to guess. If you're Bertens coming in, you've got to think, well, is this going to go down the line, which is the toughest shot? Most passing shots will go cross court. So Bertens would be better off covering the cross. The one thing that you've got to understand is this ball is not going to go at the net player. So Halep does exactly what we think. Bertens doesn't really cover that. And, she's kind of going, well, I'll cover down the line, I'll cover cross court. And in the end, you really cover nothing. You're far better off going one way or the other, and it may be wrong. It's not going to come down the middle of the court. So once again, Simona Halep leading the tournament in baseline points won, doing a fantastic job there, and look for great things for her in the second week.
Craig, a lot of people are looking forward to that match. It hasn't been confirmed yet, of course, because Madison Keys has got to win her third round match. But Madison Keys against Simona Halep, two powerful players from the baseline. How do you see that matchup? If you were coaching one or both of the players, how would you see that one matching up?
Yeah, well, first of all, Elise Cornet will have something about that conversation. And Cornet, you know, is a very tough player. She's a tricky player, but I do expect Madison to get through that one. Madison's forehand is, you know, is arguably the biggest shot in the women's draw. And certainly Serena, you know, has huge ground strokes, forehands and backhands, but Madison Keys absolutely pounds the ball. So you'd want to keep it away as much as possible from the Keys forehand. You don't want to rally to the Keys forehand. Maybe a shot or two to the backhand and then get the Keys forehand on the run. You know, that's how I'd handle that. And against Simona, traditionally it's the forehand out wide. She's got a really big backswing. Sometimes it can loop around a little bit at the top and you can get some errors out of that. You stay away from Halep's backhand as much as you possibly can.
Now, Simona Halep isn't one of the biggest girls on tour. I think she's only 5'6", but yet she's able to produce pretty good power for someone so small. What do you think, for a lot of young players who want to imitate Halep, what is the most important to find that type of power? Is it leg strength, racket head speed, timing?
And you hit on all of the very key things here. So as a coach of a young player, whoever coached Simona Halep when she was 10 through 14, you know, they deserve a raise. They deserve a gold medal. They did an amazing job with her technique. And as a coach, you know, it's like if we're building a house, it's our job to come in and lay the concrete slab, make the fundamentals as strong as you can, and let the player develop the rest of it and the flair and where things go. But her legs are very good. Her legs are strong. She gets a nice wide base. She leans on the ball, contacts out in front, grips are clean, and the energy, the racket head speed. You know, you've got three parts to a ground stroke. You've got backswing, contact, and follow through. Contact is the most important, and that energy to contact is what she does so well. She really rotates into that backhand, and you know, once you've hit it, it's all about just relaxing and slowing down. But the lead up and the building of the energy is insanely good on Simona Halep's backhand.
One final question, Craig. We've asked Anne what she thinks. Simona Halep, do you think she's got a Grand Slam in her? I know people would say she can win a Grand Slam on other surfaces, but can she win a Grand Slam here at Wimbledon?
Yes, yes, and more yes. And I think, based on what I've seen so far, particularly this match, it could be this year. This is as good as I've seen her and as comfortable as I've seen her. Darren Cahill is in the box. And, you know, a lot of times when I'm watching matches, yes, I'll be impressed by serve statistics and backhands down the line and all of these things. But the thing that I look at the most is the body language. So when you're playing a match here at Wimbledon or wherever you are in the world this weekend, you know, out on the club courts, you really play two matches. There's the match during the point and the match between the points. And the match between the points is the emotions of the game and the mental side of the game and figuring out the opponent and keeping all the toys in the pram and not, you know, not losing it. And her body language is amazing. It's not somebody that's panicking, that's too up when she's winning points, and she's not too down when she's losing points. So more than anything, I really like the body language. I like the confidence. I like the style she's playing. I like that she's leading the tournament in baseline points won, which is the beating heart of her game. So, you know what, I think for me especially, Simona Halep's stock is really rising minute to minute at the championships this year.
Thanks, Craig. Can she keep it going? We'll have to wait and see over the next few days. Let's take you inside centre court. Neil Stubley there, the groundsman. He's had a pretty testing week with the rain falling on plenty of the courts throughout the week. It's difficult for the groundsman and his staff to make sure that the grass is kept in tip-top condition, because even a small amount of rain on the surface can start to damage it. That's why the court coverers are so quick with getting those covers on. There's Ivan Lendl. He's sitting, waiting, because next up is his charge, Andy Murray, on centre court, up against John Millman, the Australian player. A lot's been made of Millman. I was listening to Andy Murray's press conference actually earlier on today, some highlights from what he said prior to this match, and he was saying how he's been so impressed with Millman. He played him a few years ago and said he was surprised how lowly ranked he was. He picked him as a player that was definitely going to make it into the top 50. Quite unusual, I suppose, to see so much praise heaped on an opponent. You don't normally hear that.
No, but I think someone like Andy Murray is always quite complimentary about most of his opponents or potential opponents. Andy Murray, for me, has looked impressive so far in this tournament. yet to drop a set. I can't see him dropping one today against Millman.
No, I think perhaps he was flattering Millman a little bit with what he was saying, but I mean, it's always nice to see the players being positive about each other's games. Often you see that just sort of no comment, so it's nice to hear them talk about each other's games so candidly, and he was full of praise for Millman, who's shown plenty of grit and determination to even get this far at the third round at Wimbledon. He'll have his day in the spotlight on centre court. And we can cross there now to speak to our man Rob Walker, who's inside the commentary box. Rob, the sun is shining, roof's off, perfect picture inside centre court. How do you see this match going?
Well, first of all, I can't wait for it to start, to be honest, Adam. And yes, thankfully, the sun is shining. It looked like, remember, the roof was opening and then the covers came on, the covers came off. This should be a really, really entertaining match, I think. Andy Murray's got quite a lot of respect for John Millman. They've only played each other once. That was back in 13. I haven't heard all of your banter up there in the studio, but when Murray did play him in Brisbane in 13, he said, I reckon this guy's going to end up as a top 50 player. That's how impressed he was with what the young Australian brought to the party in Brisbane. Murray beat him in 3 in the fourth round. And then, of course, Millman's had this interesting scenario where he was injured, spent some time away, and I think maybe he got a taste of what life's like in the real world because he started working for his mate's company and was wearing a suit every day as opposed to his tennis whites. And, you know, I think it helped him rediscover his desire for the sport and made him realise what a great opportunity he had to make his living as a full-time professional sportsman and in tennis. So, you know, he's still got a lot to offer. Great victory over Benoit Paire in the second round, so it's the first time he's made the third round. Decent experience, beat Robredo in the first round last year and then lost to Baghdatis, who's gone all the way to a slam final. So, of course, Andy Murray's going to be the favourite for this one, and Lendl in the corner. I know a lot of people are thinking that, well, hang on a minute, you know, when Lendl was last in the camp, there came the US Open, there came the Olympic title, and of course there came the Wimbledon crown. How could we ever forget it right here in 2013? And Murray's gone on to develop his game immeasurably. He's now, by some clear margin, the second best player in the world to you-know-who, who's getting involved in a real tussle with Sam Querrey. I mean, what a difference it would make to the draw if Djokovic were to go out. But, of course, it's looking like he's getting back into that match. Very early stages of the fourth. It's one game all. But Murray has moved his game on, but he just still doesn't seem to be able to get over the line against Djokovic when it comes to the Grand Slam finals, certainly over the last 12 months. But I think this will be a great game. You know, without being presumptuous from a British perspective, Murray, of course, should win this one and win it comfortably. He's yet to drop a set against Liam Brodie or Hen Shun Liu, the man, of course, who beat him in the first round of Beijing in 2008. So he's looked really good so far. I watched him knocking up at Arangi, and he takes his knock-up so seriously. He's a consummate pro. I think he said in a couple of interviews he did with BBC Scotland, really revealing, he was talking about the fact that defeat to Liu in 2008 caused him to refocus and rebuild and just reassess how he got himself ready on and off court, and he's really grown immeasurably as a pro since then. So it really is a case of so far so good for Andy Murray. Do you know what? We should really savour these appearances on centre court. I know this is a global service, and rightly so, and we are excited to see what Millman can bring to this party, but, you know, judging by what's going on elsewhere in the British men's game, you know, we should savour a British male dominating the headlines on centre court, because, you know, Andy Murray is at the peak of his powers and nobody goes on forever. So these are really special days that we're privileged enough to be witnessing and talking about and getting excited by. And, you know, and it's easy to get a little bit blasé about that. He has been around for a long time. And I wonder whether this great journey of his that's so far brought Olympic glory on this very court, that's brought Wimbledon glory on this very court, I wonder whether there are a few more twists of glorious drama and one or two more slams to be added to the collection. Wimbledon and has added to, of course, the US Open title in 2012. So, yeah, I'm really excited about this match. I think any opportunity to see Murray, and there's wife Kim, is one to savour. But Millman, well, he won't roll over in this one. I know Craig, our statistician, will be hot-footing it up here to centre court. He'll be putting those big quads of his to good use, climbing up the stairs and giving us his thoughts. And I know he was saying that he too feels that Millman could turn this into a half-decent game. And then, dare we be presumptuous? Well, we could have a little tickle just to see who may await Andy Murray or John Millman in the second round. And what a cracking match it is down this little section of the draw. Kyrgios against Feliciano Lopez. And Kyrgios certainly won't have that match all his own way. Justin Brown pushed him close when they played yesterday on court 2. And Lopez, I think he was 2 sets down against Fabio Fognini. So the number 22 seed had a cracking comeback in that one. So he'll fancy his chances of moving through to the second week and facing the world number 2, Andy Murray. So a great match in prospect. I'm really looking forward to hearing Craig's analysis in the early stages. But I think the other headline from a Murray perspective is think back to that marvellous run to the French Open final. It was his best clay court season by quite some margin, but early on in the French he had a couple of scares and had a couple of really, really big, long testing matches. And the deeper he can go into this Wimbledon Championship without getting pushed to 4 and pushed to 5 and being out on court for 3 and 3.5 hours, the more energy he will be saving for the matches that should, in theory, get harder and harder as he gets closer and closer to the end zone. He's got massive amounts of experience. What is it now? 10 Grand Slam finals. So he's comfortable here. I know he said very respectfully that he still gets a little flutter of nerves, but he's used to this stage. He's used to this magnificent Coliseum, this wonderful sporting arena. Of course, those of us who are lucky enough to work on Wimbledon will be biased and say this is the best show court in tennis, even though, of course, the US and Roland Garros and Melbourne have some fantastic arenas. This is so special here at centre court, and especially now that the roof is off, the sun is shining, we can see the shadow of the ball as they knock up from end to end. A great occasion this for John Millman, especially considering that he did walk away from tennis for a while, but this is Murray's arena, this is where he's comfortable, this is his home. And when you think he made his debut here, I believe, on centre court against David Nalbandian, who made the final against Hewitt in 2002. Murray's been performing here on centre court since 2005. So some great memories have been established here, and hopefully there will be many great memories to come. From John Millman's perspective, well, he'll be hoping to break some British hearts here. It's a mountain to climb for Millman. He's done brilliantly to get into the third round, and I think he'll come out all guns blazing. And hey, Sam Querrey took the first 2 sets against Novak Djokovic, so anything is possible, even against players of the calibre of the world number 1 Djokovic and the world number 2 Andy Murray. So Murray the favourite, and I can't wait to watch him here on one of the sport's ultimate arenas. Lendl will be watching on, so will 15,000 people in centre court, including us in the commentary box, and I know there'll be a huge audience across the UK and across the world. What is there not to be excited about here? The sun is shining. It's a brilliant arena. Murray's the favourite. Can he continue his smooth progression into week 2? Well, we're not going to have to wait long to find out.
Minutes.
They should switch hats. Yvonne's much more of a black hat kind of a guy. Anyway, John Millman, there he is, 27 years of age, 6 feet tall.
You watched him much, Jim?
I've seen him a bit. Called some matches of his in Australia this year. He lost to Bernard Tomic in the 3rd round, put up a nice fight against his fellow countryman. I like his forehand. He's a little interesting short follow-through on his backhand wing. He, for me, is a guy that's getting a lot out of his game. He doesn't possess the natural foot speed of his opponent necessarily, or raw athleticism. but he's making a career of it after a pretty rough go physically with those surgeries on his shoulder.
Just confirmation of that third round appearance in Australia, and a third round here as well. A couple of nice wins. Another 5-setter for him. He beat Jules Miller down under in 5 sets, and he beat Montañez in the opening round, coming from 2 sets to 1 down, and also took care of Benoit Paire, the Frenchman, not a great lover of the grass court, so it has to be said, but still a solid win. There's Mark Draper on the left of your picture. He played a little bit in his own time. He was about 150 in the world, and there's a quality player, Jason Stoltenberg, on the right, the trainer with the Australian Davis Cup team.
Hilton, the personal coach for Millman, and Stoltz eyes all around. He
1 minute.
Assists Leighton Hewitt with the Australian Davis Cup team. And a refreshing sight to see the roof open. Just a
Ladies and gentlemen,
cloud
if you leave your seats, please
overhead.
make sure you take all your belongings with you. If you have a
Chatted
mobile
bit
phone with you,
about
please make sure
the
to
one
switch
time
off.
they met before, and that was in Brisbane 2013. You heard Andy talking about how the fact that he felt then that Millman potentially was going to be a top 50 player. Andy getting the better of him 6-3 in the final set there. Interesting enough,
Andy Murray to the right of the chair,
never
won the
lost
toss and chose
to an
to serve.
Australian on tour, in Grand Slams or in Davis Cup. He's lost to a couple in challenges a long time ago, which makes his record about 20-2, but 17-0 against Australians for Murray. Jake Garner from the USA in the chair. There's Americans everywhere this year at Wimbledon. In the commentary box, winning rounds. What's going on?
All apologies.
As Millman said, last year Wimbledon was the first time that he managed to crack the top 100. He had been relatively close back in May 2013 in the 120s at that particular juncture before the shoulder problem that afflicted him. But that run at Wimbledon also was his best ever win as well, where he took care of Tommy Robredo, who was the number 19 in the world. In fact, his only top 20 win. He's won 1, lost 8. And he's lost to 3 top teners as well.
It's great if we can get a picture of Millman right now. He's just sitting in his chair looking around, just soaking up the atmosphere here as Murray finishes his warm-up of the serves. Just having a little peek around, but it must be satisfying for him at 27 years of age to finally have made it here to Mecca, to Wimbledon center court. And Murray's going to serve first, so Millman will have a game, a pressure-free game to get into this contest. Jake Garner is on the phone, not sure who he's trying to reach. But normally you would see the players standing up at this point and getting ready to get set to play.
And he will be looking to defend his Olympic gold medal soon. And he won here on this court back in 2012. John Millman with great news as well. Yes, well, in the middle of his match, actually, he didn't know against Benoit Paire, but because of Kyrgios and Tomic's withdrawal from the Australian Open and his appeal because he hadn't played Davis Cup, he's also going to Rio.
Andy Murray to serve. Thank you. Ready. Play. $15.
Go.
Back. 15. $30-15.
his 15th ace of the tournament.
(40-15). Game, Murray.
So Andy Murray holds serve fairly smoothly in the opening game. And if you want to continue watching this match on centre court, you can do so on BBC or ESPN. Well, let's find out now a little bit more about this year's second seed at the Wimbledon Championships.
You know, when the attention's been on me a lot, I've played well, and when it hasn't, I've also played well. It's always difficult to know how close you are to being your best, and obviously if you're pushed harder in terms of the scoreline, you want to be able to play your best in the crucial moments.
Let battle commence. The best of 5 sets.
And let's get that first serve working right now. I just think he deserves this. Let's do this now. I mean, that's perfection. The resilience. Sporting immortality doesn't come easily. All eyes on Murray. The waiting is over.
6-4, 7-5, 6-4.
I hope you guys enjoyed it. I tried my best.
Lovely.
How you feeling?
So I have a question for you. Why the WWF?
I always loved animals. Like, I grew up around them. My family always had dogs.
You never had a tiger.
I never had a tiger.
Turnover, A and B.
In the past century, the number of tigers in the wild has dropped by 95%. There are fewer than 4,000 tigers left in the wild.
That's less than a third of the seats here on center court. But there is hope. For the first time in history, their numbers are increasing. We are at a turning point, and we must seize this opportunity. Good night. Thank you so much for coming.
I was in the ice bath yesterday, last night, after my match. Yeah.
I'd probably be more happy to get into a cage full of tigers than into the ice bath.
Help us to double the number of wild tigers.
Tiger text to 70123.
Text tiger.
I was going to say, you can.
What did I say?
You said tiger text.
I mean, that's rather good, don't you? Tiger text. Doesn't he need a racket? What are you going to use? You're that good, you're just going to use your
I'll
hands?
just play with my hand.
Play with your hands?
I'll just play with my hand, that's fine. Yeah. Text Tiger to 70123 to donate £5 to WWF.
Looks like the weather's clearing up. You want to play a game?
Yeah, I'd love to, but it might be a little one-sided.
Oh, yeah, right. I'll go easy on you. Come on.
you expect?
You cannot be serious.
Yeah.
Man.
Lewis Hamilton better watch out.
Well, time now to speak about the game of Andy Murray in a bit more detail. Of course, the great British hope will be trying to win a second Wimbledon title here across these next 2 weeks. And of course, he did just win a final against Milos Raonic at Queen's Club a couple of weeks ago. And we see him, Mark, being so good returning a serve, particularly from someone as powerful as Raonic. How is he able to do it so well?
Yeah, I felt like Queen's, he just always looks so relaxed there. He knows it's perfect preparation for Wimbledon. Each match he played, he got better and better and stronger and stronger. And then Raonic, definitely his most dangerous match. We all know, I feel like Raonic is a dark horse at Wimbledon. Now having John McEnroe in his corner and what he brings to the table is huge. And so, you know, a set 3-love down and Raonic hasn't lost a serve in the whole tournament. All of a sudden comes back to turn it around in the way he did and quite comfortably beat him in the third set. Just shows the strength that Murray has in his ground strokes. His hands are incredible. He's one of the best returners, if not the best returner in the game right now. The way he's able to read the serves, especially Raonic, who's incredibly difficult to read with that big ball toss. He's got a very consistent ball toss that kind of goes everywhere. He can serve it out wide in the body, and he's very good at mixing it up. And the way he hung in there, waited for his opportunity, and all he needed was that one opportunity and broke straight back and then broke 3 times in a row, I think that was, to take it on. But talking about that return, as I said, he's got incredible hands. What he does so well is he stays back a little bit and then kind of waits for that serve and then moves in. And he has a beautiful short backswing on the returns. You know, it's a little bit different on the ground strokes, but on the serves, he knows he takes a lot of the pace from the serve and uses it against the server. Like Raonic has got a huge serve, you can't afford to have a big swing on the return. And what Murray does so beautifully is he takes it back really early on the backhand and on the forehand side and uses the pace and can kind of, I wouldn't say block it back, but a very short swing to kind of get the ball going. And his body momentum's really going forward, especially on the second serve. He's literally finishing almost a foot to 2 to 3 foot inside, you know, taking it early and literally putting him straight into defense.
I was going to ask where he differs in terms of returning a first serve to a second serve.
Well, it all depends on who you're playing, but of course someone like Milos, whose serve is so huge, you definitely need to have some space and on the first serve. So he's definitely way back on the first serve, but what he still does, he still likes to move in with a split step with a racket back early on both sides. You know, normally there's, against bigger servers, you would guess some of the times on the first serve, but his movement and his coordination, his hands are so good, like what Andre used to be. Andre Agassi, best returner of all time. That's what Murray is right now. He does not guess. You know, I kind of feel like he's it there and he sits and waits because he feels like even if it's out wide and it's huge, he still believes and he's still got the hands and his legs to get there and to make a play at the ball. So on a second serve, it's a little bit different. He moves forward a little bit more, but he's still doing the same thing. If this is the baseline, you know, kind of moving back here, he takes one big step, split step, and then kind of takes the ball early inside the court.
On the second serve?
On the second serve, applying that pressure, whether the guy's serving, volleying, or staying back.
And when he has got that ball back in play, we see a lot of drop shots from Andy Murray as well. What does he do so well with that?
Well, what's so great is you don't, when he does his drop shots, you can't read them. It's kind of,
you don't know when they're going to come?
You don't know when they're going to come. So he's so comfortable on the baseline. And the great thing is he kind of sits on the baseline. He doesn't get too far back. Sometimes he does get a little bit too far back against guys where I don't think he should. For instance, like we were talking about Djokovic, against someone where he can't afford to get too far back. But he loves almost like playing possum. You know, he likes being run around the court. Because like I said, he's another guy that takes it from a play from defense to offense incredibly quick. You know, he could be rallying and all of a sudden with that same grip, that change in the last second and does that drop shot because his hands are so good. You know, we've seen him play Davis Cup winning those doubles with his brother. He's got some beautiful volleys. His volleys improved so well. And that's what he does. He kind of got a beautiful feel on the backhand and the forehand side. But it's important for him not to overuse that shot during Wimbledon, where I felt like maybe at the French, could have been a little bit too much.
Okay.
Especially someone who's incredibly quick like Djokovic, but most of the time he does get away from that, because then what happens? It's a drop shot, and then we all know what's coming next.
Right.
The lob, right?
Exactly.
The flick lob, the beautiful flick lob. That's another one of the best shots on the tour right now is his topspin lob on the backhand side and the forehand side, especially forehand kind of where he's running. He almost hooks it really late, and he waits for the player to commit himself, and then kind of does that big hook lob. So he's definitely got a lot of shots in his portfolio, that's for sure.
So Andy seems to be playing well enough, Mark, to get himself almost to the finish line. He's made the last 2 Grand Slam finals, but coming up short to Novak Djokovic each time. What has he got to do then, a bit extra, to try and beat Novak?
This is where I love watching Andy, and this is where I get a little frustrated, because I believe in matches, quarterfinals, kind of semis, he's a little bit more aggressive. He's going forward a little bit more, and then he plays Djokovic on all the finals, where he's done many in the past few years, and I feel like he gets a little passive. He's just waiting a little bit too much, almost like for Djokovic to miss, and we spoke about that earlier, that Djokovic is not going to miss. Right. So I would love to see him take some risks. I'm not talking about all the time, but sometimes. Maybe on the second serve, turn around, or he's got such amazing hands, as we've been speaking about. Go in, take it early, come to the net. He's got great volleys. He can back up that shot. So I would like to see him get a little bit aggressive and come to the net. Do something a little bit different. It's like I said, it's tough to sit back and rally, even though no matter how comfortable Andy is on the back, and we all know he can rally all day as well, move all day. But if you've played someone so many times and they've almost at stages got your number at Grand Slams, you got to do something to change it. So
maybe we'll see a riskier Andy Murray at this year's Wimbledon Championships. Who knows? It could be the one thing he needs to do to beat Djokovic. Well, let's take you out to court 18, which is the one that we overlook. You can see the back of our studio in the top right of your picture there. This is ever a popular court, and one that many grounds pass holders come and watch each day. This is actually a fascinating match between the American Steve Johnson and the Bulgarian Grigor Dimitrov, who of course had a great run here a few years ago. They are tied at 1 set apiece, having each won a tiebreak. We're going to join this one now as the American tries to serve out the 3rd set.
I want to go back to something you said earlier about Grigor Dimitrov being a very different player when he's behind and trying to attack. He's more attack-minded, more adventurous when he's behind, but a different player when he's ahead.
It's true of a lot of players. And it's all based on expectation. When you're close in the set, when you're side by side, well, you look at the score, you may play the points differently. When you're down by a double break against somebody as good as Steve Johnson, you're probably going to just throw your hands up and say, I'm going to probably lose this set anyway. So there's no expectation. It goes by the wind, and therefore you're able to open up your shoulders and swing freely. Even you could do that, Mark.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you got one guy who's swinging freely, right? Who's basically said whatever.
Who's behind and
then
two
you got
breaks
the
down.
guy who's trying to close it out. Now he becomes
tight,
a little more cautious.
Yep. You said it. Cat and mouse.
That's all.
That one was not coming back.
And when you're playing out there and you're Steve Johnson, you have this kind of lead, you got to say to yourself, you know what, I have to keep my level up, if not even take it up a notch, because my opponent's going to play better. He's going to play better because he's going to be free and easy. It may not happen, but it's a good way to think, to keep yourself in the match and motivated. Look at that. I mean, boom.
Yeah, Steve Johnson just saying too good. Dimitrov with the opportunity to get one of the breaks back.
I mean, just swinging away, catches it nice and early. Here's another break point. So Johnson under pressure, under the cosh.
Oh, Stevie. Third double fault of the match. One of the breaks
Johnson
back.
Leads 5.
Well, you've said that before also.
Well, it was 5-3 in the first set to Johnson, wasn't it? and he was broken. There's a lot of similarities between this set and the first one. The second set, we had one break point in the whole set.
So Steve Johnson unable to serve out the third set there. We'll keep you updated what happens on court number 18. Delighted to report that there is a full afternoon of play going on at the All England Club. All courts are full, as you can see. The roof is off on centre court, and while the hill is packed, and that is because Andy Murray is on centre court. He's playing the Australian John Millman, and they are on serve in the opening set after Andy Murray broke. The Australian broke back, so we'll keep you posted what happens there. But Cara Robinson with you alongside Thomas Enqvist. Thomas, it's been a fascinating day. So many stories when we arrived this morning. 25 singles matches were scheduled to get completed today. Of course, we're having the first People's Sunday at Wimbledon in 12 years. That will be tomorrow. It's going to be you would imagine, incredible atmosphere. But really, most people's attention right now on the match that's happening on that big court right behind us, number one, where Novak Djokovic was in trouble overnight, and it's not smooth sailing for him today either, Thomas.
No, and to be also on and off the court, it's very difficult to find any rhythm for any players. But I've been watching that match, and Novak came back and did a good third set, and he actually had 8 break points in the fourth set so far, but still hasn't been able to break. But he was in really trouble also in his own service game, last service game, which he saved 3 break points. So it's getting very, very close on that court, and anything can happen from here, I think.
And he does look incredibly frustrated. You saw when he was unable to break Sam's serve for the second opportunity in that fourth set. He's really... It's not the Djokovic that we're used to seeing. You were commenting on him not being as comfortable with his strokes, perhaps a little frustrated, as you say, by the rain delays, which usually a defending champion, a number one seed, doesn't have to deal with at the championships that often, because more often than not, they're on centre court for their matches. He's just had bad luck with the day that he was scheduled on number one.
Yeah, you can see that how he's struggling with his rhythm, you know, like usually he's so smooth in his swings, and today you can see that he's off balance, and he's slipping, and he's making much more errors than we are used to see. And another big thing, that the difference that I've seen today, is that he's actually tried to shift the returns back. Obviously, St. Query is serving very, very well, but at the same time, Novak Djokovic is the best returner in the game, and usually he would be on the returns with both hands on the backhand and then swinging through his forehand. But today he's really trying to just shift it back. So he's definitely not comfortable. You know, it's a very difficult match for him out there, and it's a mental struggle as well. So exciting here in the end of the fourth set to see what's going to happen.
You're wondering how mentally tired he is after the French Open. He'd put so much into winning that Grand Slam, the one that had eluded him all this time. Now he does have the Novak Slam. If you're just joining us, just to remind you on the story of this match so far, they started at 7 p.m. last night, despite being just the second match scheduled on number one court. With all the rain interruptions we had today, they didn't get on until the evening. And when they did come on, the first set went to a tiebreak, which Sam Querrey won. He then came to win the second set 6-1. That was almost more surprising than the tiebreak. And literally after that second set was won, the rain came down, and the match was called off for the day, which many people thought would benefit Novak, because the momentum was definitely in Sam's quarter.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, I mean, the first set yesterday was a very tough set, but mentally the second set, I mean, Novak was just not there. You know, you could see how he was frustrating, and he had no energy whatsoever. So the rain delay in that sense came and saved him, I would say, last night. And but he still has a lot of work to do today. This is a very, very close match so far.
Well, he absolutely does. He's come back and won the third set 6-3, so Sam was still in that a little bit. They've already had a couple of rain interruptions today as well. They're currently midway through the fourth set, and it's with serve 4-3, so we will keep you posted as anything further develops out on court number one. But we did just show you a beautiful picture of the hill. It is very busy, as you would expect during an Andy Murray match, but apparently they're not all Andy Murray fans. Over to Rachel.
As you can see behind me, Murray Mound is pretty packed. The capacity for that is about 7,000 people, and I reckon 6,998 of them are supporting Murray. The reason I'm missing out 2 is because there's 2 here, and they're supporting, as you can see, Millman. And maybe you guys just turn round and show us it's not even Murray's Mound, it's Millman Hill or Millman Mound. I'm not quite sure those other 6,998 are going to agree with you, and I want to ask you, why Millman today?
Well, we don't think Millman has much support today, so we decided to support him, and we're not the biggest Andy Murray fans, so we decided to just follow Millman, because there's no Irish, one person from Ireland that's ever qualified for Wimbledon. So, and he lost the first round, so we just decided to follow Millman.
I was going to say,
seems like a bit of crack. So
it makes no sense. You're Irish, and now you've got an Aussie support crew, and you've got the hair and the colours and everything else. I'm just really confused.
As we said, Matt Murray fans, and in fairness to the lad, he's completely overwhelmed. He's got no support. There's not even any fans in the stadium. It's just us, just the two of us. So we said we give him a hand. We have to give him a hand.
I mean, you guys look great. What's the reaction been to your outfits?
oh, everyone's just reading it as we're going by, like, and when we were up on court 18, people were singing along with us, but it's hard to get people to sing along because they're all Murray fans.
Fans. Everyone here is a Murray fan, so we tried to get a chant going, and it's just the two of us, to be honest. So.
Have you had anyone come up to you and say, why aren't you supporting Andy Murray? Why are you supporting Millman?
Yeah, a lot of people have come up, and we just said we don't. He's not our biggest fan, so we decided to go for Millman instead.
I mean, at the moment, he's not doing that well. Are you worried?
Not
on fire. Have you not
on fire?
Okay, you got to sing for us, guys.
Yeah, Millman's on fire. Andy Murray's terrified because Millman's on fire. Andy Murray's terrified.
Well, I'm not sure those guys will win any karaoke competitions, but top marks for enthusiasm. I've been joined by O'Shan, the man who has hot-footed it up about 5 flights of stairs. He's had his nutritional drink. This man's body is a temple, and his words are always worth hearing. So look, Craig,
yes.
Andy Murray looks pretty comfortable at the moment. However, he got the break early on. Millman looked like he wasn't in it at all, and then Millman broke Murray, and we instantly saw some negative body language and some self-remonstration from Murray, who's serving 40-15 at the moment. He's about to go 5-2, looking fairly comfortable. So the scoreline correctly reflects that Murray is in charge in this match, but Millman managed to break him, and Murray was instantly a massive winner there, forehand almost on the baseline. It'll clench the fist from Murray. He's gone 5-2. He broke straight back, but you know, he can't afford to give that kind of body language away when he gets deeper in this tournament, assuming he continues to dominate Millman.
Yeah, very good point. John Millman is a blue-collar tennis player. He makes a ton of balls. You know, he's only got, I think, 2 winners so far. We've played 7 games, only 2 winners. Winners are not his bag. He's more about running balls down and staying in the point and putting the ball in play and frustrating the opponent. So he went down an early break and then, you know, just he hung around, put some balls in the court. Andy, you know, he almost wants to somewhat suck the energy out of it so that the opponent's not getting up and not getting jazzed and not really going for it, and that's exactly what happened with Andy. You know, he just kind of dropped his energy level, which John would have been happy with, and then all of a sudden the shoulders go and the arms go. Andy responded well, he came back and broke again. But, you know, for John Millman, this is a really tough matchup because John runs well, but Andy runs as good, if not better. John's got a great backhand, but Andy's got even a greater backhand. The forehand's okay, Andy's forehand's better. The serve is okay, Andy's serve is better. So it doesn't mean he can't win the match. It just means that it's a very difficult match up for him. And, you know, the things that he likes to do, he's a counterpuncher. He wants more power. You know, he would rather play somebody like Berdych, where, you know, they're going to hit it hard, they're going to give him a lot to work with, and they're going to make some errors. Andy Murray is just a tougher matchup for him.
Interesting, they're back out on court. So Millman is serving 2-5 down, serving to stay in this first set. And just interesting there, as Murray walked back out, we saw a little ripple of applause from Ivan Lendl down to Andy Murray. Just, I guess, maybe, well, you'll know better than me, maybe just sort of say, okay, yeah, this is fine. Let's keep the emotions under control. I like the story of Millman, that maybe having some time working in his mate's business and doing a normal commute and leaving home at 7:30 wearing a suit and going and sitting in an office, he may have sat there and thought, hang on a minute, if this shoulder gets a little bit better, I think I had quite a good life playing tennis. And he's clearly someone that Murray respects, because Murray said when he played him in Brisbane and beat him in 3 in 2013, he said he felt as though Millman would definitely one day become a top 50 player. So, you know, there's some class ingredients there for Millman and his crew to work with. 15 all, by the way, on the Millman serve. He is a great player.
Yeah, exactly. There's just little technique things. So we're going to just have a close look at his serve right now. He's walked up to the line, couple of bounces, and, he drops it back past his leg, and a lot of players will keep the racket going and flowing. It stops a little bit. It comes up fairly early. He's a little bit leaning when he hits it. It's just not, he's definitely leaning more to the left, and he's going for a kick serve, and that one goes long. Too much power, not enough spin on that one. But, there's just little things that need to be cleaned up. I mean, the difference at this level, the difference between a good and great is a little bit in the technique, and it's making one more ball. And, I'd like to see a little bit more offense. He needs to take it to Andy just a little bit more than he is. And, Andy misses that return, and the shoulders drop, and he walks across, and, John's going to do everything he can. John will have no negative body language whatsoever. He'll be very, very good in that area. He's going to run all day long. He's going to give everything. But you've still got to have some weapons at the end of the day to hurt the opponent.
Millman serving 40-30, trailing 2-5. So if he does hold this service game, then he'll force Andy Murray to serve for this opening set, which has been going for 28 minutes. So interesting, a few things to work on there from Murray's perspective. Not absolutely perfect, but he doesn't have to be perfect in the third round. He just has to win it. Just taking an overview as to how these guys at the very top level approach their matches. Long rally, this one, with Millman hoping to serve out game point here. Murray really hammering the ball back towards the Australian. Would Murray have been aware, and how much notice would he and his team have taken of the overnight scenario between Sam Querrey and Novak Djokovic, or would it genuinely be a case that they're focusing on their match, and when he's finished, they might say, oh, by the way, Novak Djokovic has been knocked out, or, by the way, Novak Djokovic had to win it in 5 and was out on court for 3 3/4 hours. That match, of course, still ongoing. How much notice would they have taken of that?
You're always looking around at everything, that's going on in the tournament. So, you're glancing here, you're glancing there, you're seeing how your friends are doing, you're seeing how the seeds are doing. So, he'll know what's happening, but it's just a casual look. And, the focus here, I imagine, I know Tennis Australia do a lot of video work. I know, with Andy playing so many matches at Melbourne Park, they'll have some video on Andy. I've seen a lot of balls going to the backhand, as we see like 3 or 4 in a row. Andy does miss that one out wide.
Sorry to interrupt. That was for set point, by the way. That was break point on the Millman serve. So Millman is just about hanging on by his bootstraps in this first set, serving 2-5 down, and it's back to deuce. Sorry.
Yeah, all good. So, I don't feel the exact game plan here. Like there, we've got a serve and a backhand instead of a serve and a forehand, and he's moving, halfway into the middle of the deuce court to hit that backhand, which exposes you wide in the deuce court for the next running backhand. So, it's just weapons. I mean, I'd like to see John run around. I'd like to see that forehand hit bigger. I'd like to see his hand stay up on the throat and rotate the upper body against the lower body. I'd like to see the court position move up a little bit more. He just traditionally hasn't got to this level doing those things. And, tennis is a really weird sport. To what got you to a certain level can actually be holding you back from going and taking that next big step. Running down a lot of balls, having a really solid backhand is two wonderful things. But that eventually runs out. And you've got to, the next level says, how am I going to hurt you? I've got to bang some serves. I've got to get some unreturned serves. I've got to have a big forehand. I've got to climb the ladder and get to the net. I find it almost impossible that John is going to win over 50% of his baseline points in this match. And even leading up to this match, Murray, who's amazing from the back of the court, was still only winning 49% from the back of the court. So it's a really tough place to be. And I want to feel, the intensity to move forward. John Millman needs to be a short ball hunter. He needs to go deep with those ground strokes, look for the short ball, close hard. And at the moment, he's more content to just stay in the rally and wait it out, and that's done him a wonderful service to get to centre court at Wimbledon. And certainly you would say it'll help him get through the first week. It's going to be difficult with just that set of tools to take the big jump into the second week.
Certainly there were some early indications, by the way. Murray, of course, serving for this first set 5-3. It's 15-all, so a good start. It's gone 30-15 now to Andy Murray, but Millman's doing his best to hang on in this game. Certainly there were some early exchanges at the beginning of this set where you felt as though Millman maybe had some opportunities to come forward towards the net and be aggressive, and he wasn't taking those chances, not at the beginning of the set.
I just did an analysis of Simona Halep. And one of the things that I saw was her willingness to move forward constantly. And, you know, I'd just like to feel that a little bit more from John. We've got set point here.
Murray coming into the net, looking aggressive, and it's there. So Andy Murray has indeed taken the first set. 6-3, 33 minutes on the board. So a good start for Murray. But as we've said a couple of times, couple of those moments just producing some negative body language. He was broken. That was when Millman came back from 3-1 to 3-2, but of course broken straight back, and as they always do, some great slow-mo shots from that first set from the crowd as well. She's got to be hot in that fancy dress outfit.
You see there in that forehand technique of John Millman, the elbow stays pretty close to him. Even there on that one, he just doesn't get the extension, the relaxation in the arm, the shoulder, the elbow. You know, it's naturally going to bend. It's naturally going to, you know, create the elasticity at the start, but it needs to release. You know, I remember seeing Agassi hit so many. We've got some good numbers here. Only 2 winners. You know, it's tough. 7 unforced errors, you know, that's really where he lives. I'm not going to hit a lot of winners, but I'm not going to give you a lot of free points. You know, 3-6 is probably what we thought would happen. Net approach is 1 of 3. So, you know, John's not going to the net and he's not hitting winners. So how are you going to create a body of work that's going to win the set? You know, you need to have a minimum of 24 points to win the set, and probably more likely 40 to 50 at times. And, you know, where are those points going to come from? Some of them will be winners, some of them will be forcing errors from the opponent, some of them will be unforced errors. But, you know, there's not enough forcing, and there's certainly not enough in that winner count to make to make Andy under pressure.
David Beckham and his mum in the royal box. They've been there before. Beckham, in fact, I think it was in a doubles match. It may have been involving Andy's brother, Jamie. The ball bounced up towards the royal box, and Beckham caught it one-handed. He was under pressure to do so. Andy Murray then, with a 1-set advantage. Millman serving in the first game of the second set, having lost the first 6-3.
Very typical exchange in this match. It's just, you know, John staying back, he's putting balls in play, he's running. And look at Andy just remonstrating a little bit with himself, stay down.
See, I would have thought that negativity, I would have thought that negativity would have stopped when Lendl comes back into the camp. Yeah. Although, as we pause our discussion on Lendl, Murray having a little look and the umpire coming forward just to check the moisture. Of course, this one would not be delayed by too much because, of course, they can close the roof and come back. But Murray would want to be getting on with this one. He's taken the first set 6-3. And with just 1 point on the board at the start of the second set, there's a groan around centre court as this well-oiled machine comes into effect once more, of 1 or 2 umbrellas coming out from the crowd. And the ball boys and ball girls and the ground staff who train literally for months for this fabulous fortnight of world-class sport, they're putting all that practice into good use. As one of the cameramen's long lenses has been stuck there on the court covers, now just being retrieved. Not in your picture, but Yeah, so the players just going off out of your shot there. I've just seen them heading off as the clouds, the ominous clouds, gather once again. This is, of course, or will be, only the 4th Sunday in Wimbledon Championship history where we have had action. The first was in 1991, then came 1997, 2004, and this year. So I'm gathering that all of the tickets for tomorrow have already been sold online. Judy Murray, it didn't take very long. My dad sat on his computer, clicking refresh, 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 and they'd all gone after about 20 minutes. So sorry about that, Dad. You'll have to keep watching on TV. So an incredibly popular championship, and there'll be some very happy people who'll be making their way onto centre court tomorrow to watch world-class action for only the 4th time on that middle Sunday. So overall, Craig, what's your synopsis of what you've seen from Murray so far? 6-3 in the first set, double break, but he too was broken, and he was showing his frustration at having conceded a service game. What's your overall reflection on what we've seen so far on the first 30-odd minutes of action?
Yeah, when you go and play a match, whether it's here on centre court at Wimbledon or at any club around the world, a good way to think of it is you play 2 matches. And you've got the match between the point and the match during the point. And when we're practicing, the match during the point is what gets all the attention. Lots of forehands and backhands and repetitions and millions of balls. The most important match is actually between the points. That's where you figure out your opponent. That's the chess match of the game. That's the emotions of the game where, you know, we're afraid to win or we're afraid to lose or we're getting mad or getting upset or popping a racket or the negativity. And, you know, that conversation comes back to Andy. And it's very important for Andy to understand that the most important match that he's playing out there is literally between the points. Don't give your opponent ammunition. Don't show the negativity. You can feel it inside and you can let it out in certain healthy ways. But, you know, all of us expect Ivan Lendl, which is just walking out right now, all of us expect now Ivan's back in the camp that the negativity towards the box would decrease. And I think it's got to be, you know, tough for a lot of people out there to even think, well, how in the world can a player be negative to their own box? I mean, this is my coach, this is my dad, this is my mom, this is my brother. These are people that are in my inner circle, my inner sanctum. How in the world, in a match, would you lose focus so much that you're actually getting mad at them? It just, you know.
So what is the answer to that? Because that's the question that many people ask themselves, but albeit that they've never experienced that unbelievable cauldron of pressure.
Yeah, so what you've got to do, you've got to find a very healthy way to let the pressure out. So it's almost like a bike tire that has a valve. It's better as the pressure builds, you've got, you know, 10% of pressure. Hit the valve, let 10% out, and you go back to zero. And whether that's, you know, a little slap on the leg and says, come on, Andy, we're better than that. Come on, Andy, more spin on that ball. Come on, Andy, stay down on that. Let's go. You know, let it out in a positive way. Don't let it build from 10% to 50%, 100%, and all of a sudden there's an explosion. You are better off just tapping that button every now and then. But, you know, that's something that Andy's always struggled with. I've sat behind him and analysed him in so many matches. When he's good, he does better. Murray's first serve placement. Very interesting here that he's serving more in the juice court. Let's take those juice court numbers there. Far more to the backhand of Millman. Millman's got a better backhand return. So I'm not quite sure why that's happening. The 2 sliders out wide, the 22% there, I would have expected more of those. Maybe he's thinking Millman's going to think that they're going out there and I'm going to surprise him. In the ad court, a little bit more down the tee. And I think it's just overall, I'm seeing a lot more serves down the tee at Wimbledon than I do on hard courts. It's just a quick way home, and the grass facilitates, you know, a little bit of a quicker serve. So, you know, every player on the planet that's got to play Andy Murray should be looking at these, should be logging it, and understanding that if you go and play, and you know where the serve's going, you're going to be hitting better returns.
Great atmosphere and spirit here. They're on the phone saying, hey, We're on the big screen, we're on TV, but nothing's happening. But I'm sure it will resume quite soon. Just talking about how someone ranked at 67 or maybe much higher. Millman obviously closing in on that top 50, as Andy Murray said he was capable of when they met 3 years ago. If you're a player who's a rank outsider for a match, should you play every point as if it's your last? A bit like we saw from Mannarino, who played Djokovic in the second round on his birthday. And as the match went on, you got the feeling that Mannarino just switched and thought, I am going to absolutely play out of my skin here, and I might hit one that's 2 yards beyond the baseline, but you know what? I might just actually start connecting. I'm going to try and play out of my skin to put this guy under a little bit of pressure. And it did work to some extent, because he forced Djokovic to take the third set on a tiebreak. Is that the best way for guys who are far and away outsiders to approach these matches? Do they have to hit every point as if their life depended on it to stand a chance?
Absolutely. You've got to redline it a bit more. The opponent on the other side that's top 5 in the world, they're simply a better player than you. They're going to put more balls in the court, so you've got no option. You've got to go for a little bit more. You've got to relax. You've got to chill, and you've got to be aggressive. So that's really the only way.
Well, it's not quite the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, but there are some very dark clouds making their way towards this wonderful complex. The umbrellas are still out. Little chat there with Mum. And nobody's going too far here because they're hoping that play will resume, either with clear skies or with a closed roof. So the headline is Andy Murray has taken the first set 6-3. We are in the very, very, very early stages of the second set, and there is some blue sky, so maybe we will resume without the roof being closed. Either way, action will start again here on centre court with the world number 2 Andy Murray fairly soon. The early honours have gone the way of the homegrown hero. And here's a little positivity as we hand back to the studio. This is the sight we all want to see. The covers are coming back off, so hopefully it won't be too long before we see some world-class tennis once again here on what is surely one of sport's greatest arenas.
Indeed, Rob, pleased that they're not needing to put the roof on. This is, of course, fundamentally an outdoor tennis event, and the All England Club make every effort to keep it that way, and it's absolutely necessary to close the roof. And it's one of those days where you just get a bit of a sporadic shower that lasts for a matter of moments, and as you can see, the sun comes out again. So good news, the roof's staying off, the covers are coming back off, and hopefully it won't be long before the same happens on number 1 court. In fact, the covers didn't even go on any of the other outdoor courts. It was only Centre and 1 that pulled the covers on. Play is currently suspended though, but just before the suspension came in, this was Kei Nishikori out on court number 3, the number 5th seed from Japan, serving at match point to try and get the job done in straight sets over Kuznetsov. He's been incredibly impressive, and awaiting him in the next round is the number 9 seed Marin Cilic. With that miss hit from Kuznetsov, Kei Nishikori marches through in rather convincing fashion. He's been the first man from Asia to achieve an incredible amount of things in the tennis world, Kei Nishikori. So Andrei Kuznetsov unable to step up to his challenge, and he has booked his place in the 4th round against Marin Cilic. He will get that middle Sunday off and wait for Manic Monday, where we usually get all of the round of 16 matches underway here at the Wimbledon Championships. That will be the 4th round, in fact. So that was before the suspension. We're currently in a suspension, but as you can see, the covers aren't on the court because it's sunshine again. This is the temperamental weather that we get used to at summertime in England. So the covers coming back off court number 1 as well. And honestly, this match is blockbuster. We're gripped to it here in the studio, and this is the 3rd time today the players have been brought off court since starting their match at 12 p.m. That's noon local time. They began play an hour earlier on court number 1 today, simply because of these issues that we've been struggling with the last few days. Play begun traditionally at 1 p.m. on centre court because they have the safety net of the roof if required. This is a frustrating situation for the players, and actually quite a crucial time in the match where it's been suspended again, because Sam Querrey is 1 game away from winning the match against Novak Djokovic. It's 6-5 in the fourth set, 2-1 to the American, and he would need to break Novak Djokovic to win the match as soon as they come back out. Of course, we'll let you know what happens. Players beginning to get back underway. So my goodness, it's never a dull moment here at the All England Club. We've got plenty to look forward to and plenty more matches that we hope to get completed today before we have the ever exciting People's Sunday tomorrow. Always a special time in Wimbledon history, and only the fourth time in the history of these great championships that we will be playing on Middle Sunday. So social media is never quiet, Catherine, and I imagine none more so now. I know the tickets went on sale at 3 p.m. and have been in hot demand for tomorrow. Probably not that easy to still get hold of some of those.
Yeah, there are a few people tweeting excitedly that they have been able to get hold of tickets. I do understand, not confirmed reports, I think they've all gone. By the looks of things on social media, I do think they've all gone. I mean, it was pretty predictable that there would be really hot demand for them. So, yeah, it's not confirmed. It's if you still fancy trying your luck, then do go ahead. But we were expecting them to go quickly, and it does seem like that has been the case. Lots of praise out there for the decision actually not to put the roof on this time. It's very obviously just a passing shower, and this is an outdoor tournament, and the club do endeavour to make sure that as much of it is played outdoors as possible. The Wimbledon roof account, yes. Wimbledon, the Wimbledon Centre Court roof has its own Twitter account. Check that out if you want to laugh every now and then. They've been pretty busy this year. Sorry guys, just on my break, I'll be back soon. That was a few minutes ago when the decision was made not to pull the roof over, but it's proven to be the right one. It's not raining. We've got clear sky. Well, in one direction, not in the other, but it's just one of those days, isn't it? And,
I love that tweet there. Well, Wimbledon is certainly making me on my keep this year. At least they get tomorrow off. Wait, what? That's the reaction of everyone when they learn that Middle Sunday is not a day off this year.
Exactly. Well, there's just, I mean, you can imagine what the Twitter sphere is like at the moment with what's going on Court 1, what's going on Centre Court as well. Lots of people doing what I'm reliably informed is called dual screening. Just bear with me. We have quite a lot of this. Here's Boris Becker. Lots of people charting his emotions and his facial expressions throughout that match. In fact, you noted, Cara, that as Djokovic walked off court there, he seemed to gesture to his box to come and get to the locker room as quickly as possible. And we did see Boris hot-footing it out of there. Lots of people picking up on that as well. He obviously wants to have a pretty intense chat with his team in this rain delay.
Yeah, he didn't look comfortable. He was quite evidently gesturing with his tennis racket, waving to his box, come in, and then you saw Boris get up and try and move in. Thomas, from a player's perspective, is that something in a rain delay that, well, if you're in a rain delay, because it might be very short, that these guys are running off the court like a yo-yo at the moment, would you expect your coach to come down every time there's a delay, or do you need to signal to them sometimes? He's obviously frustrated and not as comfortable as he is normally, but would you need to signal? Would you expect them to come down, or normally would coaches sit out a delay like that in the box?
Well, I mean, if it's a short delay, I don't think maybe it's necessary for them to come down, but I guess, I mean, this match is...
anything but simple.
Absolutely not simple. It's something out of the ordinary. I mean, it's this last four set. I think every game's been produced. I think Novak had like 12 or 13 break points only in the fourth set. He actually served for it by 5-4, and now Sam broke back, and it's actually only one game from this big upset. So I mean, it's so emotional also for both players, obviously. But I mean, it's going on and off. It's no rhythm. It rains, and also the way Sam Querrey has been playing. He's been mixing it up with aces, and then he goes for his shots, and he's just no rhythm at all. And you can really see how frustrated Novak Djokovic is.
Yeah, and kudos to Sam Querrey for holding in there, because you know, people still had all the bookies, Catherine was telling us, and Novak Djokovic's favourite coming back today. So we'll keep you posted what happens. But just before we go back to social media, we're actually going to dive straight into a press conference, because Simona Halep was the first match on Centre Court today. She came through in straight sets against Kiki Bertens. Let's hear what she had to say after the victory.
I mean, Kiki's obviously has won more matches than anyone else on tour this season. How happy are you with your performance today?
I'm really happy that I won this match. It was important for me. It was a big challenge before this one. I knew that she's in a good form, and she plays good tennis in this moment. She did a great job in French Open, so she had a lot of confidence before this match. But I went there just to play my best, to be aggressive, because I knew that is the only chance that I can win the match, to be aggressive and to do my game. I did well, and yeah, definitely I'm very happy about this win.
Are you surprised by how much she has improved this year? Because this time last year she lost 6 loves, and she's had an incredible season this season.
I'm not surprised because I knew that she's a good player. I played many years ago against her and she beat me. I knew that she can be a good player because she's very strong. She has a different game a little bit under the ball, and the ball is not easy to return. But yeah, I think it's a good thing for her, and she will go like up more and more.
Simona, once you got the leads, it seemed like you played maybe a couple of loose games, and I was wondering there if it was just nerves or you went away from your game plan, lack of focus.
You mean about this?
Yeah, once you got like 4-2 up in the first set, you played a few loose games and then a little bit in the second set as well.
I didn't do like I wanted. It just happened, and she played well at 4-2. She came back well, and then I just wanted to stay focused, to continue to do my game, because I had to serve pretty well today. The second serve I knew that has to be stronger because she returns well, and on grass you have no chance if you serve like less power. And I was running well today. I was catching 2 drop shots, unbelievable drop shots of her. And yeah, I got more confident after a few games. I felt that I have the game to win the match.
Can you talk a little bit about what Darren Cahill has added to
what
your
he
game?
told me before?
No, and in general, what he has added to your game?
Actually, I think I have the same game, just more aggressive, and I try just to stay closer to the baseline, but not just there, because with strong players it's difficult to return the balls. Yeah, I'm moving better since I started to play with him, to work with him, and definitely the return is improving, and also the serve. I changed a few things, and I think now I serve pretty well.
I mean, at the time since you started working with him full time, there have been a lot of the top men players have been looking for new coaches at different times and taking different coaches on. Do you feel that you got in at just the right time?
Yeah, I think it was a great timing, but I started to work with him last year in Indian Wells, actually. Even if he was doing the job for Adidas, he was next to me all the time. Yeah, it was a great timing, and I'm happy that I have him.
Simona, what were you pleased with?
So Simona Halep cruises through to the next round of the ladies singles draw. I'm sad to report the covers are now back on the outside courts. We've just had a huge downpour here at the All England Club, yet the sun is still shining. If you ever wanted to know what summertime is like in London, we are absolutely tasting it at this year's Wimbledon Championships. It is an absolute stop-start yo-yo afternoon. But as Thomas always reminds me, that's what it takes to win the Wimbledon Championships. You have to be patient. Well, 2 ladies who are very patient have been patient enough to cruise their way into the second round of the ladies' doubles, the British pairing of Heather Watson and Naomi Brody. Guys, first of all, congratulations and thanks for coming up to the studio. I know you didn't even have smooth sailing today, as we listened to chants behind us from the crowds trying to get the covers back off. But you had a couple of weather delays yourself to deal with this morning. How frustrating is it, just tell us, for this yo-yo effect that's going on at Wimbledon this year?
Well, I think we've been doing this for a fair few weeks now, since the clay court season even. It's not just England, it's everywhere, so we can't put all the blame on us. But yeah, it's just a lot of starting and stopping, long days I think for everybody, the crowd, the players, but we just have to be prepared for anything.
Yeah, it absolutely seems that way. I have to speak to you both as well about everything else that's going on before we get into your match in detail. Naomi, we saw you up in the box earlier on in the week, of course, when your brother played Andy. What a fantastic moment was that. It's a tough first round draw when you see 2 Brits playing each other. But what kind of experience was that for Liam and for you to sit in the box and watch him as well?
Yeah, it was amazing. For Liam, it's one of the, if you're not going to get a winnable match, which is so tough to do in a Grand Slam anyway, you want to get one of the big players and go on centre court, and so he was able to do that, and it's just a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Hopefully not once in a lifetime, hopefully he'll get back in next year or maybe the year after and end up on centre again, but I just told him just to enjoy it, and I think he did, and I think he did himself really proud. He played really well and made Andy fight to win the match, and yeah, it was obviously going to be tough to win it, but hopefully Andy will go on and win the tournament now.
It's nice to know how supportive Andy is of all the younger tennis players from Great Britain. We saw the sweet picture you posted of you and Liam on Instagram from when you were younger in the bath. Wonderful social media these days gives us an insight into everything. But how nice is it to have a sibling that plays tennis as well at a high level? Really, throughout your life, you've been able to grow up together on and off the court.
Yeah, it does make a big difference actually that we're able to share the experiences together. I'm one of 4, so we've got 2 other siblings as well. One of whom's here and one's actually on holiday, so he didn't book his holiday at a very good time. But no, it's you don't understand it unless you've been here. So it's nice that we get to share the experiences and offer each other advice. And yeah, it's pretty amazing actually, and we get to play mixed doubles hopefully tomorrow if the weather will hold off for a couple of hours, and hope we're not going to argue too much in the match.
No, yeah, that's what a great mixed doubles pairing. And Heather, of course, you are always such a fan favourite here at Wimbledon. So close last year against Serena Williams. We'll remember this match, and then an incredibly tight first round in the singles, of course, against Annika Beck. Everyone rooting for you out on court 12. Another delayed match. But how nice is it that at these slams you can bounce back from things like that, team up with a really good mate playing in doubles, and you've got a whole new agenda now going into the second week?
I was a bit down after that loss. It was really close and I had my chances, but you've just got to get over it as soon as possible, and I was really excited to get on the court with Naomi again. I think we play really well together, but also I just really enjoy being on the court with her. I think we have a lot of so yeah, I'm feeling really good and a lot better than I was a day or 2 ago.
Good, nice that you can pick yourself up from what was definitely a tough loss.
I've got no idea if we won this point.
We did, I remember.
Good, as we take a look back. Nice to know it was so memorable, Naomi. Why are you so fun to play with, girls? What do you get up to on court? Give us some of your inner secrets.
A bit of everything.
That was the point when we get so pumped and then laugh at each other because we're both being so intense. So I think we both know that we're going to try our hardest and fight every point. So we're able to laugh and know that even though we're relaxed in that moment, we're going to be switched on for the next point. And I think we just trust each other. I think a good example was I totally missed a smash today. Heather managed to hit that one there, but one today I totally missed it. Heather was right behind me, had my back. She knew I was going to miss it.
We've got each other's back, basically.
As any good doubles pairing should. This is brilliant viewing.
This is a great point. Very good point there. Point of the day.
Are you just showing the best points that we won here?
Obviously, these are your highlights.
This is matchy.
How much do you watch yourself back? Because they're gripped by watching this right now. Do you watch back?
I've never watched us back.
Not in doubles. But I think it's important to watch yourself back to see the things you can improve. Oh no, this isn't. Yes, it is.
Look at that reaction. Thomas, you've of course played a lot of doubles in your career as well. Are you impressed by what you see from these 2 young ladies?
Unbelievable. I'm going to run out to watch the next match, that's for sure. Only
you surely didn't expect any less of us.
Was every rally like this?
Everyone, and we won them all, everyone, and we won all of them.
Yeah, there you go.
The score just didn't show it.
Well done.
I've got to talk Olympics a little bit as well, because Heather, I know you definitely are heading to Rio, I believe. You played here, of course, in London 2012. How nice is it that you can team up with fellow Brits in an event like that only comes once every 4 years?
Well, when I was a part of London 2012, for me it's been one of the best experiences of my life. So when it was over, I was so sad that it was over, but I made sure that it was my next goal to be part of the next Olympics in Rio, and I just can't wait. I really look forward to it, representing my country and just being part of such a huge event.
We've got a Twitter question for you both. This is going deep. I'll ask Naomi to answer it. It's from Laura. She says, what is your aim going into the next round? So very open-ended, but in all seriousness, I guess, where do you focus before you go into each match?
To win.
Yeah, we just focus on the next match and winning.
And do you have a strategy in terms of, obviously you want to come through in straight sets, but do you have any superstitions between the 2 of you when you're on court in terms of who does what?
Oh, I always take the outside seat.
Yeah, I learnt that today when I went to sit down and Heather moved it out of my way so I couldn't. She didn't tell me about that one, but
I think you found out about that one today.
Yeah.
And what about off court? Because this is a slam, obviously, that's the home slam for both of you, so a bit different to when you're travelling and staying in hotels. Are you both staying at home this week?
Usually stay with the host family. I have done for the past 5 years, and they live just at the back by the practice courts. And I actually have my own place in London now, but I still wanted to stay with them.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
Where's your place in London?
It's around Chelsea Harbour.
We don't have to give the detailed address, don't worry.
My address is...
Not right in Wimbledon Village, exactly. So it's so nice to stay really close to the courts. What about you, Naomi?
I'm from Stockport, Manchester, so it's too far for me, but we stay with family friends down here as well, so it's just so nice to be in England. Like they have some of the grass tournaments now. They have a new one in Mallorca, and they obviously have the ones in Germany too. But I always just choose to play the ones in England. It's the one time of the year we actually get to be here. And even though I've had terrible results this grass season, as you can see, I'm still super happy.
We love it. We love it. You can come up here anytime because you girls are an absolute delight. Thank you so much for coming to see us. And listen, best of luck. Thomas will be watching every point that you play from now on.
Yeah,
So.
there you go. You can come and get some tips.
I tell you what, fighting talk here at the Live at Wimbledon studio. It's a fabulous Super Saturday, as it always is on this middle weekend here at the Wimbledon Championships. We've got some incredible Olympians and British sports people in the Royal Box, including two of England's finest cricketers, Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad. Let's hear from them.
Jimmy, Stuart, lovely to have you at Wimbledon today. Bit surprised, really, because of course there is an England match taking place. There is a series involving England at the moment, and I know, Stuart, you're still keen to be part of the one-day squad.
Yeah, I mean, obviously summers are really busy for us as cricketers, aren't they? And it's great to take the opportunity to come to the tennis, to get over the disappointment of not being in playing cricket in the one-day squads, I suppose. I mean, we've got a championship game against Lancashire tomorrow at Trent Bridge, which will be a great 4 days to get ourselves ready for what is a huge series towards the end of this summer against Pakistan.
Jimmy, you couldn't actually play even if you wanted to at the moment, could you really? Because you have got a stress fracture to your right shoulder, is it?
Yes, I have, yeah. It's a bit of an unusual injury, actually. The physios keep telling me they've not seen it before in a cricketer, so... yeah, unfortunately I can't play at the moment, but I'm rehabbing well. I'm going to be at Nottingham watching Lancashire boys take on Stuart and his team, so hopefully the rehab will continue to go well. I'm still positive that I can be fit for that first test.
You guys here at Wimbledon, obviously rankings all important in this type of sport. Now, the rankings in Test cricket for the #1 bowler is passing between the two of you. Stuart, you were the #1 Test bowler in the world, but Jimmy, you've nicked it off him at the moment, haven't you?
Yeah, rankings are really important, especially when you're #1. Yeah, I mean, it's very different in cricket. Tennis, obviously, they're hugely important. In cricket, it's kind of a guide to how you're performing and how consistent you've been. But they're not the be-all and end-all. You know, me and Stuart, our job is to take wickets for England and help us win games of cricket. And if we're doing that, then we will be somewhere near the top of those rankings.
How important is events like Wimbledon for you to get away from what is obviously a very busy calendar from January through to December, just to recharge the batteries?
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's, I mean, what a sporting event it is. I mean, I've not had the opportunity to come too often. As I say, we're normally very busy throughout the summer. So to have this opportunity to come here and watch different games, and we're so lucky to see Andy Murray later on. It is a fantastic spectacle. And yeah, a nice little break from what is a busy summer.
Pakistan, as you mentioned, just around the corner. Are you going to be fit for that first test, Jimmy?
Well, I'm hopeful. I mean, the rehab's going really well, like I said. It's still 2 weeks away, so there's still plenty of time to try and get fit. And yeah, I'm hopeful because things are going so well for the team. We've played really well against Sri Lanka. Pakistan's going to be an even tougher test than Sri Lanka. We got beat by them in October in the Emirates, so we want to get our own back on them. We've got a great opportunity in our own home conditions. We're playing well in Test cricket, so we really want to continue that.
How nifty are you with a tennis racket?
To be honest, I'm very average. I started
taking lessons.
I started to take it up a little bit, sort of March time, and it's a really tough sport. It's a great sport to play because it gets you running around, keeps you fit. But there's so many aspects to it that you can make mistakes with, which as a professional sportsman gets quite frustrating after a while. But it's, I mean, I actually play a bit of tennis with Alex Hales, my Nottinghamshire and England teammate, and he's fantastic. I mean, he hits it so hard. He's got all the attributes to be a very good tennis player, and he's trying to coach me a little bit, but it's not going so well.
I mean, I love it, and you come here and you just want to get out there and play. And then you do go out and play, and you realise you're not as good as, nowhere near as good as these guys. But I think it's an amazing place to come. So much tennis going on to watch, and we can relate to them a little bit, that kind of one-on-one battle that we have with the batsmen when we're bowling. So it's kind of really interesting to try and to see those sorts of battles, and yeah, it's a great day out.
Well, it's unusual for me to say this, but I hope you guys go out and watch how the experts do it for a change. So lovely to chat to you. Good luck against Pakistan.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Just before you go, can you just do one thing?
To give you a real taste of Wimbledon, and today it's all about fashion at SW19.
It's got to be colourful. That's the most important for me, I think.
I just thought I have to wear a white dress.
Aussie gold shirt, cap backwards, Chandler Leighton Hewitt.
You guys kind of match. Do you go with coordinated?
We just like the same things.
Yeah. Are you actually going to wear this, or is it an accessory?
It's an accessory.
I wanted to be the best dressed wag here.
It's got to be radical self-expression.
I think you'll agree, some pretty good outfits on show there, which just goes to prove Wimbledon and fashion go hand in hand.
So this is the current situation at the All England Club. There are still some light showers in the area, so we have been informed there will be no play on the outdoor courts before 4:45 p.m. Meanwhile, the roof is firmly on centre court. The court is being redressed, and I imagine the players will be back out shortly once the temperature in there has acclimatised. Now, court number 1, you can see, I have to say, an absolutely packed hill, first of all, overlooking that screen, but they're sitting out this delay as well. Court number 1 currently without a roof. Plans for the roof will begin following the championships this year, and much needed after all the rain interruptions we've had in this edition of the 130th championships. It is due to be completed by 2019, but let's find out a little bit more about what's in store. So this is the current scene on court number 1, though by 2019 we hope that they will not experience nearly as long a delays as they've had this year, because the full roof, similar to the one on centre court, is expected to be fully functional in 3 years' time. Work does begin following this year's championship. So you can see the current picture, the roof's on centre court. Andy Murray and John Millman are back on court. Their match was suspended in the very early stages of the second set. Andy won the first one 6-3. They're just warming up There you can see the number 2 seed preparing to restart. It's an incredibly frustrating day and really frustrating week. Actually, a few weeks of the season, having just spoken to Heather Watson and Naomi Brodie, who were in studio following their win in the first round of the ladies' doubles, said it's been like this really ever since the French Open. Roland Garros struggled with the weather there as well. But it's almost more frustrating, Thomas, the way, not so much, of course, for the guys on centre, though they have had a delay. They know now they will be able to complete the rest of the match without any further rain interruptions because they have the roof on. But it's almost more frustrating that it's this on and off slight showers, because if it was torrential for a few hours, you know you're probably not going to rush straight back on again. It's this on and off effect because it's just light rain here and there, but still dangerous to continue playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult for the players today because exactly what you said, it's really on and off. I mean, they just played a couple of points sometimes and then they go off for a minute or two and then they run back on, and it's very difficult for the players to get some kind of rhythm here. And this is like we spoke about so many times, this is a little bit part of Wimbledon, but the last couple of days has been extreme.
Yeah, and it's not even, as you say, just been today, it's been yesterday and Wednesday as well. But we're delighted that we've got at least one match to watch, and our reporter Rob Walker's up in the commentary box with our superstatistician Craig O'Shaughnessy. Guys, back to you.
Yes, thanks, Cara. Welcome back, everybody. Once again, on centre court with the roof closed and the crowd very happy. We are about to see action once again. The ubiquitous Mexican wave. That's when you know a crowd are either bored or what they're watching isn't particularly enthralling. I think it's the opposite. I think it's just a little bit of relief that we're about to get going again here in this magnificent arena. And trying to get the members of the Royal Box involved. I did spot Gordon Banks up there, I believe at least 3 times voted FIFA Goalkeeper of the Year. Kept 3 clean sheets for England in the group games. There he is, of the World Cup. Oh, brilliant. Even the legends are getting involved with the Mexican wave. That is sensational. He is a man absolutely revered across England and Great Britain, a World Cup winner. So, whilst Murray and Millman, the Australian, go through their knock-ups, the crowd really getting into the spirit of this. But of course, Craig, from a slightly serious perspective, you know, the 2 players will be taking no notice of this whatsoever. There's the serious business of completing. Even David Beckham and his mum are finding this quite amusing. Come on, Bex. If Gordon Banks can get involved in a Mexican wave, so can you, or maybe he's just too cool. But back to the serious stuff, Craig. You know, these guys will just want to get on with it, won't they? Both of them just, you know, the roof's closed. They're like, right, OK, let's get back to business here.
Well, after the rain delay, they came back out and played 2 points. It was they were off court for a short period of time, and there was no warm-up like they are having now. So they walked straight on, got set up in the ad court, played 2 points, and then it poured again. And this time they do get a little bit of a warm-up. I remember a few years ago, Roger Federer was playing, rained, roof closed, and they measured his serve speed as 5 miles an hour faster on average once the roof closed as opposed to being open. So it does play a significant factor down there. It's a different atmosphere. You know, one of the things they do is do that for the humidity so that the grass does not get wet or slippery with the humidity. I mean, we've got a lot of people now inside breathing, adding heat, so they've got to definitely control the atmosphere in there. And there's no more wind. You don't have to worry about that. There's no sun when you toss the ball up. There's just perfect conditions on the most perfect court in the world. So, you know, you can go out there and get after it a little bit more, play a little bit bigger, and not have to worry about the wind in your face or the sun anywhere, and really excellent conditions. So I don't necessarily know who it's going to favour. Jason Stoltenberg there. Great to see Jason. He'll be with John Millman. I remember playing Jason I was 18. I'm from Albury. And if you saw in the Royal Box, actually, I can see her now peeking through. Margaret Court, who won, I think, 7,000 Grand Slam titles, singles, doubles, and mixed. The all-time winner. She's from Albury. I'm from Albury. And I went, there's Jason on the right there with the Australia cap on. I went and played state schoolboys doubles, and I played Jason first round. He was 15. And I look over at this little kid, I'm like, you know, there's just no chance we're losing this match. He had the best one-handed backhand I had ever seen in my life. It was unbelievable. Now, you know, I grew up playing on grass courts. So I've got this very average backhand slice and almost never came over it. And Jason grew up on hard courts in Sydney and came over it. And he made semis here, I believe. I'm pretty sure he made semis here one year. So he's a very good coach and a good friend.
A good man for the likes of John Millman to have in his camp, and Mark Draper was sitting there with him as well. So he's got all the people in his camp, John Millman, here to make an impact on the game. And remember, as we said right at the beginning of the coverage of this match, he beat Robredo last year, then lost to Baghdatis. He's come through a match against Benoit Paire. All the guys who do such a good job making sure the courts are in tip-top condition. So Millman's got all the ingredients, and he's not an old man. He's 27. So he is getting up towards that top 50 ranking, and he's on his feet. He's prowling around his own baseline as Andy Murray gives the towel to the ball girl, checks the cap, and so John Millman serving on game point. Remember, this is the first game in the second set, Murray having taken the first set 6-3.
Lucky little net cord there. Good body language. You know, for all the juniors that are watching all over the world, you know, watch John Millman's game. It's very good. It's very solid. But watch his body language. Watch him between the points. Watch, you know, when he wins points, he's not over exuberant. When he loses points, he's not negative. You know, he's a wonderful role model for all the young kids out there.
Well, this certainly promises to be an entertaining second set, and one thing we can categorically say for certain is that there will be no further rain delays because they have closed the roof. So Murray just going through the opening few strokes and once again bouncing off the top of the net. That's the second time in successive games that's happened to Murray as he lashes a big backhand cross court, and actually just a little miss hit there on the edge of the racket. So Murray takes the first point of his service game, and it is looking good from Murray's perspective. But Millman, well, that was a nice, solid finish to his opening game. To go off, he was 40 love, to go off and have to wait to make sure you get one on the board early on in the set, which is important for a 67 in the world against the number 2 in the world. He's not completely out of this match, even though Murray will, of course, be the overwhelming favourite to go through and probably in straight sets. Millman can't be taken lightly. And how much will it have helped that Millman did hold serve so convincingly in that first game of the second set?
Well, he's had a really good start here. These 3 points, though, he held serve, and then the first point of this game, he ripped that backhand down the line. And in that last point there, he ran around and really crushed a forehand return. So, you know, I don't know whether Jason and Mark had a chat with him with the rain delay, but he seems a little bit more aggressive. And a lot of times, too, maybe he's just settled down. You know, he's got out there, he's got the butterflies out, and I'm sure there's going to be some. There has to be.
Well, I mean, look at what happened when Marcus Willis was playing against Roger Federer. He was bageled, as you tennis. I love that expression. He was bageled, as you tennis guys like to say, in the first set, and then he continued to get better. I think he was 6-3 in the second set, and then 6-4 in the third, and he even had the audacity to lob the 7-time Wimbledon champion Marcus Willis. So, I guess when these guys are coming out playing high quality opponents like Federer and like Murray, both of whom have won Wimbledon before, Federer many times and Murray the first time in 13. Maybe there is a little bit of time where they're looking around going, oh my gosh, I'm on centre court and look who's down the other end of the net, and it takes them just a little while to get over that. And we noticed John Millman before the match started sitting in the chair. Murray was up going through a few serves. They'd finished doing the dual knock-up. Millman took himself off to the seat, sat down, and he was looking around centre court as if to sort of get those moments out of the way. So having succumbed in the first set 6-3, maybe he is going to settle down. So Murray serving is 40-30 on Murray's opening service game of the second set. And there's the big bomb into the bottom corner. And Andy Murray levels things up in the second set. 1 game all. So, Andy Murray back on serve in this second set. He's in the driving seat. Now, if you've been watching our coverage at Live at Wimbledon, you'll be aware we've got this IF series where we've been asking the players a rapid-fire series of questions. Here was our 5 minutes with the 2013 Wimbledon champion, who, by the way, is the reigning Olympic champion as well. Here was what Murray had to say on his IF series of questions.
Now with Andy Murray. Andy, if you could pick one player in history to play at Wimbledon.
Ivan Lendl.
If you could have one superpower.
Invisibility.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Muhammad Ali.
If you could pick one city.
One city, Miami.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
Federer, Nadal, the one, I can't even remember what year it was. I was actually watching it. I was here in the crowd, I watched it.
Wow, in
live.
centre court.
Yeah.
Amazing. If you could pick one emoji.
The wink. Yeah.
I don't need to give you a wink, but I just did. If you could pick one movie.
Usual Suspects.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Sean Connery.
If you could lift one sporting trophy not in tennis.
Heavyweight boxing world championship.
Interesting.
I think if you are the heavyweight boxing champion, it does mean you're the man, so it would be that, yeah.
If you could erase one fashion error from your history.
I think any haircut I've had over the years, I don't think any of them have been particularly fashionable, so my hair.
Okay, if you could watch one band or singer perform live.
You
could have seen them.
I have seen them. Ed Sheeran, very good.
Great choice. If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life.
One food for the rest of my life. Sushi.
Good
sushi.
choice.
Salmon avocado sushi.
Roll.
Yeah.
Okay. And lastly, if you could play a trick on any player on tour.
A trick on any player on tour. Daniel Nesta.
Interesting. Any reason?
Yeah, because he deserves it. He's always just talking nonsense to everyone. He's so loud in the locker rooms that he's someone that I think most of the players would actually like to trick. Yeah.
All right, watch out, Daniel. Andy, thank you.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Judy, we're going to play a game now. It's an if game. So, if you could play one player in history at Wimbledon, who would it be?
Chris Evert.
If you could have one superpower?
Invisible.
If you could meet one other sports star?
Usain Bolt.
Nice, super speedy. Probably wouldn't be able to catch him though. If you could pick Borg or McEnroe?
McEnroe.
If you could pick one city?
Rome.
If you could watch only one Wimbledon final again in history, which one would it be?
Goran Ivanisevic and Petr after People's Monday.
Nice one. If you could pick one emoji?
It's got to be smiley face with the tongue hanging out.
Especially this week as well. If you could pick one movie?
Silence of the Lambs.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie?
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Okay, that's a good one. I like that. If you could lift any sporting trophy, not tennis related?
Darts, World Championship of Darts.
Nice, that's something I didn't know. If you could erase one fashion error from your past.
Oh, poncho.
You might need one of them though today, kind of around here. If you could see one band or singer live, who would it be?
Amy McDonald.
If you could eat only one food for the rest of your life, what would you choose?
Salt and vinegar kettle chips.
Oh God, good shout. I really like that as well. Only they're really, really salty though. Otherwise they're not very good. If you could play a joke on one player on the tour, who would it be?
Feliciano Lopez.
And what would the joke be?
I'm not telling.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Judy. Good luck for the whole tournament. Thank you.
I've said this before, but I'll say it again. The covers are off. Beautiful sunshine bathing SW19. It's been a slightly bizarre day. Well, slightly probably doesn't do it justice. We've had rain, we've had hail, covers going on, covers going off. But it looks like they're being packed up there by the court coverers. Hopefully get the nets back up as soon as possible and get these matches back on. A fairly limited amount of play so far here on day 6 of the championships. You wouldn't think, looking at that, the blue sky overhead, only a couple of small clouds, that we have had so many delays today, but it's been, I suppose, classic summer English weather, keeping the players off the court for much of the day. But hopefully we'll be resuming as soon as possible. That's the scene on court 1, where that match, Novak Djokovic and Sam Querrey, is perfectly poised. Novak Djokovic knows he's going to have to come out and make sure he's on his best form as quickly as possible, because he's going to have to try and hold serve to force it to a tiebreak. If he doesn't do that, then Sam Querrey is through to the 4th round and the top seed is out. And Kyothevong and I back in the studio alongside Catherine Whitaker. Catherine, what's been going on social media throughout the day?
Well, I was discussing a little while ago with Cara and Thomas about Novak Djokovic's reaction after being taken on court the last time around for the rain delay, and how he was gesturing to his box, and I guess in particular Boris Becker, to come as quickly as possible. Well, this is what we're interpreting this gesture to mean. Of course it's been made into a GIF, everything is these days. To be a fly on the wall in the locker room for the last hour, because I'm sure he has been deep in chat with Boris Becker and Marion Vida as well. Of course, he now has to come out and serve to stay in this match. Lots of speculation on Twitter about who this favours. The momentum seemed to be with Sam Querrey. Djokovic, of course, served for that set, couldn't hold on, very uncharacteristic for him, and now he has to come out cold after this rain delay and serve to stay in the match. Very, very difficult task for him. So much chat about this match from every different angle on social media. Djokovic now, officially, this is with a number of bookmakers, not the favourite to win this title. He's still the second favourite, and it's still only by a matter of a couple of percent. So by no means anybody writing him off either from this match or from the tournament. But the current situation does seem to mean that Murray has moved into the favourites position for the tournament.
Amazing just looking at those numbers, that considering how well Federer's played so far, that he's only down at 13.5%. So which shows that the bookmakers and the general public looking at Djokovic and Murray, doesn't matter what Federer's done so far this week, they are still a long way ahead of them.
It was very interesting. Apparently when Federer came into press last night, it was just after the rain had arrived and called off play on court number 1. Of course, he would have been following what was happening intently. He would have come into press knowing that Djokovic was 2 sets love down, but he'd also just found out that the rain arrived, and lots of people reporting that his expression suggested that he thought that meant that Djokovic would end up coming back, and if he is to make the semi-final, Federer, his opponent would be Novak Djokovic. So
While
I'm
we're
sure
discussing
secretly, deep down.
Absolutely. While we're discussing it, let's have a look at the latest odds, just to sort of bring up at this point when we were talking about those statistics. As you can see there, Novak Djokovic 6-5, the still a favourite, 9-4 Andy Murray. I'm just at the same point, I suppose I'll make it again, 7-1. I'm just surprised that those odds haven't moved more for Roger Federer, given the way he's played.
I'm not surprised at all that the odds are like they are there. I mean, Novak Djokovic, he's been the man of the moment for so long. Andy Murray playing some great tennis. Federer, he's had a number of injuries to deal with this year, and we're still trying to figure out, where he's at. He hasn't been challenged too much so far. He's taken out 2 Brits, but I think there's still some more other players who can really give him a better test, and then we can gauge where he's actually at.
Del Potro quite high up on that list as well. Perhaps his performance against Wawrinka has just pushed him up that list.
Yeah, there seem to be as many people that think that he might make the quarter or semi-finals as think he might actually lose today to Luca Puig, scheduled to play later on out on court number 12. That is that's no easy matchup for him, and it's going to be very difficult for him. He's not been in this situation for so many years. To come back out after everything that he experienced yesterday, that incredible victory over Stan Wawrinka, to come back out the next day. He hasn't played a best of 5-set match even for more than 2 years. So he's going to have his work cut out today. But as I say, yeah, I agree with you. There are plenty of people that think that, you know, the draw's opening up for him to at least make quarters, possibly even semi-finals. So it's very interesting. Upsets like the one we saw yesterday do make it interesting. And if we did get the ultimate upset today, boy, would that shake up the draw. So many stats emerging on Twitter. Christopher Clary, always good for a stat. Americans to beat Novak Djokovic in a Grand Slam singles match. Well, there have only been 2 of them. Paul Goldstein in round 1 of the Australian Open in 2006, and Andy Roddick in the quarterfinals of the 2009 Australian Open. The last time an American man beat an opponent ranked at number 1 at a major was Agassi in 2002. I believe that was over Leighton Hewitt. That's what Querrey is fighting for today. Plenty more bits and bobs for you. The most aces Sam Querrey has hit in Grand Slam matches. Against Bernard Tomic, he hit 36 in 2013. Against Tsonga, 33. Against Djokovic today, he is currently on 31. But I would remind you that last year, as pointed out by this very handy person on Twitter, Kevin Anderson aced Novak Djokovic 40 times and still went on to lose.
At least he looked it up. He didn't just make up a number.
So, yeah, I mean, he's serving brilliantly, Sam Querrey. He'll hope to continue that when he comes back out. Of course, what they're playing for is a 4th round meeting with this man, Nicolas Mahut. He awaits in the 4th round, aged 34 years and 171 days. Nicolas Mahut is the oldest man to reach the round of 16 at a Grand Slam for the first time in the Open era. So this is his best ever run at a Grand Slam. Very well done for Nicolas Mahut. And a good advert for how playing doubles can improve your singles game, because he is part of the number 1 doubles pairing in the world at the moment. He and actually the man he beat today, Pierre-Hugues Herbert, they're the world doubles number 1 team.
And a very tricky prospect on grass. He's a brilliant grass court player. We've watched him. He's had a match out here on court number 18. We really enjoyed watching him there, and he just plays so well on the surface. Tested Andy Murray at Queen's. He won the title at Sertogenbosch, I think, the week before. His serve and volley style, it's almost a blast from the past, but it works.
It's a classic style of play, and it's well suited to grass. He's performed well here over the years, and it's brilliant to see that into his 30s now he's still able to produce some very good tennis, and you know, you can't write him off.
One last thing to share with you, Adam. One last thing. I should probably save this for the eventuality of Sam Querrey winning the match, but just in case he doesn't, I'm going to share it with you now. Somebody has scoured the internet and found this find.
Oh my goodness!
Sam Querrey doing some quite spectacular dancing.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
that really is him.
He's not a man that usually shows this kind of personality. It has to be said. He's pretty deadpan. We had him up to the studio, very charming, nice man, but we don't usually see this side of him. So perhaps a glimpse of the celebrations we might be in for if he were to pull off the ultimate upset today.
Brilliant find there. Good work, Catherine. Well, that man there who we saw dancing around with someone in the background with a horse's head on top is about to attempt to beat Novak Djokovic. All he's got to do is manage to break him in the next game. Novak there. What's he doing there, Annie?
Visualising, trying to stay calm, focusing on his breathing. I mean, this is going to be one of the biggest tie breaks of his career, going out for, I've lost count of how many times they've been on and off this court. But Djokovic very much trying to stay in the here and now.
Well, he's going to have to try and hold serve to force that tie break, isn't he? 6-5 down. What's the game plan really from Querrey to try and perhaps make as many returns making play balls, or do you think we're going to see him just perhaps tee off and just try and get lucky in this game and then perhaps take it to a tie-break? How do you see that going? What would you do in his situation?
What got Sam Querrey the first set was him taking his chances. Yes, he served very well. We know that's a huge weapon of his, and he'll need first serves here in this tie-break. He'll really need to hit his spots very accurately. But he took his chances, and you don't deviate from that game plan when you're up against Novak Djokovic. You can't beat the guy playing safe. You've got to expect Djokovic to be able to raise his game at any time. And this will be a huge test for both men.
Catherine, I'd be interested to get your view on what's been the reception to Querrey on social media over these couple of days. Has he been well supported by, I'm supposed he's well supported by the American public?
Very well supported by the Americans. There's actually a fair few of them left in the draw. It's been a very good tournament for the American men so far. Sam Querrey could make it the most fantastic tournament ever for American men in the next hour or so. Remains to be seen. There's a lot of support for him. Look, Novak Djokovic does have his support, and I'm sure we've seen signs from him in this match. He's been trying to get the crowd fired up, and it's not unusual to see Djokovic look perhaps a little bit aggrieved at not getting the crowd support that he perhaps feels like he deserves. There have been a couple of, Grand Slam finals he's played recently with Roger Federer, and Roger Federer gets overwhelming support no matter who he plays, and it's just unfortunate for Novak Djokovic that he is in this era of possibly the most beloved tennis players of all time. But
He's got to be used to the crowd being against him by now, though, because it's a shame. World number one, he's achieved what he's achieved, but yet he's never been a real fan favourite.
He's never been taken to people's hearts. I think he feels that in Paris he has been a little bit more, particularly in recent years. He spoke a lot after that French Open victory about how he feels like sort of Paris is his spiritual home now, because he feels like the crowds there just understand him a little bit more than perhaps they do elsewhere. Look, he has a very, very strong fan base. It's just Roger Federer is Roger Federer, isn't he? I mean, he is one of the most beloved athletes the world over.
See Boris biting his nails a bit.
Well, I was just thinking,
nerves.
yeah, I was just thinking, will there'll be anything left here by the end of this tie-break?
He doesn't strike me as a particularly nervous character, Boris. He doesn't give too much away when he's watching. What do you make of the way he is in the box?
I guess he's not as cool and not as ice cool as Ivan Lendl.
He's rarely given cause to be nervous, is he? I mean, Djokovic is usually so serene in his progress.
Yeah,
he won't be used to this kind of situation. Yeah.
It's a fairly easy gig coaching Novak Djokovic.
But on social media, though, he's Novak Djokovic as a #1 fan. He's very active, backing his player and retweeting a lot of the fans' support for him and Novak.
He is, you're absolutely right. But yeah, there is, as there always is for an underdog, so much support for Sam Querrey out there, particularly, of course, from American corners, but from everywhere, really. And certainly in the match so far, in all the instalments that we've had, he has had the majority of the support out on the #1 court.
And going back to Querrey and I suppose the landscape of American men's tennis, since the days of Roddick winning Grand Slams, Agassi, Sampras, they had such a long period of success. They have had such a long period of success in the ladies' game with the Williams sisters and other players as well, that we have seen a bit of a lull recently in the men's game, particularly on the American side, because we've seen Querrey and Isner producing good results at Grand Slams, but no one really at that top elite level in the top 10 for very long, although Isner broke it very temporarily.
Yeah, and Americans are they're only interested in winners, aren't they? They've sort of struggled to engage a little bit, I think, with the likes of Isner and Querrey and Jack Sock, as fantastic tennis players as they are, and in terms of their sort of level of ability and talent and everything, they've done extremely well. But, unless people are winning Grand Slams or at least making finals and so on, sort of American audiences don't necessarily pay that much attention, but I'm quite sure, just at the moment, American audiences are paying attention very, very closely to how the rest of this match will play out.
Absolutely, they'll be tuned into ESPN, hoping their man Sam Querrey can do it up against Novak Djokovic. We look at his career record there, simply amazing numbers. And all of those Grand Slams that he's won. 6 times an Australian Open champion, most recently winning Roland Garros for the first time, 3 times here at Wimbledon and twice at the US Open. And just give us a sense of what both players are feeling in these moments as we near towards battle. And Djokovic close to going out and Querrey close to the biggest win of his career.
There'll be nerves for both players, no doubt about it, but probably a few more for this man in our picture. You still got to back the world number one in this situation. Yes, he has served for this set, but I don't know, I could be completely wrong. I'm still backing Djokovic to get through this. It won't be easy, anything but.
It will be interesting to see how Querrey approaches this next game, whether he sticks to his guns because we know he's such a power player, whether he does just try and blitz Djokovic off the court and hope that he just gets lucky perhaps on a couple of them, or whether he does try to get in those rallies. But as we know with Djokovic, if you play the slow game with him, he's so consistent from the baseline, even on a grass court where it's slightly quicker, could end up hurting Querrey.
Well, they've both had plenty of time to think about how they are going to approach this most important game of the tournament so far, haven't they?
It's actually quite breezy out there. You know, on any big court, the wind can swirl around, making it tricky.
Absolutely. So 66 minutes since Djokovic last served. So a fair break in play for this one. They'll be resuming there on court number one. Just to remind you of the scoreline. Querrey taking the first two sets yesterday, 7-6, first one on a tie break, 6-1 much more comfortably at the second one. And then Djokovic came back out, started really well in today's proceedings, took the third set 6-3, and it's 6-5 to Querrey, but on Djokovic's serve in the fourth set. Let's take it from court number one. You see James Gothavong, Aaron's brother, man in charge on court one. You can watch that match continuing on ESPN and the BBC, and we'll head down right to the very south end of the grounds and court number two, where the sun is shining, blue skies overhead. Kejda Nooney there, the umpire, watching Petra Kvitova, the number 10 seed. Great record for her at Wimbledon up against Ekaterina Makarova, and a battle of two lefties. Should be an interesting one, this one. Makarova on the verge of an upset, having taken the first set 7-5, 4-3 to Kvitova in the second.
Yes, this match, well, the only second round match left. Tough one for Kvitova. Been yeah, so many days they've waited to complete this match. Well, Kvitova, the first round match too. She had to wait before she was able to finally get on court.
We often talk about lefties playing right-handed players and the advantages they may have there. How does a lefty versus lefty matchup compare?
It's not something you get too often. I mean, for a right-handed player against a lefty, it's always tricky just because of numbers. You just don't have that many lefties out there, and lefty against a lefty, it is different, no doubt about it. Being right-handed, I wouldn't really know. But it's not something you get too often. But Makarova is a woman who's very capable of playing well on grass. She's had a number of good results on this surface. Kvitova, well, it's been a topsy-turvy year from her. We never know what we're going to get. She's capable of playing some outstanding tennis, but she's also capable of hitting the back fence pretty well too.
Okay, well, just before we dip into commentary on this court number two, just let you know that on court one, it's gone to a tie-break. We'll keep you right up to speed with that one, but Novak Djokovic has held serve to take it to a tie-break in the fourth set. But we can join commentary on court two for Kvitova against Makarova in the second set.
Have you been getting it right, Sam?
Well, I've taken on some, I've hydrated, and I can go another hour or so, I think.
You may have to. Maybe another 24. Yes.
He's not lasting, is he?
No, he's not. He's on his last peak.
Ready?
So Makarova 3-4.
First concern for these two will be the footing. They'll both be slightly wary just in the first couple of games or two in case there's some greasy spots.
Just long. She's going to challenge.
Right turn the goal on the left baseline. The both goal.
She's already lost one challenge. Far end from us. Did look initially as if it might have been long, but it wasn't.
50-0.
That's been the problem for much of the match, both yesterday and today. Leaking errors.
Particularly from that forehand wing, and Makarova would do well to target it, go hard and fast into it, because she does get late.
Nailed it, just got the line. But she's had 31 unforced errors. Let's get rid of it in this match. But that wasn't one of them. Very close. I was surprised that there wasn't a challenge.
Just so much anxiety around her shot making. Didn't finish that one before moving forward.
Makarova. Four games over. Second set.
Big Jocko fan. I just don't know, Sam Query.
Okay, we'll leave that one on court number 2. Level in the second set, 4-all. We'll go out to court 18, where we've been watching. We can see this court from the studio, an intriguing match between Steve Johnson of America and that man there, Grigor Dimitrov. They're in the 4th set. Slightly frustrating experience for both players, having to come off and on again with all the weather delays we've had. Dimitrov won the first set 7-6, then Johnson struck back another tiebreak in the second set, this time to the American 7-6. He took the third set 6-4, and he's 2 points away from a spot in the 4th round. He leads 5-2. They're going to resume at 30-15. It's now 30-all.
Ready?
And we can join commentary on this one.
Whenever he's been broken in this match, which hasn't been very often, he has lost the opening point of his service game. Well, he had 2 chances to get that right, Doug. Dimitrov didn't make anything happen there.
15 off.
Ago, that's a shot he makes 2 years on. It's a shot that, having missed, leaves him 2 points away from exiting Wimbledon 2016.
Well, I just wonder how much does Dimitrov want this. You see him play a few good points like that, but he's not able to really string them together. To me, he seems like a lost soul.
The double brings up break point. Confirmation from chair umpire Damien Steiner as Steve Johnson looked to ask if it was worth a challenge, and a break opportunity. A must break for Dimitrov. Good serve.
Yes.
Just under 50% of points won on second serve for Johnson in this match.
He's just rushing. He wants to get off the court. He wants to win the match.
Dimitrov.
And he's playing the score rather than just playing each ball.
Thank you. That's already. Thank you.
That shot, the penultimate shot played in that rally by Stevie Johnson, is one of the best shots I've seen at Wimbledon this year.
Yes.
Well, Dimitrov did the best he could. Wasn't good enough.
Too good. Match point. 2 hours 54 minutes on court in a match that started just before 7:30 last night.
Johnson. That's already. Thank you. Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Match point. Nicely done. It was his territory at the net there, Doug.
Yeah, he really composed himself nicely. Had a game plan there, stuck to it. Didn't stray at all. Stayed on the backhand. Good closing volley.
It's not done yet. Struggled a bit with the first serve in this service game, Steve Johnson.
I don't like that play. Don't know why you would try that on such a crucial point.
Got to take you back to the first set. You tried that early on in the match. You said exactly the same. Don't like that play. Didn't like it then. Why try it now? Wasn't exactly Dimitrov miles behind the baseline. Another break chance. Third of the game for Dimitrov.
Yes.
Good serve again. First serve gets him out of trouble, but it also puts him in trouble when he doesn't make it. Too good again from Johnson as that forehand down the line that we've seen so often in this match. Another match point, the second.
Advantage.
Forehand has been really good all day. Such a big shot.
Job done. Perseverance and patience pays off for Stevie Johnson through to the 4th round at Wimbledon to face Roger Federer, the former world number 8, the semi-finalist from 2 years ago is out. The headlines will be made by that man, Stevie Johnson from Redondo Beach, California. Doug Adler.
Just a really good effort from a guy who's a wonderful competitor. I really thought, Mark, that he wanted the match a lot more than Dimitrov. I mean, he was down. He gave away that first set when we came back. Served for it, made 4 errors in that opening set. Came back and played a wonderful second set tiebreak. And then wasn't to be taken down from that point. He was the more dominant player, really, the entire match. But just from a fighting standpoint, a competitive standpoint, he was able to battle and find ways where Dimitrov just got weaker and weaker as the match went on.
Well, a great performance there from Steve Johnson through to the 4th round to face a Roger Federer after that 4-set win over Grigor Dimitrov. But let's take you from court 18 inside court number 1, where we've had the biggest upset of the tournament so far. He's done it. Sam Querrey. So many questions were asked. Would he be able to come out and hold his nerve in the tiebreak? And this was the moment he claimed the biggest win of his career so far, knocking out Novak Djokovic. A brilliant performance from Sam Querrey. He's taken it, having lost that 3rd set. Crucially, it was Djokovic who started the day much, much better. Querrey winning the first 2 sets yesterday, 7-6, 6-1. He lost the 3rd set, 6-3, but he's taken it 7-6. You can see how much it means to him. A fabulous moment for him. Djokovic out, the draw opening up. Querrey through to play Nicola Mahut in the next round, and that means that the record-breaking streak for Novak Djokovic in the Open era, 30 consecutive wins at Grand Slams, is now over, and Querrey is through, and we have had a massive upset.
That is huge, yes. I really didn't expect Sam Querrey to hold his nerve in that tiebreak. I expected bigger and better things from Novak Djokovic, but wrong I was. But what a moment for Sam Querrey, his biggest win, and to do it on one of the biggest stages in tennis, quite something.
He held his nerve as well. That was what was so amazing, was he was able to play some of his best tennis in that tiebreak. He stayed with Djokovic, even from the baseline. As we see Boris Becker there, I suppose questions will be asked of what Djokovic did right, what Djokovic did wrong in that tiebreak, and in the match in general. But Querrey, most importantly, held his nerve.
Yes, he did, and I'm most impressed. I wasn't convinced he could do it, just even when he was up 2-0 after the rain delay last night. I just expected Djokovic to come back and get back to business, but too good. I mean, hats off to Sam Querrey. Fantastic result.
Absolutely. How much do you think the weather delays helped Querrey, or even perhaps hindered him in some occasions? I mean, it did help him last night, I think, but it didn't help him at all earlier on today when he had to go off, having Djokovic won that 3rd set. So how do you think that affected the match? Would we have seen a similar result if we hadn't had the rain delays, or was it just a good performance from Querrey?
Who knows? I mean, both guys are in the same boat in that situation. It's hard to say it favours one player more than the other because you both have to deal with it. It's not ideal for anyone, but this wouldn't be the first place they would have had to deal with rain. It wasn't easy for any of the players at the last Grand Slam in Paris at Roland Garros, where they don't even have a roof on their centre court. I'm sure Djokovic would have liked to have played the match from start to finish, under the roof on centre court, but he had that luxury in his previous matches. And you've just got to deal with whatever comes, and Sam Querrey did a better job. He played the match of his life,
Absolutely.
and I hope he enjoys this win.
Be very interesting to see what they both say in their post-match press conferences, particularly Querrey. I'm sure he'll be elated, but see how Djokovic breaks down the result, what he thinks this defeat came from. Just looking ahead now, Querrey through to the 4th round. Great performance from him against Djokovic, but he's going to look at that draw and say it's really opening up for me. He plays an unseeded player, Nicolas Mahut, in the 4th round, but we know Nicolas Mahut's a great player on grass. Perhaps he should be seeded given his quality on this surface.
Yeah, Mahut is someone who's been ranked higher. He's dangerous on grass. He's played some great tennis in recent weeks. He won't be an easy opponent for Sam Querrey, and even though Mahut's not seeded, I actually back Mahut. How many times have we seen a player cause a huge shock in a tournament and then in their next match have a real letdown and go out?
Absolutely, we can reel off the names, Darcy, Stakowski, players like that who claimed huge wins, be it on centre court, on court number 1, and then in the next round weren't quite able to produce their best tennis. Invariably, they were out on a lesser court after that, and that can be sometimes something difficult to deal with. Interesting statistic, this is the first time that Djokovic hasn't made it past the 3rd round of a Grand Slam for 7 years, so quite a long time. How difficult is this loss going to be for him to take?
I'm sure it will hurt. He was going for the calendar slam. He's already got the Djokovic slam. But it's disappointing to lose. Whether this was a 3rd round match or a semi-final match for the world number 1, he wouldn't have expected that, and he'll be bitterly disappointed. But he is still the Australian Open champion and the French Open champion. He'll go back to the drawing board, probably look where things went wrong, have that discussion, but then move on pretty quickly.
So you think, just looking ahead, we'll see him back to his best at the US Open? This result will be quickly forgotten. He'll be able to move on?
Yes, I do believe that. I think Novak Djokovic plays incredibly well on the hard courts. He'll want to forget this as quickly as possible, take some time off, spend some time with his family. The tennis season is a long one. It's relentless. You're competing week in, week out. Djokovic took some time off after the French Open, but the gap is bigger than what it used to be, but it's not very long. He didn't play in any of the lead-up tournaments, but he did play a few exhibition matches last week, and really use this time to recover and just look after that body of his.
And if we just sort of step back and take stock of the way the draw is panning out now that we're getting through more matches, the weather has been slightly better, even though we have had some rain delays today. The 4th round picture is starting to come out. And looking at that top part of the draw with Djokovic out, Sam Querrey up towards the top, but Roger Federer is going to be looking at that and saying, I've got an opportunity here.
Yes, for sure. I mean, you can never write off Roger Federer. He knows this place inside out. He's had so much success here. But he's still got some challenging matches ahead before we even talk about him reaching the final here at Wimbledon.
Absolutely brilliant performance from Sam Querrey, and good luck to him in his next round against Nicolas Mahut. It'll be an interesting one to watch to see how he deals with the pressure, having won that match against Novak Djokovic. Let's go back to court 1 now, the next match on there. We're not wasting any time getting the players out on court, trying to get as much play in as possible while the weather is still fine and the blue skies are overhead. And this is a ladies single 3rd round match, one we've been really looking forward to. We've been previewing this one throughout the day. Elise Cornet, the French player, up against Madison Keys of the USA, the number 9 seed, who a lot of people are picking her to go a long way here at Wimbledon.
Yes, Madison Keys, just 21 years of age, ranked inside the world's top 10. She's always done well here at Wimbledon. It's one of her favourite slams to play at because she has the perfect game for a grass court. Picked up a grass court title just a few weeks ago in Birmingham, and she's dangerous. She's been playing some good tennis. She's got a good team around her. But Elise Cornet, well, she's a tough competitor, a rather dramatic player.
Okay, well, so condition with the same net use machine, we have a hot
chase down every single ball and try and make life as difficult as possible for Madison Keys.
You've said before, Cornet, difficult player to play, mentally sometimes quite up and down, but she's such a fighter and quite difficult to predict that makes her a difficult opponent.
Well, what makes Elise Cornet so tough is that she can mix it up with spins. On one hand, on the forehand, she has quite an extreme grip and hits that with a lot of spin. Where her backhand, though, she flattens it out well and it can really penetrate through a grass court. But she is incredibly emotional. I mean, she can, well, she possesses a temper, I should say. And yeah, she can be quite feisty, but she is a fantastic competitor. And like I said, she chases down everything. She makes herself tough to play against by putting a lot of balls into play. But Madison Keys is a player who has huge weapons. And if everything's firing, she has the ability to really hit her opponent off the court.
Just to let you know how these players have got through to the third round. Alizé Cornet taking on Paula Herzog in the first round. Won that one pretty comfortably, 6-3, 6-love. Then she beat the seeded player, although you would say a match against Sara Irani on a grass court, probably not too much of an upset, beating the 20th seed, who much prefers playing on the slower, perhaps clay and hard courts. Cornet winning that one 7-6, 7-5, so a good performance all the same to get through to the third round. And then Madison Keys, Laura Siegemund of Germany, she played in the first round and beat her comfortably 6-3, 6-1. She did drop a set against Flipkens of Belgium in the second round, but she came through that one 6-4, 4-6, 6-3. So it hasn't all been plain sailing for Keys to this point.
No, but let's not forget Flipkens, a very capable player on grass, former semi-finalist here. But yeah, that doesn't look too good on Cornet with her shoulder taped. But against Flipkens, yes, a good test for Madison Keys and a good match for her to come through.
And as we were saying with Craig earlier, looking forward to the winner of this one facing Simona Halep in the fourth round. I suppose you would say Madison Keys is the favourite for this one, but either player, Cornet or Keys, it will be a great match next up against Halep.
Yeah, yeah, that is, I guess, next on the agenda. But for the moment, both these two players will be just very much focused on the here and now. They can't afford to get too ahead of themselves. And, you know, I'm not too sure how many more rain delays we have coming up this afternoon. So, yeah, it's just important to stay on the here and now.
Getting as much play in as possible, hopefully in the sunshine. Madison Keys up to a career high ranking, number 9 in the world. It's been a great year so far for her, as you can see there. She won one of the grass court tournaments in the lead up to Wimbledon, so she comes in full of confidence and it's showing in her results.
Yeah, she had a fantastic clay court season by her standards, and did well at the French Open this year. On you know, clay isn't her favourite surface. Her movement is exposed more, but she's worked hard on that. She's definitely physically in much better shape and more explosive around the court, and I think that reflects in her results. Fourth round at the French Open was, yeah, very good for the young American.
Easy to forget, really, how young she is, because she emerged on the scene fairly young. Already played over 100 matches on the WTA Tour. She's only 21 years of age.
I know. I mean, I remember practicing with Madison in Florida when she was 14 years of age, and I mean, she was an absolute Amazon at 14. You could already see that this girl could play and could strike the ball well. She had fantastic timing, and she seems to have been around much longer, but
2 minutes.
Yeah, still lots to come from Madison Keys.
Alizé Cornet, see her record there. Currently number 61 in the world, but she has been much higher, up to number 11 back in 2009. So it's a case for her that the long road back to the top 20.
Yeah, I mean, that was some time ago when she first burst onto the scene. She was very tough to break down, and she won a lot of matches. We haven't seen the same type of consistency from Cornet in recent years. Different expectations now. But she's still very solid, still very capable, still has the ability to be back in the world's top 20. And she should be inspired by some of the other players, I guess, in that next bracket who have done really well, and shot up the rankings. And you know, I don't see her going anywhere for some time.
Absolutely. See the head-to-head there. Keys leading it, winning both her encounters previously. Can she draw some inspiration from her countryman, Sam Querrey, his exploits on court number 1 not that long ago? She's up against Alizé Cornet, and we can join commentary there on court 1.
So Madison Keys with a rather different coach in the box. She's had a few, hasn't she? But Thomas Hogstedt.
Thomas Hogstedt on the left, her trainer Scott Burns has been with her just about 14 months or so now. And on the right, her agent Max Eisenbud. Thomas came aboard in April and has done a remarkable job with getting the discipline down for Madison. Really getting her to think more through matches.
Yeah, I was going to say, is that mental approach quite a big part that she needs to work on if she's to really step up now? She's broken into the top 10. It's how to stay there.
Such a difference between getting up there, it's so fun, it's so new, and then all of a sudden.
I said serve. Yeah, okay.
And Madison just confirming what she chose with the toss. I've never seen
Didn't happen very long ago, did it? A moment of memory lapse.
But then there's obviously, then you have to deal with having pressure and expected to win, and it's a lot for this generation. And they're all trying to get through. We saw with Muguruza here, winning the French, people really expecting her to make a run, and just really stumbled.
Yeah, Muguruza out of Wimbledon already. A couple of big seeds have fallen, not least in this bottom half of the draw. So there's no Sam Stosur, there's no Sara Errani, but Muguruza, second seed, tumbling out. Do you think that really opens things up for Madison Keys?
A little bit. These players, they're so accustomed to whoever's on the opposite side of Serena, from changing from whether it be Panetta or Kerber, or then it was Muguruza. There's been 8 different number 2s since Serena got to number 1. It's just remarkable a couple years ago.
Well, there could yet be a potential quarter-final against Angelique Kerber, but first things first, and that's to get into the last 16. So Madison Keys, 9th seed, to get us underway.
Love 15.
Never the best way to start, is it? But just settle the nerves a little.
These two have been waiting to play this match now for 2 days. Sat through, they were here both of them most of the day yesterday until they were finally canceled late at night. And then, of course, today, second afternoon with just 1 set potentially to play.
Well, that's that power again from Keys.
15-13.
It's an awful lot of time sitting around in the locker room, isn't it, on tenterhooks, wondering when you're going to be out on court.
So important for Maddie to work on moving her feet early in a match. It can, on occasion, take her a few games to get going, to get warm. And especially on grass, you never want to give your serve up immediately. Really want to make opponents earn that break of serve.
So a couple of chances for Cornet.
$30-14. Game is Kaufman. Miss Keys is challenging the ball on the right baseline. The ball's called out.
So a break of serve for Elise Cornet in the opening game there on court number 1. And we'll take you down to court number 2, where big upset. Former champion here, Petra Kvitova, out the second round stage, the final second round match to be completed in the ladies singles. A battle of the left-handers. So Katerina Makarova has produced a brilliant performance, an upset. The second round finally over. And Makarova has taken it 7-5, 7-6, and a brilliant performance. We saw it coming.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, this is the last of the second round matches to finish. And what a win for Makarova, who's been a top 10 player herself. It was never going to be easy for Kvitova. Kvitova hasn't had the best year, and it's not getting any better, unfortunately, for the former Wimbledon champion.
Makarova, what have you seen from her game that's suited to grass? She's obviously a lefty, hits the ball quite big. She's able to deal with Kvitova's power, shows that she can certainly play well on this surface.
Yeah, she enjoys players coming at her. Makarova is an aggressive baseliner who's capable at the front of the court, has had so much success on the doubles court with her partner Elena Vesnina, has been to the finals here before in the doubles. But Makarova, you know, she's won a lot of matches on grass over the years. You know, she knows she can compete with the top players. She's had big wins before. This isn't the biggest surprise.
Well, a great performance and a great win from Makarova through to the third round. She'll be back in action pretty quickly because that is the last second round match to be completed in the ladies singles. That's the picture out on Henman Hill. Spectators will be staying, I'm sure, late into the evening to enjoy as much tennis as they can. They haven't seen too much tennis so far today with all of that rain. And they're watching the big screen there at the side of number 1 court. And we can head inside centre court to join Rob Walker, who's watching Andy Murray up against John Millman.
Well, welcome to what Andy Murray hopes will be the last game of the second set. The previous game, well, absolutely amazing. 13 minutes it took Murray until the 5th break point to get over the line. Millman was hanging on doggedly, trying to hold on to his serve because he's been absolutely brilliant. He broke back for 5-all. That would have been him 6-5, leaving Murray serving to take it to a tiebreak. As it is, Murray is 6-5 up, and he'll hope to make short work of this game, or certainly a lot shorter work than the previous. Craig, that was an extraordinary game, and we have to say that since you last came and joined us, obviously we've had the drama of Djokovic. You know, Millman lost the first set 6-3, and there were glimpses of form, but he has raised his game magnificently. And I was asking you, the news came up on the big screen here that Djokovic had lost to Querrey, and there was a huge roar from the crowd. Obviously, the British seeing that as rightly so, a massive opportunity for Murray. So I was only looking at that news from the Murray perspective. By the way, Millman's taken the first point on this service game. But you were saying that actually Millman may have taken heart from that because it may have made him believe that if Querrey can do it to Djokovic, he can do it to Murray.
I believe so. John Millman right now believes he can win this match. His body language says it. His game style says it. He only had 2 winners in the opening set. He's now got 14, so he's got 12 so far in the second set. He's stepping up. He's very aggressive. His body language is amazing. It's a 10 out of 10. He's connecting visually with his box after almost every point. The grit, the fist, the facial expressions, the doggedness of play. And just then he won that point. Murray's now in a little bit of a hole, 15-30. I really think that when the news came up that Djokovic had lost and the rumblings in the crowd and the roar in the crowd, John Millman's got to think, well, if Sam Querrey can beat the number 1 player in the world, I can beat the number 2 player in the world right here, right now. And basically since that period of time, he is playing. He lost the last game. I don't think he will ever play another game in his entire career as good as that and lose it. He played magnificent in that last game. And somehow, some way, Andy Murray got through it. Nothing really that John Millman even did so bad. You know, a lot of winners in the game. It was a super long game. He played so tough. And we're at 30-all now with Murray serving 2 points away from the second set. And when Murray sat down, he yelled at his approach right down the middle is actually a very good one. He yelled at his box and he goes, right now. And right now it is. He's got set point.
Yeah, key moments these. You just felt that if Millman had managed to to get that game on the board and force Murray to serve to a tiebreak, maybe we would have been looking at a slightly different dynamic to the match. But as it is, Murray bouncing the ball 5, 6, 7 times with his left hand. This is set point for Andy Murray. This would be 7-5. He's got a big opportunity, launches the forehand, comes into the net. And that is the second set, 7-5. But my goodness me, he's had to earn it. I think the first set took them about 33, 34, 35 minutes. That's 1 hour, 41 minutes on the board. And they've only played 2 sets. So Murray's taken the first 2, as you can see there. 6-3, 7-5. A great effort in that set from John Millman. So we've spoken about how the Djokovic news may have affected Millman. Is it possible, as we watch some of these lovely super slows from Millman and from Andy Murray, is it possible that finding out Djokovic has been knocked out has been a little bit of a distraction for Murray? Could we say he wouldn't be human if he'd had a few thoughts out there thinking, hang on a minute, this guy has been my nemesis for the last 13, 14, 15 months. I've had the best clay court season of my career and I couldn't get over the line in the French. I've been in so many Aussie Open finals and every time he just seems to beat me to the goal. Is it possible that he's starting to think about how this championship could be opening up for him now that Djokovic has been knocked out? An unwelcome distraction?
Yeah, well, it's going to go one of 3 ways. The first way is he looks up, he sees it, and he puts it into the back of the mind, which really what should have happened is like, okay, good news, but I'm back to the task. Tennis players always talk one point at a time. We've got some wonderful stats just come up here from that second set. Millman actually hit more winners. He hit 2-8 in the first set. He's 12-10 in the second set. Only 7 unforced errors. It's amazing how many balls John Millman puts in play and doesn't beat himself. Murray with 22 there. Second serve points won from Murray, only 38%. That's super low. You want to be around 50, 2 for 8. That's testament to how well John Millman was playing on those break points. But getting back to your question, I think the ideal situation is Andy looks up, he sees it on the board, he hears the crowd, and he's like, okay, good, but back to business. I don't really think that happened. I didn't feel like that happened. I think it was a little bit of, holy cow, this really opened up for me. And you just start thinking about that. And the guy down the other end is getting better at the exact same time. And, Andy went through a 15 to 20 minute stretch where he wasn't at his best in this match. And he got better in the last few minutes to close it out. And then the last thing that we could have happened is which I feel that happened is John Millman said, you know what, this could also be my time.
So, start of the third. It is a bit of a mountain to climb for Millman, but so much better from him in the second set.
I'm such a massive fan of the return approach. We don't do it enough in our game. For those of you that are going to play later today on the weekend or go out tomorrow, if you get a weak second serve, which comparatively speaking that was from John Millman, step in on that forehand and hit it. Get to the net. Get to the net, approach to the backhand down the line, and swarm. Now, what we saw there, Murray's coming in, but you don't necessarily come into the forehand down the middle. And nearly all forehand passing shots go cross-court. It's a nice little flick. So there's lots to learn for all of us watching these amazing players on center court.
30-15.
Look at Andy. The body language just drops a little bit. Wants to punch his racket, drops the shoulders. We all wish he could just overcome that a little bit. Nice from Millman. We're seeing more offense from the baseline from him. Good court position. This is all about court position right now. Murray owns it. He's gone away from the drop shot during that second set, and it's probably a good idea. John Millman is so quick.
On the left baseline, the ball was cut out.
I really don't know what happened there. Who won that point? Are we going to...
Well, I'm wondering whether he's going to challenge it, and indeed he is. He thought it dropped in. No. He hasn't been afraid to use those calls. 2 challenges left for the Australian. 30 all.
A ridiculous step there from Murray on the return. Right now they're just seeing who's going to slightly slip up a ball. There we go. Ball's a little shorter. Murray wasn't balanced. He stepped forward, step, couple little steps, and then he needed balance. He hopped up on that, which cost him the direction down the other end of the court, blowing it slightly wide. 40-30 Millman.
Two sets down against the world number 2. Surely holding your first service game absolutely essential in this third set. See, it is a little bit slippy out there. Before you came back and joined us, we did see Murray slipping and sliding, maybe just a little bit of condensation, a little bit of leftover wet on the ground. Now, is there a problem with that right hip? Just look again and see how awkward this was. Falls to his right-hand side.
Tripped over his own ankles. He looks like he's okay. He's an Aussie. He's tough. Rub some dirt on it.
Wet sponge and crack on.
This is the part of the game that hurts John. He can't get any free points from his serve. Andy's, with the 2 sets to love lead, he's adapting his strategy to the score, and we see him approaching a lot. He's like, you know what, I've got a buffer, I've got a lead, and I'm going to be all over you. I'm coming to the net. You've got to come up with passing shots to beat me right now. Very smart tactics from Andy.
Again, Murray.
That's a real shame, certainly from Millman's perspective. Murray with the break right at the start of the third. So
first game, third set.
Great start for the world number 2. Well, Murray, after a couple of wobbly moments in that second set rally by Millman, does look as though he's got this under control. 6-3, 7-5, and he's got the break after just the first game of the third set. Well, what an unbelievable performance from Sam Querrey. Let's put this into perspective. Novak Djokovic hadn't lost a Grand Slam match since Stan Wawrinka surprised him in the final of the French Open. He'd completed the non-calendar slam, beating Andy Murray in the final of this year's French. I don't think he'd been out in the third round of a slam since something like 2009. World number 1 by an absolute kitchen sink of ATP points. So what on earth did he have to say in his post-match press conference today? Here it is.
Novak, what do you think the keys to this defeat were for you?
Well, just congratulations to Sam. He played a terrific match. He served very well as he usually does, and I think that part of his game was brutal today. He made a lot of free points with the first serve, and well done. You know, he just overpowered me.
What about your game now?
Sorry, one question each. Here we go.
Novak, I don't know if you're superstitious, if you're religious. Do you think it's a sign of destiny in a way that it's so difficult every year when someone can make the slam, the Grand Slam, everybody's talking about that, and something happens and doesn't come true what everyone is expecting? Do you believe that?
I believe in positive things in life, and I managed to win 4 Grand Slams in a row. Two different seasons though, but you know, I want to try to focus on that rather than on failure.
Like it was 2 complicated days with the rain and interruptions and everything, and it doesn't feel like you could find your really best level at any points through this match. Or was it for you to play those 48 hours?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, you know, I don't want to take anything out of victory from my opponent today. He played very well and he deserved to win. I had my chances maybe in the 4th set, serving for the set, and tie-break I was leading, but just wasn't feeling the ball as well as I, you know, wished, but that's sport.
Novak, I know it's very early days, but it's the only chance we'll get to ask you. How might this impact your decision about Davis Cup?
No, I'm not going to play Davis Cup.
How much of a factor was the weather? Were you grateful for the break last night at 2 sets to love down, but then how difficult today to find your rhythm with another 3 stops during play?
No, it's the same for both of us, so it's really not necessary to talk about the rain interruptions and everything, all the conditions. It's obvious that not just us, but all the people who are coming to watch us play are frustrated because of so many delays, but you know, it's the same for both of us.
We're so used to seeing you play, you know, so consistently at such a high level. Today your serve and your backhand were not the way they usually are. Was there a reason for that? Were you 100% healthy?
Not really, but you know, it's not a place and time to talk about it. Again, the opponent was playing on a very high level, and he deserved to win.
How much do you feel the weight of history and all the things you were accomplishing and on track to accomplish? How much of a factor was that compared to your play and Sam's play and the conditions?
You know, I don't think it played a big of a factor, to be honest, coming into this match. I knew that it's going to be very close, not easy to break his serve if he's on the roll as he was. It's really hard to read his serve. He hits his spots very well. And again, whenever he had a chance from from the rally, he was going for the shots, and you know, most of them were coming in.
If you could, were you a little bit surprised because Sam's not known for keeping that kind of intensity and stuff like that? Were you a little bit surprised?
Well, you know, he's been around for so many years. I think, you know, from the experience he had, he has learned and became a better player.
Novak, there's an old saying, it's not what happens to you, it's how you react to what happens to you. You reacted to your devastating loss in Paris with 4 straight major wins. What do you think this loss will do to motivate you to kind of keep marching up the tennis pantheon?
Same thing. We'll see. I don't know. It's just it's been only 20 minutes since I, you know, went out of the court, so it's hard to speak about anything that is coming up. But certainly, it's not the first time that I'm losing on a Grand Slam match or any match, you know, for that matter. So I know what to do, and first things first is to you know, put my mind at ease and just relax and, you know, think about something different.
Were you concerned coming into the match?
No.
You had no reason for any concern?
No.
No, but we saw you practicing this morning on court 14, and you didn't seem yourself. What were you thinking this morning?
I just said I just don't want to talk about it. Please respect that. Thank you.
You've had some struggles on number 1 court. Are you as comfortable out there as you are on centre?
No. More comfortable on centre court, obviously.
Why is that, Novak?
Because I played 90% of the matches on the center court and 10% on the other court. Obviously, naturally, I'm going to feel better on the center court.
Like Sam, a lot of times, did he do anything that surprised you that made it more dangerous this time, or was it just the grass and the slick conditions helping him a lot today, especially?
I mean, serve, as I said, and accuracy, and then, you know, I think he didn't want to stay too long in a rally. It was a few long rallies, but other than that, he was just going for it, and he was aggressive, and it paid off.
Novak, how difficult does it feel to win 4 slams in a row and then have to start again and continue on?
It's an amazing feeling, obviously, to be able to hold 4 Grand Slams at the same time, and coming into Wimbledon, obviously here I knew that mentally it's not going to be easy to you know, kind of remotivate myself, but the importance of this tournament is so immense that you know, you always find ways to really get inspired and prepare and try to give your best. You know, obviously my best wasn't enough this year.
Only obviously been a few minutes, but what is the overwhelming emotion for you right now, and I guess how do you use that to fuel yourself moving forward?
I mean, it's, you know, I'm not happy to lose a match, that's for sure. So, but you know, I'm gonna move on from this, hopefully as a stronger player.
Novak, did the enormity of what you achieved in completing the career Grand Slam at the French Open perhaps mentally take more out of you than you realised at the time?
I just, you know, I wasn't thinking about anything else at the time when I achieved that. So I mean, coming into Wimbledon, I obviously direct my thoughts to this tournament. And as I said, you know, it's in sports, everything is possible. And you know, if you're playing somebody as of a high quality as Sam Querrey is on this surface with a big serve, everything can happen. I was a few points away from losing last year against Kevin Anderson in a very similar match on the same court. So sometimes it works in your favor, sometimes against, and you got to deal with it.
Novak, do you regret not playing a few more matches before Wimbledon besides the Budos?
No, I mean I won the last couple of years at Wimbledon without playing any lead-up events, so I didn't feel that it was necessary.
Novak, will the next time we see you be at the Olympics, or are you planning to play in between?
We'll see. I have to think about it.
Novak, you said that you have lost so many times in different tournaments, but how painful is this, and why did you decide to come here as soon as possible, 20 minutes after the match? Is just because you want to get rid of everything and leave?
Yes.
So you prefer...
I prefer your questions can be a bit shorter, yes.
They will be.
Okay. It's disappointing, of course. Losing at on Grand Slam hurts more than any other tournament. There's no doubt about that.
Novak, it's not frequent that you lose this early. So how do you think you're going to deal with this? What's the best way for you to deal with a disappointment like this?
Well, you know, thankfully I have a family and I have a life aside of tennis, so I have plenty of things to look forward to, and you know, I'm gonna, you know, obviously pay more attention to those things than tennis in the next period, and I need it. You know, it's been a very successful year so far, but a very long one, an exhausting one in every sense of that word. So I just need some rest.
Will you follow the rest of the tournament, or do you prefer to get away from tennis after a loss like that?
Get away from tennis.
Novak Djokovic in a fairly reflective mood after his disappointing by his standards defeat today to Sam Querrey, but a great result for the American, and he is through to the next round at Wimbledon. Great performance from him on court number 1. Now Catherine Whitaker's rejoined us in the studio. What's setting Twitter abuzz at the moment?
Well, can you guess, Adam? Can you guess? It's still Novak Djokovic going out. It's the biggest story. This is Wimbledon. I think it's the biggest story for many years at Wimbledon. It is just incredible, and probably summed up by this one tweet, Djokovic, #Wimbledon. I mean, pretty much everybody in tennis, in sport, outside of tennis, outside of sport, is tweeting about this, is reacting to this. It's just incredible stuff. Obviously, lots of quotes coming through, being tweeted during that press conference. Lots of very interesting lines from Novak Djokovic there, suggesting that perhaps he was suffering from an injury, but he didn't want to specify what it was, wanted to just give credit to Sam Querrey, saying also that he won't play the Davis Cup tie against the Great Britain in Serbia just after Wimbledon, confirming that he won't play, and that's lots of reaction to that coming through. This tweet, I think, puts it all in context. This is his recent Grand Slam record since the 7th of June 2015. So many wins. That win streak of 30 matches and just the one loss today against Sam Querrey. The reaction pours in, and it pours in praise of Sam Querrey, particularly from American corners. Tracy Austin leading the cheers within a minute of each other. Sam Querrey and Steve Johnson, he deserves a mention because he beat former semi-finalist here, Grigor Dimitrov. So she says, great job, boys. Sam, the upset of upsets. Ryan Harrison, another fellow American, just says Querrey with 3 exclamation marks, which I think pretty much sums it up nicely. John Isner says Sam the man with this picture. Sloane Stevens, she says, yeah, paying tribute to Sam Querrey and Steve Johnson. She says at the same time, guys, they won pretty much simultaneously. I think Sam Querrey wrapping up the job just moments before Steve Johnson wrapped up his victory over Grigor Dimitrov. And an added element to their victory, well, one added element, the first one is it's 4th of July weekend, so great weekend the Americans are having. And secondly, Craig Boynton is coach of both Sam Querrey and Steve Johnson. Amazing stuff, as Amir Dalic, the doubles player, points out. Perhaps he is the real super coach, Craig Boynton. I mean, amazing stuff. 2 fantastic victories for his charges today, Sam Querrey and Steve Johnson. Here we have the revised probabilities of potential Wimbledon winners. Murray, 45.5%, the overwhelming favourite. Federer in second place, still only on 20.8% probability. Then we have Milos Raonic, 7.1%. He, of course, was scheduled to meet Novak Djokovic in the quarterfinals. So he and Federer, the ones that would benefit most from Djokovic going out. And that hasn't gone unnoticed, as we have here. Perfect week for Federer, no sets lost. 3rd round done on Friday, so 2 days off for Federer, and now Djokovic out. And this GIF is doing the rounds to mark just how happy Roger Federer might be about what's happened at Wimbledon today, and what actually has happened at Wimbledon all week, because it's gone brilliantly for him. One final thing, I know I showed it earlier, but I did say I maybe might show it again in the event of a Sam Querrey victory. Here's Sam Querrey doing some dancing.
This is brilliant.
These are probably the scenes in the locker room just at the moment, except no, they won't be, because Sam Querrey has to go out and play doubles. So the dancing will have to wait till later, but here's a flavour of it.
I want to know who's got that horse head on in the background, slightly bizarre. What do you know of Sam Querrey? Obviously, you follow the tour, you follow tennis very closely. What's he like? He's a player that doesn't really give too much away on court. You don't really see too much of him, positive or negative, very level-headed. What's he like off the court? How's he viewed by the other players?
Very much liked. I'd say that video is not very representative. I think that's why it's gone so viral, because he's, as you say, he's not somebody that gives that much away. He's pretty steady, pretty calm. We had those quotes from John Isner overnight last night. Chris Clary spoke to him and asked how Sam Querrey might deal with the match being carried overnight, and he just said he is the most cool, chilled out guy. Nothing phases him. He won't be thinking about it too much. He'll just be calm and steady, and that's pretty much the impression he gives all the time. I think, with the greatest of respect, he's not necessarily a player that anybody would have picked to pull off a big upset like this. He's the sort of player that rarely loses early or suffers shock defeats, pretty much plays to his seeding, plays to his ranking, but isn't necessarily somebody that people would pick to pull off this kind of upset. It really has come out of left field for pretty much everybody in tennis.
Absolutely, but it was certainly a brilliant performance from Sam Querrey on #1 court, beating Novak Djokovic. Absolutely the biggest win of his career so far. Let's go out to court #2 now, though. Dominika Cibulkova in the picture there, number 19 seed from Slovakia, up against Eugenie Bouchard of Canada. Early in the first set, this one, Cibulkova leading 2-1, but it's still on serve. But Anne, Bouchard, great performance from her against Johanna Konta. The crowd obviously favouring Konta because she's a British player, a seeded British player, but Bouchard producing some of that great tennis we saw a couple of years ago here at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see Bouchard playing some fantastic tennis once again. That partnership with Nick Saviano was really a very good decision for her to reunite with him again. But this is a tough match, one of the matches of the day from my personal point of view. Cibulkova has been playing some fantastic tennis, winner in Eastbourne last week, and you know, she'll enjoy a match like this.
Okay, so Cibulkova leading 2-1. Bouchard serving down at the far end there. And we can join commentary on court #2.
That's the combination she needs to look for, the serve out wide, and then just reads the fact that Cibulkova doesn't connect well on the return, and then she's in very quick to get that forehand, taking time away all the time. Yeah, it's great tennis. She hasn't won a lot of matches on grass. She's probably not that many players have played 3 lead-up tournaments, but Bouchard is one. She played Zuid-Hockenbosch, Mallorca, Eastbourne. Only winning some better matches down at Eastbourne.
There's the whirling dervish. That is Dominika Cibulkova.
30.
What's a whirling dervish?
Just seen one. She runs around a lot. To good effect.
Yeah, look at the footwork. Love it. That's terrific play from Bouchard. I just get the sense that she's going to improve every match she plays, Bouchard. If she can maintain this quality, this is just super grass court tennis, trying to get the ball back deep and quick to your opponent and looking to come forwards and transitioning, looking for that volley. Big difference there.
Both players playing with such depth off those ground strokes. In the end, it was Bouchard who broke.
Cibulkova is going to be certainly the stronger in the longer rallies. That's what she'll want. She'll want those longer journeys here. She doesn't want it quick and fast. She doesn't want to have to pass all day, Bouchard.
Advantage me, Cibulkova.
Yeah, right idea from Bouchard, just not giving herself big enough target there.
For the first time in this match, she has break point. Look for too much.
Deuce.
I love it when two players have such different game styles, such contrasting game styles. Cibulkova plays with a lot more spin, much more of a runner. Bouchard hits the ball much flatter.
Advantage.
Again, right idea. Gets a good serving, gets the short ball. Just making a few too many loose errors off that shot at the moment.
game, Miss Sibulkova.
You've joined us for match point. Andy Murray serving for this one, 40-15. He's 5-2 up, and there it is. Andy Murray has done it in straight sets. 6-3, 7-5, 6-2. The peak of Australian John Millman's challenge came towards the back end of the second set. That epic 13-minute game that could have forced him to serve Andy Murray to take them into a tie-break. Murray broke him on the 5th chance of asking, and he has finished week 1 of his quest for a second Wimbledon title without conceding one single set of tennis. And by far the more significant piece of news, his nemesis, the man who beat him to the French Open, the man who beat him to the Aussie Open both this year, Novak Djokovic, the #1 star performer of the year, has gone. And that, Craig O'Shannessy, must make Andy Murray favourite to win this Wimbledon title.
I think so. I think there's no doubt about that. And right there, when he celebrated, you just got to feel that, you know, he had to win this match. That's what he's out on centre court to do, and advance to the next round. But the smile on his face and the punch in the air, there was a little icing on the cake that says, yes, I won, and the guy that I do not want to face on the other side of the draw next Sunday is gone. He's no longer there. So, you know, John Millman walking off, signing autographs. John Millman played fantastic. He did a really good job. The scoreline does not necessarily reflect how well he played. And the changes, you know, we had some rain delays. Here we had a couple of them where the guys left the court, and he came back after the second one where they closed the roof, and the winners started flowing, and he did much better. That long game at 5-all in the second set, that was ultimately what that cost him, but he can hold his head high. I mean, this is going to help make John Millman better. He went out on the best court in the world against this, you know, currently ranked second best player in the world, measured himself, and he walked off and says, you know what, I didn't win, but boy did I play good, and boy do I feel good. And he's not that far away from me at the moment. So a really good loss. Those are the losses that if we see John Millman at the US Open or further down the track this year have a big win, this match will contribute to that.
Great performance from Millman, it really was. And actually just goes to show that when Murray played him and beat him over 3 sets in 2013 in Brisbane, Murray said, I feel as though this guy will one day be in the world's top 50. Mm-hmm. And he certainly made a really good effort to give Murray the game. But he was absolutely exhausted, I think, after that 13-minute game where Murray finally broke him with that 5th break point. So, wow, it gets so intriguing. So, Federer's got Steven Johnson, who's come through almost at exactly the same time as Sam Querrey, so really good for the two Americans to be into the second week. So you could argue that that's a nice match for Federer to start his second week.
Well, there's one little thing in there. It is, but the coach of Sam Querrey is Craig Boynton. The coach of Stevie Johnson is Craig Boynton. It's the same coach from the USTA that's looking after both guys. So that camp is going to be, you know, floating on cloud 9 right now. And Craig Boynton, you know, he does such a fantastic job. He's got so much experience from the tour, and, you know, he's bringing Sam back to the level he needs to be, and he's bringing Stevie Johnson up to the level he needs to be. You know, he broke into the top 30 in the world earlier this year, 4 years at USC. I happened to be around in his freshman year at USC and saw him play and saw him develop through those years. College tennis right now is doing an amazing job of delivering players to the Pro Tour that are ready to compete on the big stage. And Stevie Johnson is one of those. John Isner, you know, is still in the tournament, is another one. Benny Becker played at Baylor, just ran into Matt Knoll on the way up. Played at Baylor myself back in the day. So, you know, college tennis is doing very well for the Pro Tour. But Craig Boynton, I mean, he's the toast. Sam Querrey's the toast of Wimbledon, but Craig Boynton's also the toast of Wimbledon. And just through the relationship of all the guys. You know, yesterday I had breakfast at a nice little quaint French restaurant up in the village, and Craig's in there with Stevie Johnson, and they're just getting the day ready. And I wouldn't count out something special from Stevie Johnson against Roger Federer. That's not going to be a straight sets, easy Roger victory. I watched Roger in here last night. Very impressive, crushing the ball against Dan Evans. The level of play was extremely good. The power's back, the movement's back, but you know what? It's all bets off now. Once Novak's out, it's all bets off, and everybody's going to come. It's like, you know, we've got something sitting out there in the middle of the Kalahari Desert, and we're going to be circling it and smelling it, and you know that Wimbledon Championship is up for grabs for all the guys that are still in the tournament.
Well, of course, in that top half of the draw, you know, Federer may be arguably the favourite there, but I mean, it's amazing matches. Cilic against Nishikori, 9 against 5. Okay, before we start licking our lips in anticipation of a Federer-Murray final, let's wind it right back. So, Johnson, as you've so eloquently said, will have the feel-good factor of the Americans with Querrey knocking out Djokovic. In terms of what we've seen from Andy after the end of his week 1, Kyrgios against Feliciano Lopez. So Kyrgios is ranked 15, Lopez 22, and Lopez turned around a 2-set deficit against Fabio Fognini to book his place in the 3rd round. Which of those two guys do you think would give Andy Murray the easier passage into the quarterfinals? He's going to face Nick Kyrgios or Feliciano Lopez. Who do you think he would prefer? Because that, again, is a really tough match to call because Lopez has come back so well in his second-round match and because Kyrgios is just Kyrgios.
Yeah, I definitely think Lopez would be the preferable matchup for Andy Murray. The wide sliding serve down the tee and out wide in the ad court, it just goes straight into Andy's strength of the backhand return. So I think, you know, Andy passes well. Feliciano will be coming in, but, you know, all of the things, center court here at Wimbledon, I think Andy would be a prohibitive favorite in that match. Nick Kyrgios, on the other hand, it's almost 50-50. It's almost 50-50.
Wow, he's got that much natural talent.
He's that good. I watched him yesterday, you know, against Dustin Brown. There is no doubt in my mind that Nick Kyrgios can beat Andy Murray this tournament. Andy's playing at a very good level. Nick's playing at a very good level. Nick just needs to chill out between the points. Forget the drama. I think everybody that comes in, you know, that goes and sits in the box, don't come. Go shopping. Go into the middle of town. Go tour Scotland. Just don't be a distraction. He looks up at the box constantly. You know, he's ready to serve, and the eyes are darting over there. So, you know, it's not going to happen, but it wouldn't be such a bad idea to just let Nick play tennis. If Nick can just play tennis and between the points go to his strings and not have anybody to talk to and not have anybody to be distracted with, he's going to get better. He's going to get better in a hurry. So he's the bogeyman.
Okay, so Kyrgios against Lopez for the right to take on Andy Murray at the start of week 2. The world number 1, Novak Djokovic, has gone, but the 2013 Wimbledon champion, the world number 2, the darling of centre court, Andy Murray, he lives to fight another day. Another straight sets victory for him against John Millman. Murray into week 2 on his quest for Wimbledon title number 2, and he still hasn't dropped a set. He's got a nice day off to come.
Indeed he does. Thank you so much, Rob. And in fact, that match between Nick Kyrgios and Feliciano Lopez that will determine who Murray faces in the next round is next up on number 1 court. Currently on number 1 court is Madison Keys and Elise Cornet. Keys, the 9th-seeded American, won the first set 6-4. She's 1 game up in the second set. But Kyle Robinson back with you alongside Mark Philippoussis. And my goodness, Mark, we were building up to this earlier on today at the start of our coverage. What an upset. Sam Querrey, kudos to him, pulled it off in an unlikely situation on what seemed to be a slightly out of character Novak Djokovic.
Yeah, what a day. You know, once we started off with thinking, here we go, here comes Novak, you know, winning the 3rd set. so many breakpoint opportunities the first couple of games, and Sam came out with ace after big serve, after unreturnable. I mean, he did it the hard way. I honestly thought that Novak was going to win straight sets comfortably after the third set, and then he served for the fourth at 5-4. Had a couple of tight calls, but didn't have any challenges left, so couldn't challenge the points, the shots. Ended up losing that, getting a tiebreaker. It was up a mini break. I mean, Sam did it the hard way. I mean, I thought if Sam had won, he'd had to kind of close it in straight sets. But the fact that Sam happened to hang in there, and Novak started kind of getting pumped. There was a situation where, you know, Novak reacted to the crowd. He started getting pumped. He started getting into the match. And just Sam just kept those serves. He got out of some big points with that serve and that forehand. And the crazy thing is, at the end, Sam looked like the one who was a lot more solid from the back of the court. You know, Djokovic was very uncharacteristic. Obviously didn't look like himself, but let's not take anything away from Sam. He played an unbelievable match. He took it to him, and he came up with the goods. And you just got to say too good.
Yeah, and far more unforced errors from Novak Djokovic
Absolutely.
than we're ever used to seeing. I actually just went to his press conference a few minutes ago down in the press centre, and I asked him how much of a factor were the rain interruptions, because of course they were pulled off court at 2-0 down to Djokovic last night. I said, presumably you were pleased to have the break then, but then how difficult to get into the rhythm today, because since starting at 12 o'clock this afternoon, they had a further 3 rain delays, and there's no doubt, Mark, that they did come at some crucial times in the match, but he batted it off as he did most questions just now, and said, well, it was the same for both of us, so you know, there's no unfair or fair advantage. But he did go on to say that he definitely felt less comfortable playing on number 1 court, and that he feels incredibly comfortable on centre, because he's played 90% of his matches there. You can understand that, but at the same time, it's not like Sam Querrey feels more comfortable on a different court.
No, but every single year he plays on court 1. You know what I mean? Everyone plays, you know, even Federer is playing, guys won 7 championships, and he plays matches on court 1. There's nothing wrong with court 1. Court 1 is gorgeous. You know, anyone can wish they'd play on court 1. You know, it's not center court, but it's, you know, second best thing almost in the world. So I just didn't think he felt comfortable today at all, even yesterday at any stage. It wasn't the normal Djokovic we've seen. But yeah, it's something that he should expect. You know, his first 2 matches were in center court. He was, you know, sooner or later he was going to play one on court 1 anyway. So that was nothing new.
It just so happened he played on some days that experienced some rain interruptions.
Absolutely.
He was also asked about not feeling comfortable this morning. You commented on it at the beginning of our coverage that his warm-up out on court number 14 was a bit uncharacteristic.
Yes.
He didn't seem confident with where he was, and he said, I'm not talking about it. So we'll wait and see if anything comes out in weeks to come, but definitely not the Novak Djokovic we're all used to seeing. Sam Querrey, though, marches through to the 4th round here at the Wimbledon Championships, where he will play Nicolas Mahut. It is the upset of the championships so far. Well, Rachel Stringer's one of our reporters. She's been out and about on the ground, so let's say hello again to Rachel.
So I'm joined by one of the most in-demand men of the tournament at the moment because of the weather. We've got George Spring, and he is the court attendant manager. George, you must just be yo-yoing back and forward with this weather at the moment, dressing the courts.
It has been an incredibly busy year, Rachel. Yes, I mean, it even seems to rain when the sun's out this year.
It's raining on and off throughout, but that's British weather for us, isn't it? So just want to know, what is your main role, please, George?
Our main role is to keep the courts obviously as dry as we can, and our 200 court attendants put out towels, do the ice, dress the courts, so they are a very busy bunch this year.
Absolutely, and obviously, like we keep mentioning, the rain is coming and going really frequently. How do they know when to dress the courts? Obviously they can see the rain, but is that down to you to tell them what to do?
We at Wimbledon have some of the best meteorology services in the world. We've got them based just next door to us, and they will update us constantly if there are storms coming about nearly to the minute. And once we know, and they discuss it with the referee's office, we will look at putting a number up that if it's going to rain, be on standby, be ready to go. And and then I radio my team, and then they pass it on to their captains, and it filters down to the people on the court.
Okay, just going in the numbers a little bit more detail. People probably don't know. If you look around Wimbledon, on some of the walls, there are a few very kind of discrete numbers, aren't they? Ranging from 1 to 8. If you could just talk us through what those numbers mean, and maybe people can spot them throughout the fortnight as well.
Very observant of you. Yes, we have a number system and a radio system. So if they don't hear the radio, the backup is the numbers. So a number 1, which we're on at the moment, if behind me, the number 1 is up on centre court as we speak, and court 1.
Yep, it is.
And that means the court attendants have to be court side, ready and waiting. A bit like firemen, they are sitting there like coiled springs, ready to go.
And then maybe what's another one? What's number 8, for example?
Number 8 at the other end of the spectrum is the rain has passed, the sun is out, people have just finished their PIMs and they're heading back to court, and we are dressing the courts ready for play.
And play is happening right now. But just talk to me about the people that you look after. Who's in charge of dressing the courts? What kind of people are down here?
We are so fortunate with our job, Rachel, because it's such an in-demand job, because these people are, in a way, interacting with players, they're on court side. So for every one position, we probably have about 20 positions. So at the moment, one of my men on my team that's been with me for 10 years now is a barrister. Another one is a doctor, and a lot of medical students and a lot of law students. And for me, they are the future of England.
And George, you tell me you've been in this job for 16 years. Is this the busiest year yet?
No, 2007 still holds that record, although we didn't have a middle Sunday then. It was more out of just how the draw goes, but this year has been up there, yes, certainly has.
And people might want to know, they saw earlier when Andy Murray was about to start, the roof came off and then you quickly put the covers back on. Why was that?
So Wimbledon has always been traditionally an outdoor tournament, but obviously the roof is there as a guarantee for everything. And if we can play the tournament outdoors, the officials do their best to do that.
Yeah, we like it. We like that too. Obviously, Wimbledon at the moment is really sunny. The people are playing down there, and I think it's probably time you go and have a well-deserved cup of tea. Thank you very much, George.
I love my tea. Thank you.
Go and enjoy your time off. Thank you.
Yeah, Rachel is right. The sun is beaming down on the All England Club. Really nice evening temperatures. So everyone enjoying some Saturday evening tennis here at SW19. And we'll take you down to some live action now on court number 12, where the man who caused the biggest upset yesterday, Juan Martí del Potro, faces this young talent from France, Lucas Pouille. The 32 seed faces the unseeded Argentinian, former US Open champion, who knocked the 4th seed Stanislav Wawrinka out of these championships yesterday. Back on court today. A slight difference from centre court where he was yesterday due to the delays we've had in the first week of these championships. We're having to make things up, and many players finding themselves playing in consecutive days. So let's join this one now at the very early stages as they start their match on court 12.
Welcome. First set, Lucas Pouille to serve. Ready?
First game, first set, Pouille to serve. Game on. If you didn't see Del Potro in that win over Wawrinka, he's having to play a one-handed slice backhand now as he continues to recover from those wrist surgeries.
Thirty love.
Perhaps instinctively playing a two-fisted backhand on the penultimate, what proved to be the penultimate ground stroke for Del Potro in that particular point.
from the 15. Let's first serve. Game, point. First game.
So Luca Pouille holding on to his first service game in that opening set of the third round encounter against the dominant Argentinian Juan Martín del Potro, who knocked Wawrinka out of these championships yesterday. A beautiful afternoon here at the All England Club, as you can see, and neither of those players, Pouille or del Potro, have played each other before. Well, that isn't the case for these two. Milos Raonic and Jack Sock are just warming up on centre court. They are the third and final match scheduled for this main theatre today, and Raonic leads their head-to-head 7-1. So they've met on 8 previous occasions, and actually quite recently they played earlier this year in Miami, of course, on a hard court. Raonic came through there in straight sets. They played here at Wimbledon 2 years ago in this same round of 64, and Raonic won there 2 in straight sets. The only victory Jack has claimed over the tall, big serving Canadian was in Memphis back in 2013, that in straight sets as well. Raonic, though, Mark, has been incredibly impressive, reaching the finals of at Queen's Club a few weeks ago, obviously just losing out to Andy Murray, and everyone seems to think he might have the X factor now because he has John McEnroe in his box.
Well, he's definitely made a difference. I mean, even though it's been a very short, it's been a week since John's coming on the team, it's shown his confidence. He's had an unbelievable Queen's event, losing to the final to Andy Murray, and he was leading Andy Murray a set and a break, and up until that point hadn't dropped a serve in all tournaments. So Andy did an incredible job turning that match around. But he's such a huge serve. I mean, a great game for grass, a huge game where just the serve and that forehand dictates most of the points. A lot of free points, and he puts a lot of pressure on return to serve with that forehand of his. I wouldn't even call him a dark horse. He's one of the favourites for the tournament. If he looks healthy, if he can stay healthy and get deep into the draw, he's definitely someone that, I see that someone else wouldn't want to see, that's for sure.
They're definitely both contenders. Milos Raonic is the 6th seed at this year's championships. Jack Sock is seeded 27th. Jack, actually, a very promising young American. We've been speaking about a few of them this year. We had Taylor Fritz, although he did go out in the first round to Wawrinka, but everyone can see the evident talent that he possesses just at the age of 18. Of course, Sam Querrey's won today. Steve Johnson has won today against Dimitrov. So there is some talent starting to emerge on the men's side from America, which they have been craving for some time, since the likes of Roddick and Agassi, Sampras, etc. But Jack Sock, let's not forget, knows what it's like to taste victory at Wimbledon. He won the men's doubles here alongside Vasek Pospisil a couple of years ago. Admittedly, that in a different category, doubles rather than singles. Yes. But how much confidence does it give someone when they have won any kind of event at a slam like this?
No, you're spot on. There are so many guys that haven't been doing great in singles, and all of a sudden started doing really well in the doubles, and then with that confidence, their singles have gotten better and better. I mean, Jack Sock was in my mind always a singles player, and it was kind of a little bit of a surprise he won the doubles, but he's got a huge game, especially that return of serve and that forehand over his. He hit so many winners to win that title and the doubles title, and that playing doubles helps the singles big time. It helps you return. It's a perfect way to practice on things. Instead of being in the practice court, you're still in a match situation. So it's always great to play matches and be in those tough situations. It does give you confidence for the singles.
And he did only team up with Pospisil last minute before the championships in 2014. Yeah. Well, Milos Raonic has opened this match with an ace, and very nearly aces Jack Sock on his second serve. He is the only player not to have been broken throughout these championships so far. He's won all 30 out of his 30 service games so far. So let's enjoy a little bit more of this opening game now with some of the live commentary from centre court.
Oh! 30-15.
has hit a second serve at 139 earlier in the tournament. And that must have been a fun point. Huge serve potential, this tall man.
Game, Runich.
Well, if you want to continue watching this match live from centre court here at Wimbledon, you can do so on BBC or ESPN. Milos Raonic has held on to his serve in their opening game of their third round encounter, Raonic versus Sok. Well, speaking of Raonic, he was one of the favourites, but particularly now that Novak Djokovic isn't in these championships, coming into Wimbledon. So just before the championship started, I met him to learn a little bit more about Milos off the court. OK, now with Milos Raonic. Milos, if you could pick one player in history to play at Wimbledon.
Pete Sampras.
If you could have one superpower.
Flying.
If you could meet one other sports star.
Michael Jordan.
If you could pick one city.
New York.
If you could watch one Wimbledon final in history.
Pete Sampras or McEnroe-Borg final.
OK, if you could pick one emoji.
Eye roll.
What?
The eye rolling emoji.
Oh, OK, I like it. You want to give me an eye roll?
No, I think it's too.
Use an emoji to do it. Yeah. If you could watch one movie.
Rudy.
If you could pick one actor to play you in a movie.
Myself.
If you could lift any sporting trophy not in tennis.
Probably the NBA Finals trophy.
If you could see one band or singer perform live.
Freddie Mercury.
If you could only eat one piece of food for the rest of your life.
Sushi.
And last thing, if you could play a joke on one player on tour.
All of them.
I like it. All right, thanks, Milos. So Milos Raonic there speaking to me, finding a few things out about what he might choose if he wasn't playing tennis. Now, there have been several upsets today. Novak Djokovic, the main one. It is the earliest time that a defending champion has been knocked out of Wimbledon since 2013. He's crashed out in the third round, has Novak Djokovic, against Sam Querrey in 4 sets. Well, another former champion has crashed out as well. 2-time Wimbledon champion Petra Kvitova has lost in straight sets to Makarova, and she was quick to talk to the press after.
Just how tough was it all the off and on over the past week, all the waiting, finally, because you were the last second match to finish on Saturday afternoon, so it was a lot of time.
Yeah, it's very weird, I have to say, definitely. I felt like I stuck in the second round for a while. Yeah, I think that the tournament was really weird for me this time. I couldn't really describe how, but you know, I was waiting all day long, almost every day to be scheduled on, and didn't really have a chance to finish or step on the court. So it was really weird, and I think it's when you're still waiting and your nerves are still going, it's always a little bit difficult with energy and everything. So you just really have to focus all day, which then maybe when you step on the court you don't really have the energy afterwards.
Petra, how would you rate how you played today? Because she seemed to play very, very well. I don't know whether you thought you played well or if you thought you didn't.
Definitely I played better than yesterday. There's no doubt about. I think that I think that the short balls just killed me today, unfortunately. I missed them a lot, and that was probably the key of the match of the second set, and I believe that I can turn it around if I win the second set, but unfortunately I didn't, and I just think that in the important points she didn't really miss, and I felt that I have to really go for it, and which I tried to do. Unfortunately, sometimes it didn't happen, but I think that even my serve today was really helpful. I think just I played solid match, but that was same from her side, and it was just about 1 or 2 points today.
with still being the last second round match to go, is it frustrating not being earlier on the schedule because you had to wait even today?
Today was early on the schedule.
Today you had to wait for Kerber.
Yeah.
Is that frustrating, being behind and having to wait for a third round match to finish when you're still in the second round?
Well, I didn't really think like that. I mean, I was scheduled second and I was prepared, but I think their match was interrupted twice, which always it's kind of difficult for me too, and our as well. So it was just weird, but of course it's weird when you're sitting in the locker room and sometimes finish the third round as Carla Suarez never, and I was still waiting for my second. So we were just making laugh of it, what we can do, right, in the locker room. But it is how it is, and well, I wish I should be scheduled a little bit better, but it's the past now.
Do we have any other questions in English? Yes.
What do you do in those rain delays? I mean, how do you spend the time? How do you relax your mind?
Well, the first one was pretty quick, so I just sat for a while and then I was going on the court again. But in the second, I just had a team around and I was waiting in the court too, just lying down and have my iPod on. That's what I can do, I think.
Petra, with the first, I guess, 6 months of the season done now, and we'll transition to hard courts and stuff, can you talk about the first half of the season for you and what is kind of your feeling about it as we kind of flip to the second half?
Well, I think that in the last couple of months happened a lot of things in my life, and yeah, it's a lot of changes, and I just think that I need the time to just used to everything how it is, and I made a decisions which I still believe was right, so that's how it is. Of course, the tennis with that, it's still up and down, but the ups are not that great as it was maybe last year or the years before. But I still hope that the ups will come soon, later soon. But I'm still, working hard and still believe that everything can just turn around. I just really need to be more confident on the court, and it's just that's happened what happened. But I'm not finishing with the tennis so far, so I feel still young and I still want to play good and be in the top again. So I still have a motivation to do well, and I will do just what I can.
Do you feel like you just need some time to feel settled, maybe?
I do, yeah, definitely. I've been with David for 7 years, and something new with the front now. So it's just definitely time. I don't think that everyone can show you the result through, 2 months. So I just needed time to everything set up, and we'll see now. The main goal is Olympics, so that's my motivation right now.
Do we have any other English questions,
Are you going to play between now and the Olympics, or?
I do play Montreal.
Well, the rain delays here earlier today certainly haven't dampened the enthusiasm of the tennis fans here at SW19. Huge crowds on all of the courts now that the beautiful sunshine is out. The spectators enjoying some great tennis late in the evening here on Saturday. We'll just tell you where we are. We're high above court number 2 at the moment, watching a brilliant ladies singles match between Dominika Cibulkova, who's taken the first set, as you can see down there, against Eugenie Bouchard. Bouchard, a former finalist here at Wimbledon. She's produced some brilliant tennis so far in her matches. There's some great grass court tennis. We know how good she can be on this surface, but she's struggling down a set, 6-4 to Cibulkova. Cibulkova's also broken early in the second set. In that one behind us is court number 12, where Juan Martín del Potro is in action in his men's singles match against Luca Pouy of France. Del Potro, another player who's put in some brilliant performances so far this week, most notably against Stan Wawrinka on centre court to get to this stage. That's a treat for those fans, because remember, on court number 12, you don't need a special ticket for that court. You can get on there with a ground pass, so all of those spectators enjoying a fabulous match there with a Grand Slam champion taking to court against Luca Pouy. Del Potro, of course, winning the US Open a few years ago. And then just to give you a sense of how busy it is all around the grounds, these are the outside courts, but absolutely packed, the galleries, and particularly so for that court down there, number 9, where we've got Leighton Hewitt, a wild card into the doubles this year. He's retired from playing the game full-time. He's now coaching some of the Australian players, Nick Kyrgios and Bernard Tomic most notably, but he decided to play the doubles competition this year at the championships in addition to his coaching duties, and he is enthralling the crowd here with a brilliant match alongside his compatriot Jordan Thompson. They are playing against Nicolas Almagro, the Spaniard, and David Marrero on there, and that's gone way deep into the third set. 13-12, Almagro and Marrero currently lead at the moment, and all sorts of doubles matches and all different types of matches taking place. We've got ladies doubles, men's doubles, all around the grounds here, so it really, really is very, very busy. These fans have had to wait quite a long time to see plenty of tennis on and off because of the rain, but they are determined to enjoy the tennis late in the evening here on Saturday at the Championships.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, we are keeping a close eye on court number 9. 13 all now in the third set. There seemed to be a little bit of should we say, unhappy behaviour, I suppose, maybe for some loud fans we're reading online. Catherine might update us because she's back with some social media. We know fanatics can always be pretty fanatical when they watch Australians, and none more so than Leighton Hewitt. But we'll keep you updated with what's going on out on that court, because it's great to see some fantastic contests in the doubles here now at Wimbledon as well.
Well, it's great to see Leighton Hewitt back on court, isn't it? I mean, it's just fantastic. He can't seem to stay away. He only announced his retirement a little while ago, but supposedly the Australian Open this year was supposed to be his last ever tournament, but he's since then played a Davis Cup doubles match, and now here he is taking wildcard into the doubles here. So he just is completely in love with tennis and can't seem to stay away.
But in a funny way, the fact that he's now Davis Cup captain for Australia, he's so invested. We've seen throughout this whole week in the Australian players, he's been courtside for most of them, and I think what a great example to show that he can still get back out on court. He's here to support them. It just keeps him fully immersed. It's like any sort of playing captain will just get to know more his players more and more the more often he's around them, and none more so than if you're playing in the same event, I presume, Mark.
Yeah, when Leighton was playing, he was one of those guys that loved being around the courts. You know, you'd get to his match and he'd be at the courts hours early. You see him in the locker room. The match is done and he's still in the locker room or lounge. He loved hanging around the courts, loved the whole atmosphere, loved everything about it. Trust him to be in a situation where it's where 13 all in the third set. Yeah, that is Leighton right there.
It's what he lives for, isn't it? He will be absolutely loving every moment of that.
Absolutely.
Well, they lost the first set in a tie-break and came back to win 6-4 the second.
Just to create this scenario, yeah, they'll be absolutely loving it. And yeah, I do believe it's Nicolas Almagro's taken objection to a rather animated fanatic in the crowd who's being rather vocal. I believe that's the source of the aggravation for Nicolas Almagro out there, and then Leighton Hewitt stepped in to defend the fan, and it's all got a bit heated, but it will do at 13 all in the deciding set.
Well, exactly. Well, we'll take you out there hopefully in a little bit, because it's fascinating to see who comes through this one. But what kind of reaction have we got going on, Catherine, to the day's huge event, which is Novak Djokovic, the defending champion, is out of the Wimbledon Championships, the earliest exit for a defending champ in 3 years. Third round crash out, not what anyone would have predicted.
Yeah, and all the more shocking, I think, just because of Djokovic's status in the game, seemingly unbeatable. In fact, one of the tweets I've got to show you is that Roger Federer, he predicted this. If you just let me find the actual tweet, here we go. Here we go. The GOAT, which is how Roger Federer is affectionately referred to on social media, the greatest of all time is what that stands for. He said yesterday evening in his press conference, I know we get carried away, we think it's impossible to beat him, that's Djokovic, all these things. He said, clearly he's beatable, it's not impossible, and if anybody should know what it's like to be a seemingly unbeatable world number one, it would be Roger Federer. I mean, things do happen in sport. You look back at, you know, some of the greatest upsets we've had here over the years. George Bastl beating Pete Sampras in 2002, Steve Darcis and Lucas Russell beating Nadal, Sergei Slavkovsky beating Roger Federer. You know, things like this do happen every now and then. You know, it's impossible to predict when and how, but they do.
It's funny because the dialogue entering these championships was, can anyone beat Novak Djokovic? He is unbeatable. Funny that Federer touched on it in his press conference yesterday. Federer and Andy Murray likely to be two of the happiest campers, knowing that the #1 seed is out. Well, actually, as with the entire men's draw that's left in, none more so than Nicolas Mahut, who gets to now face Sam Querrey in the next round instead of Novak Djokovic. But, you know, very honestly, he did say in that press conference, he said, you know, it's been an extremely good and successful year, but a very long one. We're only halfway during the year, and I need time to rest, and I don't know whether or not I will play again before the Olympics. So again, that's why we love sport, that's why we love big Grand Slams and storylines like this one.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how the following weeks and months shape up for Novak Djokovic. Just on the subject of how pleased Andy Murray and Roger Federer will be with the news today, and indeed Milos Raonic, if anything, he's the one that in the immediate term benefits the most because he was scheduled to meet Djokovic in the quarterfinals. This is something that has been doing the rounds very widely. This is a video of how Andy Murray and the centre court crowd reacted when the Djokovic result was flashed up on the centre court. It was still during Andy Murray's match against John Millman. In fact, it was just before Andy Murray was coming out to serve for the second set, and he actually ended up losing serve. He was clearly distracted by seeing this news. I mean, how could you not be? We're going to see the reaction from Judy in the players' box in a moment as well. This has been picked up very widely on social media. How about that? Of course she was caught on camera with that wry smile. I mean, it's just, I mean, such is his dominance. You can't deny. I mean, Andy Murray has lost to him in both Grand Slam finals this year and countless times before. It's hard not to react to the result and for Judy to express a wry smile like she did.
Well, and Andy Murray, the most recent guy to fall to him at a Grand Slam final, of course, in France, he knows more than anyone probably what it's like trying to get past him at one of these Slam events. He'll be very grateful that Sam Querrey maybe did the job for him this time around. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's plenty of other men in this draw, and we'll wait to see what happens over the coming days. We've got a fantastic second week of the Wimbledon Championships lined up, which includes a People's Sunday tomorrow for the first time in 12 years, and only the fourth middle Sunday in the 130-year history of the Wimbledon Championships will there be play. So we're looking forward to that tomorrow. Our coverage, by the way, will be coming to you from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Live at Wimbledon. But we've still got plenty more to come this evening, so let's go out once again to Rachel String.
So I found Wimbledon's chief steward, Nick Pearce. And Nick, you're kind of part of the furniture around these parts now, aren't you?
Well, I've certainly been coming to Wimbledon since I was a child. I can remember standing on the centre court, having queued for many hours with my sister back in the 1970s. I think I saw Borg and McEnroe, actually, and it was a long time ago, but it was fantastic then, and it's fantastic now.
So you're a fan before you got this honour. Just talk us a little bit about what the chief steward actually has to do.
Yeah, well, we've got about 200 stewards on duty from the Sunday before the championship start, when the queue here at Wimbledon, the traditional unique queue starts, and we have 200 stewards revolve around the gates, on the queues, on our resales team, and generally providing information for members of the public as they arrive at the championships.
And a pretty big job. And when do you take over as a chief steward? How long have you held this position and this badge here as well?
Well, this badge was I took over in 2013 from the previous chief steward, who was very much part of the furniture here. He'd been a steward for 34 years, so I've got a way to go before I get up to there. But yes, I took over in 2013. It's pretty tiring and pretty stressful at times, but I love doing it.
And you got that badge then, and I tell you this, there's only one of these, and Nick gets the honour of wearing it. And Nick, you must have seen lots of things in the past, however many years you've been working here. Anything stand out, any stand-out moments for you?
I think it's just, the whole thing is a unique experience for everybody, whether you're a member of the public coming to Wimbledon or as somebody working here, when you can come into the championships every day, and we all just love working here. So I think it's just a very special place, really.
We must talk about the uniqueness of maybe the middle Sunday having play. That hasn't happened since 2004. Were you there then? What was it like?
Yeah, 2004, I was here. The road was closed in Church Road. The security, obviously, issues then were different to what they are today. And obviously, one coming up tomorrow is going to be a challenge. It's not something many of our stewards have done. So tomorrow morning, we'll find out.
In terms of atmosphere about the middle Sunday having play on it, what do you think that will bring?
Oh, that will be a really special because you've got 10,000 people sitting on centre court. Tickets could be coming from anybody, anywhere. So I think you'll have a very, very special atmosphere on there.
Well, hoping it will be. It's only one of 4 ever in history, so I'm going to be a part of that, which I'm quite excited about. And you're going to be chief steward for the occasion, so lots to look forward to on the first time it's been played since 2004, play on a Sunday.
Indeed, Rachel, we can't wait. Fabulous job all the stewards do, I have to say. I spent some time with them a few years ago watching just exactly goes into the work around the grounds here at the All England Club. It is truly impressive. But it's that time of the day again for us to take a look at our top 3 plays of the day so far.
Quiet, please. Play. Quiet, please. Play.
So Angelique Kerber winning play of the day from earlier on here on day 6 of the Wimbledon Championships. People enjoying some fabulous evening tennis here on Super Saturday, and none more so actually than some men's doubles action over on court number 9. We've got to take you here. It's an incredible Australian pairing versus a Spanish pairing. As you can see, it's 14 all in the third set. Hewitt Thompson from Australia, who got a wild card entry into this event against Almagro Marrero from Spain, and it looks, Mark, as though there's been some unrest, you could say, on court. They're not all happy campers, and there's even more to play for.
Yes, this is awesome. I love watching stuff like this.
30 all.
End of the day, 14 all in the third. These guys have had some time to get some beers in them, some pims in them, getting excited out there, getting rowdy.
Well, look at the crowds. I mean, there are about 5 people deep. This is just one of the outside courts here at the All England Club. There's definitely some fanatics about, and I think we heard earlier that one of the fanatics was being a little bit too vocal for Nico Almagro's liking. That is Almagro on the right-hand side of your screen there, causing a bit of frustration that Leighton defended. They've had, the Spanish pair, 7 match points already. Each one the Australians have managed to save. And this last set alone has already been going on for over 2 hours. Well, just about 2 hours. It's, well, maybe not going to end at any time soon. Unless someone can get a break. We might see another Isna Mahou situation of the doubles variety, Mark. You never know.
Anyone can do it. It's Leighton. He's loving it right now.
He has true grit and determination, doesn't he? We used to see it when he played singles on route to winning a championships here, and it's still very evident in doubles.
We're talking about that. He cannot keep away.
Oh, some incredible tennis. What do you know about his partner, Thompson, that
Not too much at all, not too much.
Huge point here.
Oh, great point. Huge point. If you want anyone to return, to be returning on a break point, it's Leighton. So solid.
Second serve now from Almagro.
Oh, I jinxed him. Gosh, I'm sorry, Leighton.
How well do you know him? Did you guys presumably play a lot of tennis together back
Leighton?
in Australia? Yeah.
I lost. Oh, gosh. I know him incredibly well. We've had so many Davis Cups. We've won 2 Davis Cups together. We played doubles together, trained together. You know, in 2003, he was stayed at my house before the US Open training. He's a great guy. Very, very competitive on and off the court in everything that he does. And he's a good guy. It's fun watching him out there.
Not entirely sure what's going on court now. They're supposed to be serving deuce 14 all in the third.
Oh, they're looking, lost a couple of some balls.
Oh, okay. Gosh, this is just a first round encounter, I believe, as well. So.
Wow. Another break point coming out. I will not say anything at all about Leighton's returns.
Yeah, another huge shot coming in. Would almost feel like match point if they were able to get it done, but if they would need to go on and hold on to their serve. Interestingly, neither of these pairings are seeded in this year's men's doubles.
Oh, too good. Good serve there on a very important point.
Funnily enough, the winner of this match may well play the pairing of Vasek Pospisil and Jack Sock in the second round. Of course, former champions here at Wimbledon 2 years ago. Jack Sock currently in action on centre court against Milos Raonic in the singles. Yeah, game point now to the Spaniards.
And they haven't played the first round, so they're going to play that tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you were unable to. You're playing singles. You cannot play doubles before your singles match. And Jack Sock obviously playing at the moment in a singles match against Raonic on centre court.
So, wow, the Spaniards holding on to that game. They have had 7 match points that they've been unable to convert already. The Australians now need to hold on to their serve to take this to 15 all. You can see 125 minutes for that last set so far. And, well, may not be ending anytime soon. That is what we love. That is what Wimbledon and the Grand Slams are all about. When you have fighters like Leighton Hewitt out on court. Fabulous that he got a wild card back into this draw. Just to update you what's happening around the big show courts at the moment, it's 5-all in the first set. Jack Sock, Milos Raonic and Elise Cornet, Madison Keys are in action in the ladies' third round out on court number 1. They're a set all. Keys a break-up in the third set. Dominika Sibylkova, the Eastbourne champion, looking like she might be making fairly swift work of Jeannie Bouchard. She won the first set and she's 4-1 up in the second. So we'll see what happens. It's been a terribly dramatic day here at Wimbledon, and Novak Djokovic undoubtedly the headline. But a People's Sunday coming up tomorrow as well. So that's going to be a very unique atmosphere. Have you ever been at Wimbledon on one of these People's Sundays?
I have. I found out earlier today that I played on one of the Sundays. I think it was 2004, because someone asked me. I was like, no, I don't think I have. And like, no, you have. I played Gonzalez, I think it was 2004, on a Sunday. So
it was memorable, obviously.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. I said, well, that was a memorable match. Were my precise words. Yeah.
It's usually a very unique atmosphere because it's all the tickets were up for sale for the public today. They went on sale at 3 p.m. They were sold out really within the hour on Ticketmaster.
Wow,
so it should
great.
be an incredible atmosphere here tomorrow. We're all looking forward to it as we try and catch up what has been a rain-interrupted Wimbledon Championships so far. We've loved it. We'll be back at 11 a.m. tomorrow with you here on Live at Wimbledon. Kai Robinson, Mark Philippoussis and our entire crew, Catherine Whitaker and all the reporters around the ground, saying goodbye from this Super Saturday, and we'll see you tomorrow for People's Sunday.